moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big boats, we talking big waves. Loving life, it's the big boys way. Found a hobby, turned it into pay. And now we on, we could do this every day. So with your life like living unhappy, cause I can remember the days of being ashy. Together we turn it around, big places how it go down. And now we making big moves, emerge from the underground. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. There's a reason why we work hard, so we can ball even harder. Ooh, gotta thank God 'cause this winning is a slaughter. Ooh, this why we live larger. Ooh, don't bother us and you won't get bothered. Ooh, what it do when all your dreams come true? That's a big move. It's touchdown time, we get loose. Smashing through the field, we deep with 1,000 troops. We always went to action, hesitation is slacking. Defense win championships with a passion. The Warriors reaction, conquer the battlefield. Forever we lasting, just to keep it real. We making big moves. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Sacrifice, sleepless nights, turn the darkest days to shining bright. They ask me how I'm holding up, I tell them strong. They tell me that I couldn't make it from a broken home. They said my chance was even slimmer since more folks was gone. And I'ma end up selling drugs if I ain't going broke. But they funny to me now, it's like they telling jokes. Because behind the sky you need telescopes. And you still couldn't see it, it's like your vision blurry. That's how you miss everything, you're always in a hurry. And while we eating good, chewing on that chicken curry. After all them sleepless nights, we ain't gotta worry. It's like we're finally living life, royalty we worth it. And when it comes to the love, we're never showing mercy. And we won't ever lose. They say never but this is what we choose. We be winning whenever. And when we feel the blue, we just know it is better. And we ain't trying to go back or we be going forever. We taste the victory, yeah, we be eating each other. And we won't take no more, yeah, we in it together. Even broke clocks, we write like twice a day. So when you're working, you're right, we talking getting paid. We stay up in the zone, never slipping away. We solid strong, we made it out the cage. Boy, it feel good to feel free, release the rage. And then we start life up on a different page. We will.
I just lay and watch me mob. Fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Like a god. Fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Same old fame, like a god. I get hundreds just to fame. Like a god. Like a god.
Why are we acting like animals? Cause I don't know what you like anymore. Dangerous, you and me all alone. Why are we acting like animals? I can't help but crawl right back to you. Just one more touch. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. Why do you show your teeth when we meet? Have a taste, take a bite out of me. Animals in the night, we can fight. I just can't get enough when you're mine. I can't help but crawl right back to you. Just one more touch. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're
Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big boats, we talking big waves. Loving life, it's the big boys way. Found a hobby, turned it into pain. And now we on, we could do this every day. So with your life like living unhappy, cause I can remember the days of being ashy. Together we turn it around, big places how it go down. And now we making big moves, emerge from the underground. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. There's a reason why we work hard, so we can ball even harder. Ooh, gotta thank God 'cause this winning is a slaughter. Ooh, this why we live larger. Ooh, don't bother us and you won't get bothered. Ooh, what it do when all your dreams come true? That's the big move. It's touchdown time, we get low. Smashing through the field, we deep with 1,000 true. world, we making big moves. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Big moves, we bout big moves. Big plays, we make big plays. Sacrifice, sleepless nights, turn the darkest days to shining bright. They ask me how I'm holding up, I tell them strong. They tell me that I couldn't make it from a broken home. They said my chance was even slimmer since my folks was gone. And I'ma end up selling drugs if I ain't going broke. But they funny to me now, it's like they telling jokes. Because behind the sky you need telescopes. And you still couldn't see it, it's like your vision blurry. That's how you miss everything, you're always in a hurry. But while we eating
animals. Cause I don't know what you like anymore. Dangerous, you and me all alone. Why are we acting like animals? I can't help but crawl right back to you. Just one more touch. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. Why do you show your teeth when we meet? Have a taste, take a bite out of me. Animals in the night, we can fight. I just can't get enough when you're mine. I can't help but crawl right back to you. Just one more touch. You're dangerous. You're dangerous. I see you standing right there. What you ain't?
कॉमराज आईजीएल अभी के लिए वहां पर जो रिवाइवल है वो एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे। वेक्सी अभी वहां पर सर्वाइव जरूर से कर रहे हैं, ग्रेनेड डॉज करने में कामयाबी भी मिली, लेकिन अब अबरार की साइड से भी वो ग्रेनेड जाएंगे। सारी निगाहें टीम स्काईलाइट गेमिंग के ऊपर, और ये ग्रेनेड पुकार को दोबारा डाउन जरूर से कर सकता है। इस बैक अगर हम बात करें स्काईलाइट गेमिंग के जो बाकी के प्लेयर्स हैं मुश्किल में आ सकते हैं, लेकिन नहीं, सर्वाइव करेंगे और जोन का डैमेज अब उनको लेना पड़ेगा।
देखिए बाय द स्किन ऑफ देयर टीथ अभी तक सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, बट पुकार एक बार फिर से नॉकडाउन कर दिए जाते हैं। देखिए बार-बार रिवाइव हो रहे हैं, बार-बार उसी कॉर्नर में जाते हैं, जैसे ही कॉर्नर में जाते हैं नेड आता है, खत्म हो जाते हैं। बट दोबारा से सोमराज कितनी बार, तीसरी बार, चौथी बार यहाँ पे रिवाइवल यहाँ पे देते हुए क्या यहाँ पे बच पाएंगे आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश। वेक्सी की पोजीशन यहाँ पे रिवील नहीं है, वेक्सी यहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी का बेहतरीन टीपीपी का बेहतरीन एडवांटेज का एक प्लेयर को नॉक करा देगा। एडी यहाँ पे खत्म करेंगे, बेहतरीन अटैक टीम रेकनिंग का, बट क्या वॉकआउट्स इसका फायदा उठा पाएंगे? वॉकआउट का तो पता नहीं, बट आई थिंक टीम करेंसी इसका फायदा जरूर उठाना चाहेंगे। अबलाल मीनवाल रेकनिंग के एडी को यहाँ पे नॉक करते हैं। बेहतरीन बैटल, 7 नहीं अभी भी कुछ हिस्सा जोन के अंदर। ओपनिंग नॉक भूल जाइए, ओपनिंग नॉक आया ही नहीं। रेकनिंग वैसे ही वहां पे पुश करता आपको नजर आ जाएगा। नेक्सस आगे बढ़ते हुए बबलू आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, उनको पता है कि जोन के अंदर जाना है तो टैग तो करना पड़ेगा, खत्म करना पड़ेगा अपने अपोनेंट को। बट अभी के लिए घर के बाहर रुक के हैं, टीपीपी लेने की कोशिश। नेक्सस को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाता है स्प्रे के द्वारा। इट्स अ रियली गुड बैटल, अपनी यूएमपी का पूरा स्प्रे करने की कोशिश यहाँ पे बबलू की तरफ से। 3 एंगल से यहाँ पे घेरा गया उस कंपाउंड को, बट लेब्रॉन को भी नॉक करा जाता है अबरार की तरफ से। अटैक करने का जो माइंडसेट था वो बहुत अच्छा था, बट यहाँ पे जो अटैक हो रहा है वो फेल होते नजर आ रहा है। अबरार को मीनवाइल नॉक करा जाएगा। लास्ट वन स्टैंडिंग ऑफ रेकनिंग, यूएमपी आगे जाने की कोशिश करते हैं, जरूर यहाँ पे कोशिश करेंगे नॉक करने की। एंड हियर यू गो, टीम वॉकआउट्स डिफेंड करते हुए उनका कंपाउंड।
देखना यह है कि इंसेन की स्क्वाड क्या रश करने की कोशिश करेगी। जी हां, 3 खिलाड़ी ऑलरेडी गाड़ी के अंदर बैठ चुके हैं, अलादीन पे चार्ज किया जाएगा। बट एक और खिलाड़ी 7C का यहाँ पे मौजूद है, स्प्रे गॉड। उन्होंने पहले से एक ग्रेनेड कुक कर लिए थे। सारंग एक बढ़िया कवर फायर अपनी टीम के लिए दे जरूर रहे थे, बट उनको भी यहाँ पे आदि के दौरान स्पॉट किया गया। डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा दिया गया, बट मैक बहुत ज्यादा ओपन में यहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे। बट आदि पूरा कमान संभालेंगे अपनी टीम का, क्योंकि अगर वो एक खिलाड़ी यहाँ पे डाउन होता है तो मुश्किल ज्यादा बढ़ने वाली। बट जैसी इसी बीच स्प्रे गॉड के वो जो ग्रेनेड आया उससे डाउन किए गए। ये मॉली भी मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वो जो प्लेयर्स वहाँ पे मौजूद हैं हिट करेगा, डैमेज जरूर पड़ने वाला, बट सही है वो भी सामने मौजूद रहेंगे। एक और ग्रेनेड कुक करते हुए स्प्रे गॉड, ये वाला ग्रेनेड ठिकाने पे गिरेगा, थोड़ा बहुत डैमेज दे जरूर सकता है, बट जैजी रिवाइव कर दिए गए।
जी हाँ, जैजी को रिवाइवल मिल चुका है, बट स्प्रे गॉड का एक और नेड यहाँ पे आएगा। बट नेड आने से पहले ही जैजी अपनी पोजीशन यहाँ पे चेंज करते हैं नजर आ जाएंगे। टीम इनसेन बहुत ही बेसिक गेम प्ले, नॉक करा रश करा, यही टीम इनसेन की खासियत है। बट क्या यहाँ पे वो फायदा निकाल पाएंगे? वहीं अगर 7C की बात की जाए, जो यहाँ पे सवितार नॉक हुए थे उनको रिवाइवल मिल जाएगा सारंग के द्वारा। What did सवितार just do? That's a blunder. That is a big blunder बेसी, बिकॉज़ खुद भी नॉक हुए वहां पे सारंग, और सवितार भी अपने आप को नॉक कर बैठी। अब सेट के पास पूरा मौका आगे जाने की कोशिश वहां पे जरूर करते हुए। प्लेयर की पोजीशन उनको नहीं पता, सही हमने यहाँ पे स्पॉट करा। एक और प्लेयर को नॉक करा जाता है। 7C द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग, क्या पूरा ब्लंडर पूरी खत्म होती नजर आएगी। 7C दरवाजा तोड़ने की कोशिश, शॉट अभी भी दिए जा रहे हैं, बहुत कम के साथ प्लेयर यहाँ पे बचते हैं। संयम इज द लास्ट मैन देयर, जिसने खत्म करा टीम 7C को, एंड इसी के साथ टीम 7C खत्म होते नजर आई।
चुनौती टीम स्काईलाइट्स के सामने आपको देखने को मिलने वाली है। पूरी वॉकआउट्स को आप देखें, अभी तक उन्होंने किसी से फाइट नहीं ली। अबरार का वो ग्रेनेड घोस्टी को डाउन करेगा। इसी के साथ मार्कस गेमिंग की जो स्क्वाड आपको एलिमिनेट होते हुए दिखाई देगी 8वें पायदान पे, बट बाजवा वो यहाँ पे गिर के डाउन हुए। बट अब बारी है स्काईलाइट्स वर्सेस वॉकआउट्स की, और सामने से रश करते हुए आपको स्काईलाइट्स के जो खिलाड़ी हैं वो देखने को मिलने वाले। अबरार का एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड डैमेज जरूर देगा, बट नॉकआउट फिलहाल के लिए नहीं। बट पुकार को आप देखें, उनका भी ग्रेनेड सामने से आता हुआ।
जी हाँ, देखिए यहाँ पे वॉकआउट्स ने बहुत ज्यादा समझदारी दिखाई है। मिरामार के मैच के अंदर उन्होंने ज्यादा फाइट ली नहीं, बट अभी भी पुकार के पास जो नेड है बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज दे सकता है। स्पॉट करा उन्होंने प्लेयर को, एक और नेड यहाँ पे डाला जरूर है जिसका फायदा मिलेगा। एक प्लेयर को नॉक करा, दूसरे प्लेयर की पोजीशन यहाँ पे पता है, बट वॉकआउट अभी भी यहाँ पे लड़ते आपको नजर आ जाएगा। गाड़ी के बीच में से विंडो से उन्होंने नेड जरूर किया, और यहाँ पे अपने ही प्लेयर के द्वारा थोड़े से उनको जंप बूस्ट जरूर मिला था। गाड़ी से कुछ ले वो गए, बट अभी भी वॉकआउट के पास एक प्लेयर बचे हुए, क्या वो 2 प्लेयर बचे हुए जिसका वो फायदा उठा सकते हैं। किसी को अंदाजा नहीं था, बाहर आते हैं, प्लेयर को नॉक करते हैं, वापस अंदर जाते हैं। क्या वॉकआउट इस फाइट को जीत सकता है? बट पुकार कहीं और से यूपी 50 के आदित्य उनको नॉक करते नजर आ जाएंगे। स्काईलाइट्स गेमिंग अब बैकफुट पे सोमराज बिग द लास्ट वन स्टैंडिंग। वेक्सी को रिवाइवल वो देते हुए नजर जरूर आ रहे हैं, बट क्या वॉकआउट बाहर आने वाले उनको अटैक करने के लिए?
ओह, व्हीकल ब्लास्ट हुआ, बट वहां पे डैमेज उतना कुछ खास नहीं पड़ा। वेक्सी की बात करें, वो हील हो चुके अपने आप को यहाँ पे वापस से फर्स्ट एड लगाते हुए दिखा देंगे। पुकार खत्म हो गया। टैंगू की बात को वो भी खत्म हो गया। यहाँ पे एक स्मोक आएगा, खुद को बचाने की कोशिश कराई। पिछली बार उन्होंने स्मोक का भरपूर इस्तेमाल करा था। सोमराज क्या वो व्हीकल में बैठ के दूसरे साइड पे निकल सकते हैं, बट युवा को यहाँ पे पूरी तरीके से खत्म कर देगा। एक और ग्रेनेड आता हुआ, बियर्ड बाबा का डाउन किया गया। सोमराज के आप एक बार के लिए एचपी देखे, मौली बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया सरकार की एक खिलाड़ी बियर्ड बाबा वहां पे डाउन किए गए, बट सोमराज एक बार फिर से रिवाइव करेंगे वेक्सी को। बट सर्कल का आप एज देके, उनके पास सर्कल का एज इस वक्त मौजूद रहेगा। बियर्ड बाबा जो नॉक पड़े हुए बड़े आसानी से रिवाइव कर दिए जाएंगे, बट सर्कल एक बार फिर से ओआर के खाते में जाता हुआ। ये विनर चिकन डिनर ओआर को हर हाल में निकालना ही पड़ेगा। चारों खिलाड़ी उनके बचे हुए। बियर्ड बाबा आखिरी फर्स्ट एड, बट सोमराज का ये ग्रेनेड खत्म कर सकता है वॉकआउट का पूरा सफर।
जी हाँ, सोमराज ने बहुत ही ज्यादा अमेजिंग यहाँ पे एफर्ट दिखाया है लास्ट के दोनों मैचेस। ये मैच में भी, पिछले मैच में भी जो उन्होंने रिवाइवल की संख्या देखने को मिल रही है उनकी तरफ से वो काफी ज्यादा है। बट वहीं अगर वॉकआउट की बात की जाए, मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं इन दोनों टीमों में से सिर्फ एक ही टीम आगे बढ़ पाएगी अटैक करने की कोशिश। स्पॉट यहाँ पे जरूर करा, वैक्सी को पता है यहाँ पे प्लेयर कहाँ पे जा चुके हैं, ऊपर गए जरूर है, बट क्या यहाँ पे जंप करा जाएगा? अभी के लिए जंप करा गया। स्पॉट भी उन्होंने नहीं करा प्लेयर को, अटैक भी उन्होंने नहीं करा प्लेयर के ऊपर, नॉक भी वो हो जाते हैं अपने ही टीममेट के मोलोटॉप के साथ। पर सोमनाथ भी स्मोक के अंदर, आग के अंदर चले गए एंड वो भी नॉक होते नजर आए।
लोरिस डिसएडवांटेज पे फंसे हैं। 2-3 बढ़िया ग्रेनेड, उनका एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिल सकता है।
बिल्कुल, मार्कोस गेमिंग के प्लेयर यहाँ पर रहने वाले जरूर से काफी ज्यादा ओपन में गए, एक्सपोज के अपने आप को डाउन होते हुए नजर आएंगे, लेकिन वो ग्रेनेड कनेक्शन बनाएगा। जो दूसरे प्लेयर है वो आगे की तरफ आएंगे। गोस्टी यहाँ पर एक 1v1 में कन्वर्ट कर चुके हैं, फाइट को डाउन भी करेंगे। 5 फिनिशेस, वाज दैट अ 1v4? आई थिंक इट वाज, क्योंकि एक फिनिश उनके पास था। एंड यस, दैट रिएक्शन वो आना भी चाहिए। बेहतरीन गेम प्ले दिखाया उन्होंने और पूरी की पूरी जो स्क्वाड है उसको वाइप किया। डबल दावेदार चिकन डिनर निकालने के लिए, बिकॉज नाउ इट्स अ 1v3। असला स्पोर्ट्स के टाइगर रोर क्या वो कर पाएंगे? देखने वाली बात रहेगी। एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट किया, डाउन करने की कोशिश कर सकते हैं। इनफैक्ट इट्स अ 3v3 टीम असला वर्सेस टीम 7C।
देखिए, दोनों ही टीमें आपको सर्कल के अंदर देखने को मिलने वाली है। अगर 7C यहाँ पे कूद ही नहीं तो भी बचे रहेंगे, अगर वो कूद गए तो दिक्कतों का सामना उनके लिए करना पड़ सकता है। बट ये आखिरी सर्कल है, मैच इसी सर्कल पे समाप्त होने वाला है। देखना ये कि कूदेगा कौन। चलिए, यहाँ पे 0 को डाउन किया गया। शानवाइट अंदर मौजूद है। टाइगर उन्होंने सावितार को यहाँ पे डाउन किया। अलादीन यहाँ पे मौजूद है। सारंग उनको भी डाउन किया गया। लास्ट प्लेयर अलादीन अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करते हुए शानवाइटी और जो दूसरे खिलाड़ी थे, एक बेहतरीन विनर चिकन डिनर।
यहाँ पे अगर वो चिकन निकालते हैं फायदा भी उनको होगा। और यहाँ पे जोन के अंदर आना चाहते थे, लेकिन जैसे ही वो जोन के अंदर आते हैं उनका स्वागत टीम करेंसी के द्वारा करा जाता है। नॉट आउट अब यहाँ पे आउट करते हुए और के प्लेयर्स को। वही एक और इनके पास नेट तो जरूर है। अब ये क्या नेट सही जगह पे जा पाएगा? सही जगह पे जा तो जरूर है। मोल्टो भी वहां पे करी जरूर गई है कि कनेक्शन यहाँ पे ढूंढा जाएगा। वो आ रही इसको सडनली गायब होते आपको नजर आ जाएंगे टीम करेंसी के द्वारा। जरूर जानना चाहूंगा कि माइंडसेट क्या है यहाँ पे। सामी आगे आने की कोशिश, सामी यहाँ पे रिवाइवल करना चाहते थे, बट उनको यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाता है। संयम के पास बिल्कुल भी संयम नहीं है। अब तो वो अटैक करना चाहते हैं, बिकॉज इंसेन के लिए भी बहुत क्रूशियल ये मैच बन जाता है। अब स्काईलाइट्स की बात कर रहे हैं, बट इंसेन भी एक ऐसी टीम है जो यहाँ पे एग्रेसिव गेम प्ले दिखा सकती है। किलन की अगर बात करते हैं, मैक को यहाँ पे नॉक करा जाता है, तो संयम तो मेरे ख्याल से अपना काम बखूबी करके दिखा रहे हैं। बट टीम इंसेन के बाकी प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे बैकफुट में जाते हुए अब संयम इज द लास्ट वन स्टैंडिंग एंड किलन की तरफ काफी तेजी से आगे बढ़ते हुए ये एक बहुत बड़ा मैच है टीम इंसेन के लिए। अगर यहाँ पे संयम का क्लच नहीं आता, शायद इनको भी गुड बाय बोलना पड़ेगा PS4।
M249 उनके पास रहेगा, आदि सामने डाउन पड़े हुए मोस्ट पब्लिक फिनिश कर दिए जाएंगे स्नोक के द्वारा। जी हाँ, स्नोक को जो फिनिश था वो मिल गया, बट देखना ये है कि अभी भी जो दो खिलाड़ी डाउन है पूरी तरीके से फिनिश नहीं किए गए हैं टीम ब्रेवरी के द्वारा। बट स्काईलाइट्स को आप देखें कितना खुश होंगे कि अब वो बड़े आसानी से एल्पोजो का पूरा इलाका छोड़ के जा सकते हैं। वैसे भी वो यहाँ पे फाइट लेते नहीं है। जब शुरुआती दौर में हम इनको देखते थे, इंसेन एंड स्काईलाइट्स गेमिंग दोनों एक साथ उतरते तो जरूर थे, बट यहाँ पे वो फाइट उतना ज्यादा नहीं लेते थे, उतना एंगेजमेंट वो दिखाते नहीं थे। उनको भी पता था कि प्लेसमेंट एंड बाकी सारी चीजें बहुत मैटर करती है। परम एंड मैक डाउन है, खत्म कर दिया जाएंगे संयम।
शानदार उनका मिनी का टैप आता है, एक प्लेयर यूपी50 के वो खत्म कर देते हैं। यूपी50 की भी शुरुआत इतनी कुछ खास हुई नहीं है।
इन सबके बीच में सबसे ज्यादा जो फायदा उठाया है वो रहेगी एसजी की स्क्वाड। आप देखें बड़ी चतुराई से वो यहाँ से निकल भी गए, बड़े आसानी से अपने आप को सुरक्षित पाएंगे। एक बढ़िया रोटेशन के दौरान हमें देखने को मिला, बट सही हम डैमेज उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा दिया। क्या वो डाउन कर पाए? जी हाँ, स्नोक को उन्होंने डाउन किया। और अब आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचे रहेंगे केलन अपनी टीम से, जिनका आज का दिन उतना बेहतर नहीं रहा। बहुत सारे स्प्रेज उन्होंने मिस करे। अब ये देखना है कि संयम तो वो किस तरीके से टैकल कर पाएंगे, क्या अपनी टीम के लिए अपने टीम को वो सरवाइव करा पाएंगे, या फिर संयम रहेंगे जो 1v4 का जो क्लच है वो दिखा के जाएंगे। बट मूवमेंट आप देखें संयम का कितना ज्यादा यहाँ पे फास्ट होता हो। बट केलन अपने आप को सुरक्षित पाते हुए स्नोक को वहां पे रिवाइव कर रहे हैं। मोस्ट जो रिवाइवल वो पॉसिबल हो भी सकता है। स्नोक को देखें, अभी वो रिवाइव कर रहे थे, फाइनली स्नोक को रिवाइव कर दिए गए। बट केलन आखिरी मोमेंट पे अपनी टीम के लिए आगे बढ़ेंगे, डाउन करेंगे संयम को, और इसी के साथ इंसेन 16वें स्थान पे बार। बट केलन 2 फिनिशेस और अपनी टीम को अभी भी बचा के रखेंगे। पिछले मिरामार में जिस तरीके से दूसरे स्थान तक अपनी टीम को लाके खड़ा किया था, बट इस मैच में कुछ खास कमाल नहीं कर पाएंगे। पर वही मैं स्प्रे गॉड की बात करें, अपने स्प्रे का कमाल दिखाते हुए 2 खिलाड़ियों को डाउन किया। बाकी 2 खिलाड़ी यहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे। युआन को आप देखें, इतना ज्यादा ओपन में रश करने की वो कोशिश कर रहे थे। चले वो युआन नहीं थे, कोई और खिलाड़ी वहां पे मौजूद था, बट इस तरीके का रश आप बिल्कुल नहीं कर सकते। आपका एचपी इतना ज्यादा कम बचा हुआ था। सावितार आखिरी जो नॉट आउट थे उनको यहाँ पे आउट करेंगे। इसी के साथ एक और टीम करेंसी जो पिछले मैच के विजेता थे, इस मैच से बाहर होते हुए
पूरी तरीके से फंस चुके टीम WSF की बात करें, वो यहाँ पर आएंगे जरूर से। चारों प्लेयर बहुत ही ज्यादा कम ब्रीथिंग स्पेस पे एक बढ़िया वहां पर पीक आया और एक प्लेयर को नॉक किया। 4v2 में कन्वर्ट हो चुकी है फाइट, काफी ज्यादा ओवर कमिटमेंट, भारी पड़ेगा। स्पॉट करके बाजवा भी डाउन होते हुए नजर आएंगे। एंड बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन टीम 8-बिट का, लेकिन ज्यादा देर तक नहीं। टीम वर्कआउट के प्लेयर्स वहां पर स्काउट करके बैठे हुए थे, डाउन करा 2 स्क्वाड्स का एलिमिनेशन एक साथ। एंड टीम वर्कआउट्स के खाते में जाता हुआ एक बात फिनिश। बट टीम 8-बिट शायद जो सफर था वो यहीं तक का।
The boarding for BMPS has already begun. 18 teams have already received their boarding passes. 6 yet to be found, ladies and gentlemen, as we venture into the final day of the iQOO BMOC Open Challenge powered by Loco. I'm, of course, Fixes, joined along with Arka. How are you, buddy?
I mean, I'm feeling excited. I'm feeling happy that finally we have come to that moment of the day where, you know, it's all about do and die situation for most of these teams, right? Like from the beginning, we really felt that, you know, it's going to be a very peaceful tournament from the first half where we might see that experienced teams are going to fight it out. But all of a sudden, we are able to see that the invited teams are actually giving it. And until the last game is done, it's still a do or die situation.
Anything can possibly happen. Anything can possibly happen. 8 invited teams, of course, battling it out against 8 qualified teams. But right now, this beautiful device in my hands, ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO Neo 6. As we take a quick look at its specs, you know, we've already been harping a lot about that impressive Snapdragon 875G processor, along with that 80 watts of flash charge. Now, I love what they're doing, right? They're not revealing everything. They're keeping some things for the later. And of course, you can participate in a little bit of a give giveaway that's going to happen on Amazon itself on the search bar. Just type iQOO Neo 6, play that game, and if you are lucky, you can win prizes worth 2 lakh rupees.
And that is what most of them will be wanting, right? In the beginning of the day when you're coming in new to the stream, you would want to take something home apart from entertainment, and this is your chance. Do not forget to go to Amazon. It's all available in Amazon specials. All you have to do is Neo 6, iQOO Neo 6 is what you're going to type, and make sure that you play those games. There are some games over there as well, so I think entertainment in many other ways.
You know, I've been strictly forbidden to try and play that, but you guys aren't. You guys, it's all up for you guys. But right now, for all the new viewers out here who've just tuned in lately, you've missed all the action. But here's a little bit of a format recap for you guys. Of course, our journey started with the in-game qualifiers, from which we had 512 teams participating, out of which only 256 went in round number 2. And that was the steepest curve, right? That is where lucky 64, the highest, the top 64 teams managed to get in through. And then we had only 32 teams qualifying to round number 4, where we had more 32 teams that were invited to join in the fray, who've been battling it out. We're almost at the final day. In fact, the games are about to begin. As like I said, the voting for BMPS has already begun. Only 24 teams are going to be partaking in that, out of which they're going to be playing it out in the next 3 weeks, out of which the top 16 make it to the grand finals, and whoever is the victor receives a huge chunk of that prize pool, which is yet to be, you know, announced on stream. We're going to do that. You have a slight idea about that. But what's even further, stay tuned to the stream to know more.
Absolutely, right? This is the biggest stage of them all. Most of them have fought their way through, and that is why this war itself is turned out to be something bigger than we expected it to be. But at the same time, let's look at the points distribution of how it's gone so far and how it's going to remain for the rest of the tournaments itself. It's going to be the team which is acquiring a winner chicken dinner getting 15 points for themselves. The second team, or the team which is going to be placed second, is going to get 12. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth is going to go down to 10, 8, 6, 4 respectively. 7th and 8th to 12th position is the least you want to find yourself, with just 2 points and 1 point as placement points. But most of these teams are looking out for that finish point, because that is where your hard work gets paid off, right? 1 finish is equal to 1 point.
It's quite evident, right? You've got to make sure that you are at the top 8 anyhow, because otherwise, just on your position point, you're getting 1. It's better you get a few finishes to your name. You're still gonna get more. But where are these teams battling it out? Of course, in the battlegrounds, in these particular maps, we've got 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, and 1 Sanhok. Like every single day, we've been having it ever since round number 4. But that is where things get so much more exciting, right? Especially, we've got few teams that are really good in the maps of Erangel. We've got few teams like yesterday, we had Orange Rock and Walkouts, who are really impressive in Miramar. And Sanhok, well, we never know who's going to win that.
Exactly, the game changer map, which comes right at the third, and that is where, you know, we have been seeing that the middle bracket and the lower middle bracket, they tend to wake up. They start to, you know, take the fight towards the face of every single person over there, and then suddenly after the map of Sanhok, even though everybody have acquired points, it comes up to a point where you can, you know, minus off everything and everybody will be at the zero.
But now, ladies and gentlemen, these are the teams that are going to be playing with us. 8 invited and 8 qualified teams. Of course, Team Solitude, SCBC, Mist Official, Burnix Official, Team Kinetic, Redemption Crew, OPT, Rising Falcon. We've got endless from the qualified teams. And heading into the invited ones, we've got Cells, Chicken Rushers, FS Esports, Team Enigma Forever, Hyderabad Hydras, Enigma Galaxy, R Esports, and TSM. Now, one of the contenders of not just the iQOO BMOC but the BMPS itself. But Arka, we have been privy to a lot of surprises, especially yesterday when we did have to witness the champions of BGIS crashing out. So what do you think? Is that going to be the same case with TSM, or do they have a different story in making?
Somewhere I feel that, you know, TSM will have a different story to say. They have been watching the past 3 days, you know, and it was a wake-up call for them. And if they have learned from that and they're going to wake up and make sure they do not, you know, banter out in the beginning itself, it's going to be much more easier for them. But in case they're going to take it lightly like how the other teams did, I think they're going to find their ticket out of this tournament itself.
Oh, they certainly will. But right now, this beautiful device in my hand is an iQOO Neo 6. And our friends from iQOO have a special message for you guys just about now.
iQOO.
This beast, which looks so beautiful, you can find it on Amazon special itself. So guys, don't forget to go check it out over there. Make sure you type and search for it. You're gonna type iQOO Neo 6 and then make sure that you have a very good chance of winning some prizes for yourself, which is worth 2 lakh rupees, and that is what I'll be looking out for as soon as I'm done with the day itself. But yes, again, coming back to what we were speaking about, the teams, right? You did ask me about TSM. What do you have to say about the other invited teams coming in? There are some good names coming in, like Chicken Rushers are there, Enigma Forever is there, Enigma Galaxy is there. So do you really think they can actually cope up with the underdogs who have come up? Because this time we are able to see that there are also some composed teams coming in. Like we have Solitude coming in, we have ACBC coming in, who had like played literally so well in the games.
I was really looking out, when are you going to say Hyderabad Hydras? Because that's not just with Arca, that's with every other, viewer out there. I do not know why they are so undermined, especially when they've been performing so well. Recently, we just had a LAN event where they came second position. Even in BGIS, they were in the top 5, right? That is how good they've been all the time. So I really feel, teams like Hyderabad Hydras, you've got Enigma Galaxy. Lately, they've been off to a really good performance. But again, talking about the teams that have qualified their way in, ACBC is one of those teams that I'm specifically looking out for, considering how they dominated in round number 3. Evil Sky and Capron are 2 of those players, and even Team Solitude, as a matter of fact, they are also one of those teams that we really need to look out for. And even we've got teams like Burnex Officials, another one of those teams that I'm looking out. But lately their performance has been a little under the weather, to be honest, because the kind of expectations we had from Burnex Official, a well-known, renowned squad, we've seen them from quite some time inside the scene, but haven't really spoken up that way. But this is their day, this is their opportunity to prove. But along with that, Arca, we've always been witnessing a lot of surprises, a lot of invited teams, out of which, let's talk about teams like R Esports. We've got teams like Cells.
Yeah, that is where I was going.
Enigma Galaxy. These names, somewhere carry that burden of not being the ones that we expect a lot to perform, right? But you never know. Teams like Hydra Officials, teams like INS, teams like MG yesterday, we can witness some sort of surprises, because it's just one day and 6 games, anything could possibly happen.
Absolutely agreed. So you did tell me, you asked me why we undermine the side of Hyderabad Hydras. It's not about undermining. We have just categorized them right below teams like TSM, because obviously TSM have proved themselves every now and then that entity has brought in a lot of potential. Like it is kept up to the name itself by selecting those players who have lived up to the name. So that is why I took their name late. But as of now, we're going to be jumping into the first map of the day itself as the big bird hits the air, and it's important for us to see where the flight path is going, and we can see it's gone to the little eastern side, or to be frank, on the western side on the overall map, as it's flying over the side of it's the eastern shift. I'm so sorry. It's going over the side of Novo, ending up towards the side of Stolberg, a straight line, which is very rare for us to see when it comes to a flight path coming in right to the center of the map, a little to the eastern side to be specific.
This one flight path trajectory, well, I mean, it's something I did not want to see, especially even more than that. Teams were not expecting that, because now teams dropping off at those western areas, they're going to have so much of trouble, and that is where we might get to see some early vehicle collision and clashes. But yesterday, after the update came in, we had a complete change in how the circles have been forming, right? We got to see one of those hybrid circles, which eventually went around the shelter area. We've seen circles going up north. We've seen circles going completely towards the eastern side. So the plain old boring Gatka days are finally gone, I believe.
I hope so, it's gone, but we have seen yesterday there was a little bit of a chance of going the southern side, and I'm hoping to see the same even in this game as well, as the circle is going to be forming any second soon now. But as of now, it's going to go on the northern eastern side, whereas it's going to be Yasna at the center of the map itself. So eastern side is going to be the new thing, according to what the new flight path is coming up with.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of pretty early, because we've just had that one day to judge just 3 games, so it's not a huge of a sample size to work around with. But I'm going to let it till the BMPS day 1 begins, and then we can start assuming there's going to be a certain flow of things. There's going to be certain change where we have some repetitive circles. But it's sort of easy for those teams, dropping off at Tisnaya. Let's say someone wants to go towards Lipovka, but look at Cells. They've got a beautiful spread TED out there. Now, a little bit of a trivia, of course, we've got Rocks playing in from Cells, from Nigma Galaxy, we've got MJ over there, and they've been teammates right from the very beginning, and in the previous titles they've won championships. So friendships put aside, now they are competitors, and I really would love to see some bittersweet love story between these two teams.
Absolutely. Now there are some teams which have yet to hit the ground, and yesterday we saw in the map of Miramar, some teams were actually choosing to hit the ground as quickly as possible, pick up a gun and go to the corners where somebody is still in the air and try to knock them off. And probably we can see more of those teams, those chances coming up. And early skirmishes is something which I've witnessed in the map of Erangel in the first get-go itself. And it's good to see that there are not much early skirmishes, even though there is a little bit of a cluster to the western side of the map. What is your take on that?
Right now, a lot of teams, they're kind of traversing to their desired drop locations, right?
Yeah.
A lot of teams would want to take over Gatka. You've got Western Georgia Paul City, the containers, the Northwestern Georgia Paul City. So a lot of teams would want to go a little outside, especially teams like TSM. You've got Hyderabad Hydras. Now, this is where the trouble arises, right? Once you get there, then you start your loot, and then you again have to come back inside the circle. That is where difficulties arise, because a lot of teams do know your style of play. They do know that TSM is going to rotate like this, and if someone, by any chance, gate keeps that area or does something to deal with them, they might land a little bit of trouble. Now, for the experienced ones, for the big names, what ideally their mantra should be to have a really slow first game, have a decent performance. But do we have some early positions over here? Yes, we do, as Redemption. They're under fire, as BMOC is going to bite the dust, and it's going to be chicken rushes to open the fray up.
Those early skirmishes where we thought it's not going to happen, it's already coming from the side of Chicken Rushers, and it looks like they are on the hunt already. And we can see that they've taken things pretty much seriously, making sure that they prioritize the circle as well as find somebody in that rotations and get those finishes when necessary. On the other side, we're able to see that team FS is also found a finish for themselves, and that is going against the side of Redemption Crew. So Redemption Crew going in for a split seems to be not working out for them, and I just hope that from here on they realize that this is the point in the tournament where you have to stay at least in close proximity with one another in such distances that in case you get taken down, you have a backup or a person coming and reviving you.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, especially for Redemption Crew, it's a nightmare already, right? Because you've just dropped, the game has barely even begun, and you're 2-man shot. So this is where everything that you've come in, you're gonna start questioning itself, a little bit of raging going on, and players would sound helpless because hey, it was not our mistake, it had to be the flight path. We were just traversing around and eventually got caught off. That is the ruthlessness of the battlegrounds that you have to face, right? Things are not under your control, but still, regardless, they have to somehow make peace with it and make a good game out of it. So they've got to look at the bigger picture, which is where I'm kind of starting to wonder if this could be the game that Team Cells were looking out for. Look at the spread. I'm pretty sure the boys have got a decent juicy loot to them. Get decent scopes, try to play around the center, because teams like Seoul, we've been talking about them. They did dominate their first game. Teams like Global Esports, they also did try to take the center eventually after the fourth circle. They were the ones who prevailed supreme, right? And it is very important to have a really good start. Now we've got another invited team amidst us, and it's going to be team of our esports, Jadu, Canary, Hero and Rockstar. We've seen them in the last time as well, and Canary is definitely one of those players along with Rockstar that I have my eyes on.
Absolutely, they proved their mettle before, and this is another chance for them, and this time they have to be a bit more careful with their rotation. As we can see, there's another team passing right next to them towards the side of Milta, and most of them are trying to go in towards the side of Shelter, or probably towards the side of school, between the school and mansion side, so that they have some hard cover and expect the zone to be shifting more towards the eastern side itself. Lipovka, Milta Power and Kameshki, the most eastern side of the map, still abandoned, where that is something few of these teams should be looking forward to capitalize on.
Oh yeah, they certainly will be, right? And especially considering we're still at the first phases of the circle is starting to close in. This is where TSM are yet to begin the rotation, and already already it's been quite delayed. They haven't still stepped out. They're still busy looting, and that's where the trouble arises. But all right, we're witnessing some new names over here. Anuj 2OP playing for Team Enigma Forever. I believe he's taken the places of Ted, one of the other big guns. and clearly understood why Oves would want to opt with him. I did a little bit of a background check, and he was initially one of the prospects of Kemin Esports. Now, Oves was, of course, looking for another player who's got some real raw potential, and was suggested to go for this player, and I believe he's seen something magical in this lad, and I think today we're going to witness what he's made of, right? Especially what he's got to put on the table, and this is what I like about a team, right? It has to be a perfect mixture of experience and raw potential, raw talent. Players like Copley, and you need players like Ninja, who's also playing in the lobby, who do not have anything to lose. Who've got that confidence to bank upon, something which has always been the USP of players like Jonathan.
Yeah, absolutely. When given a chance to a person who's raw talent, they want to capitalize on it, and that is what we'll be looking forward to. But it's good to see that, there are several teams which did choose to go to the western side of the map, even though the circle was not favoring that side. Mystic X, OPT Rising Official, and we have Hyderabad Hydras. But I don't know whether they're underestimating the sports inside the circle who have gone in for an early rotation where they can gatekeep them and take them down as they make it inside the circle. Now, this is going to be an interesting factor.
Yeah.
As in the circle, we can see there's a linear, there are 4 squads just gatekeeping any team which is going to be coming inside, and there could be the time of clash or the position of clash itself.
Yeah, of course. I mean, gatekeeping would be a little bit of a stronger word over here, because it's still the first circle. You've still got a really huge space to work around with. But eventually, like you said, for teams like TSM, for teams like Hyderabad Hydras, OPT Rising Falcon, and Mystics Officials, what is going to be the go-to strat next? Is going to be to try and lurk somewhere around the edges, wait for that next hard shift, right? That radical shift where they can really capitalize upon. But now we might see some fights brewing up. Mist Official, they're aware of a goes down to get venture in their plans, but somehow he manages to escape, and all the information has been relayed that now the bridge, well, is guarded. Now does not have the best of scopes, but Haxer somehow has managed to escape from that situation.
Absolutely. Now it's going to be Mystic will be changing the course. They want to make sure that they get into the hard cover or get into the zone first, and then find a hard cover where they can welcome the side of ACBC. But one good thing about ACBC was this, they did not stick together even though they were traveling in a vehicle. One person was actually taking the attention away completely, whereas the other had a little bit of an opening, like how Capron had an opening to go to the turn steering to the right and come up and capitalize on this northern zone itself. And that's a very good thing to see, right? ACBC immediately going in for a defensive formation. At least one person is going to be holding a position where he can find and be the blind spot. But on the other side, it's going to be Nigma Galaxy finding out the side of Team TS at this point of time. Early rotation skirmishes already started off as the circle takes an eastern shift altogether, centralizing the side of Mansion.
Oh yeah. Now this is where I love what TSM are doing, right? They instantly figured out, staying around the edges are not going to work out for them. Take a compound that's somewhere around the centers and try and defend it. And I really like the call-outs coming in from Shadow there, IGL, right? The way he's been performing lately, they've had that little bit of a curse behind them. Every single time, every single tournament, they used to come second. Even the same happened in BGIS. The difference was not too much, but they fought like warriors, right? This time they're going to settle with nothing less than the first spot, with already Skylights Gaming ruled out of the competition. The chances have become a little easier.
Somewhere I have to say the underdogs are starting to, be heavy on all the teams, right? So even though it's going to be an easy run for few teams, they also have to watch out for 1 or 2 games which might go completely wrong in their side, and they'll have to struggle another 2-3 games to cope up to it. And at the same time, we're able to see that right now FSK is rather choosing the dunes, which has always been the death of the dunes of death for few teams. And let's see whether they'll be able to hold off this position for a long time. I know that they have the circle under their favor. They're confident that nobody's going to push in towards this place as of now. But in case the circle shifts a little towards them, that is when everybody would want to take advantage of it.
The dunes can be utilized very well, provided you've got your players positioned properly, right? Now, one of those little mistakes the players do is they kind of stay in the center of the dunes. That is where the grenades will come in. As Humanite spotting a player out in the far of fray, I'm starting to wonder who might that one be. Maybe the players of FS, but decides to go up against it, does not want to waste a lot of ammunition. And now he spotted out the players of TSM. But this is something that, you know, I was getting a little worried about. The kind of an open space that he's playing from, if he gets shot from elsewhere, he gets knocked out. Now that opens up, you know, a little bit of a chink in their armor, which could be capitalized by the other teams. And look at Team Enigma Forever. Every invited team over here is now understanding the gravity of the situation, understanding the fact that the teams that were trying to play around the edges did not clearly work out. So a little bit of a learning lesson for them. You know, they've got that huge data to work around with, a lot of statistics to play around. And this is where it gets a little bit easier, especially for the likes of Oves, who's been one of the most prominent, biggest names in terms of the best IGLs in the country right now. So let's see Team Enigma Forever, you know, how are they going to perform? But this is the shift that we were talking about, Arca, right? That one radical shift. And look at that cluster, the splash of colors on towards that western periphery.
Absolutely. Now, at the same time, we did speak about the abandoned places on the side of Lipovka where nobody chose to go. And this time, they're going to be regretting that decision in case they had it in their mind. With all these teams trying to make it inside the circle, now we have to see how things are going to turn around for the invited teams, as now they'll be fighting out new teams in a frontal battle to understand where they stand when it comes to a head-on battle. But at the same time, you did ask me whether TSM will be learning from the mistakes of the other invited teams yesterday. And the question has been answered by you itself. As we can see, most of these teams are choosing to prioritize zone first, and Cells at this point of time has a very, very good cover for themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, just before this, the eastern side was completely vacant, and it's now filled with so many of these teams already coming in. And now Cells, this is an even better position, right? You've got that little bit of a high ground to play around with. You've got a triple story building to work around with. Nobody can push you just head on directly, which is one of those few fallacies I could figure out. But between trying to do that, Team Enigma Forever's always has been picked off by Team Solitude, and it's going to be Naru who gets the better out of him. And now Hyderabad Hydras, as a matter of fact, have one of their IGLs picked off. It's Ace Black who's been taken down, and the onus sort of comes down to Carry and Maxi to try and get their leader back alive, which I barely think is going to happen.
Obviously, FSC Sports with the hard cover, they have the eastern side of the map itself is kind of like an open ground where you do not have much of high grounds to work around with. Just a little bit here and there, but that also has blind spots because of the, you know, hard cover which holds. Hyderabad Hydras at this point of time going in for a split gameplay, kind of suffering as they have lost one of the players. Look at how Caddy is probably in a vulnerable spot where Ninja God knows his exact location, will be waiting to capitalize on it. I know it's going to be easy for them, and clever things to do is to remove the tires of the vehicle so that it slows the person down, and also gives them a chance to, you know, take him down in that rotation itself. Now Caddy is going to go in for a peek, does some damage, does the right thing, and right now Ninja is just going to fall back for a few seconds where he can take a rotation immediately, which he does, and regroups with this team.
You know, I love the way these teams are flirting with each other, right? Especially with those little peaks, you know, trying to save the vehicle, then peek back and, you know, dish some damage and then get your vehicle back into safety. What ideally I would like for Hyderabad Hydras is now start to regroup together, because the position Carry was holding onto that little compound could have been isolated and could have been pushed from the frontal side where his teammates, Maxi and Striker, could not have provided cover fire if there was an ambush on them. But for now, it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate over there, both of them gazing at each other, no monkey business. It's just about, you know, watching each other out, wait for the next circle shift, and then accordingly take certain measures to get inside the zone. As there you have it, right? A little bit towards the eastern side again. As Burnex officials, I love how they're holding the epicenter of the circle. And Team Enigma Forever, look at it. Anuj 2OP, the new player coming in, he's got a really good position to hold on to. And now this is where maybe teams like Mr. Fish or teams Russians will attack at their direction. Aquinox trying to go with the spray, but does not quite succeed. And now eventually they would also want to move in 400 meters inside the circle.
Yes, they have just 30 seconds to do it, and they need to prioritize that, as Mystic at this point of time concentrating on just one man. That's going to be Anuj, who has a lot to prove himself, as this is the first time he'll be trying to play this out. A good grenade comes in from his side. The talent is working out in the pressure, but ultimately has to yield to it as he gets burnt off and gives an opportunity. I think he has taken a finish for himself, and that's through that molly, but ultimately he has given up his life BGMI taking one person with him. Mystics at this point of time looking a little vulnerable, and ACBC are probably looking to capitalize, have come a little more closer. They're behind a hard cover for now. They're going to be happy with that, but they need to realize this, that Mystics as officials location can be the next place of a lot of conflict.
You know, Anuj has done some serious damage, right? Has taken down Sparta Chart, one of the primary players of Mr. Officials. Now, this is going to be a huge dent for Mr. Officials as ACBC. We know how good this team is in the maps of Miramar, and certainly have also proved their supremacy in Erangel as well. Evil Sky, the player in front of our cameras, is definitely one of those players to watch out for. Now, they do not have the best of the compounds, but they can certainly make the best out of the situation. Ideally, I would love to see them trying to immobilize a few vehicles, but as we can see, DSM, they are trying to push at the players of Hyderabad Hydras, with players already taken down. Equinox taking some heavy damages. Maxi AOP comes out of cover, trying to get some damage done, but Shadow getting picked off from elsewhere. It's going to be Striker doing all the damage.
Absolutely, there's one last man who has a lot of job to do on his shoulder. He's joined with Jod at this point of time. I do understand that's a good thing, but ultimately Maxi has got a very good time, very good chance to capitalize on it. He does capitalize, put a player down, but Ninja Jod is going to immediately retaliate as another person from HH gets taken down. Carry has a lot of job to do, finds the last man, and that's TSM, one of the strongest teams, getting down with 0 finish points and almost 0 placement points for themselves.
Hyderabad OP, how have they done it? I have no idea. Because considering the way TSM pushed, that was absolutely not necessary. It was as if they were being compelled to try and find a compound, try and fight for that objective. And without getting any knocks, they wanted to push in, already started losing out on one of those players. It was a very hasty commit as Endless find themselves in a very critical situation against the players of the rushes as Karan from the backlines trying to provide cover fire. It's pandemonium everywhere around the lobby. Everyone just going after each other as ACBC all the time inside the battle, and so do the players of Burnix Officials.
Absolutely. Now Chicken Rushers have one last man standing. In case he gets taken down, that'll be the next team to hit the ground. ACBC are going to eliminate the side of Chicken Rushers with just 3 finishes, and this was expected, right? When you come to the center of the map with so many people alive, and then you try to challenge a team which is fighting for a small compound or a small hut, then that is where, you know, it's going to be hard for them. Now Burnix Official are just holding to that ground. As you said, as you mentioned before, they're at the right center of the circle itself, and they're going to be rewarded as they're the only team having a hard cover. Let's see how well they can capitalize on it, as the rest of the teams would want to come into that hard cover as quickly as possible.
You know, I love it. I love what Cells Enigma Galaxy have done, right? Just playing around the edges, just anticipating yet another hardship, and now they are going to be the ones who get inside the circle, get a good cover to themselves. I'm pretty sure with 4-man strong, they have those vehicles, everything tip-top for them, as now Mr. Officials, they make their way inside the zone, being shot out from every possible direction. This is what ACBC were waiting for. But a little bit of a replay of TSM tried to push in, as Striker dishing all that damage from up above. You've got Carry also coming in from that sidelines, and Maxi making all those beautiful plays out here. Ninja went in to try and get a finish, but that was the right cue for Carry to come in, provide that quintessential cover fire and save his teammates, saving Hyderabad Hydras from the cusps of death. But now you've got ACBC doing all the damage. They know they've got to get inside the zone. They're going to let these teams pass by, and when they find their cue, they are going to start moving in.
Absolutely, a frontal battle starts off. It's going to be TS versus the side of Kinetic, where they're looking a bit more stronger. They've already put down 2 players. Kinetic Pet needs to be revived as well. It's not going to stop Onyx from pushing and finishing things off, as Kinetic dominates another fight over here. Gets 5 finishes for themselves. It was one good squad wipe coming in, and before this they capitalized on one, you know, quick rotation finish, and they're going to be pretty confident, right? 5 finishes already in your name, and you are going to be placing yourself in a very safe spot when it comes to the circle, but that is not going to be the case, as Team R Esports have a vague idea of where this team is moving next.
You know, one good thing is that they had ample time to get inside the circle, get that revive, as well as Humanoid getting the better out of Vixky, has a knock on towards him, as MJ is caught right out in the open with his pants down, Cells dishing some heavy damage, and R Esports, they want to capitalize on this situation. Humanoid is peppering down those bullets with all those taps from his mini 14, as MJ, well, he's gonna meet his makers, and there you go.
It's gonna be Humanoid doing his best at this point of time. I think there's another team which just grazed off, and that's gonna be Nigma Galaxy getting down in the 8th position with 0 finishes for themselves. And RE Sports coming in from the other side and taking away all the hard work done by one team. Now Hyderabad Hydras are still alive, right? Now Carry's down on his knees. He has to make sure that he reaches his teammates to get revived. ACBC on the other side have also got taken down. FSC Sports try to be a little greedy, comes out in the open, pays the price for it. Team RE Sports, look at the kind of skirmishes we're able to witness. This war is turning out to be more hectic than we thought it was going to be.
Oh, indeed it is. You know, we had a rather slow start. Eventually, it was inevitable to happen. You know, such anarchy inside the lobby over here. RE Sports right beside Kinetic. They have that smoky trail going after themselves, having that emergency cover to hide in. But now, Canary still trying to fire the shots, try and get a few knocks over here. Both of them were in good cover, but Canary trying to get a little bit of a more vantage point. Eventually has to pay the price for it.
Absolutely, RE Sports have got the control of the zone. They hold the corner where nobody's going to backstab them, right? So it's almost like controlling the zone itself, as Burnex official will have to come out of that hard cover which they're holding, be a little uncomfortable after this, and we have to see whether they'll be able to capitalize against the side of Kinetic. I know that Kinetics are counting the time, as very soon Burnex has to jump out of the cover they're holding and try to do the best of what they can in the open fields itself. They've got 3 finishes, even though they were holding a very good compound until now. They've done the damage against the side of Kinetic and HS, so both of them know exactly where Burnex official is right now. So in case Burnex official do not watch their back as they come out of this hard compound, they're going to be fired in 2 different places, and we have to see how they're going to balance that out.
Now, Burnex officials, they haven't really moved much, right? The circle has been favoring them as Device is taking it up to the rooftop over here. It would want to be an hindrance for the players of Hyderabad Hydras, as Canary has been revived back, still has 3 players to work around it, as Leo trying to jump in, trying to get out someone as Hero is going to be hammering down all the bullets at those players of Team Cells. You've got one of them on pretty low HP. He needs to somehow patch himself up, as Ronak has to provide a cover fire from the backline. But for Rockstar, he's continuing his barrage of all those bullets at the players of Team Cells, trying to blow their vehicles, trying to get as much as they can get out of this situation.
Absolutely. Now Hyderabad Hydras are choosing to go for a rotation, and slowly, inch by inch, they're making it inside the circle, taking every bout here and there, making sure they're still standing strong no matter how many bullets are being fired in towards them. RE is going to be the blessing in disguise for the side, as Kinetic versus RE kicks off somewhere else, taking the attention of one other team, as they could have had a chance of taking down the side of HH. Now HH has to realize that they have to make it right to the dead center, probably near those drop, where they can actually capitalize on the circle and have control over it, because that's the only hard cover they have to stay. But for now, FF with 47 ST left out, it's going to be hard for them as their numbers are dwindling.
Ronak, the spot has already been taken out by the players of Sports, as Jadu is going to continue doing his magic across through all that smoke, try and pepper down those bullets, try and get some substantial damage done. Hasn't quite succeeded, but the question remains, can Hyderabad Hydras make it inside the zone safe and sound, already having lost out on Striker, where the mental comes down towards Carry and Maxi, who have to somehow secure few more position points for their team, but that's going to stop over here as Maxi and Carry just get blown off with that grenade coming in from Millen, from Burnex officials, again capitalizing on that little high ground advantage they had. Now they have their attention diverted towards Team Kinetic.
Absolutely. Now this 4-way battle is turning out to be more hectic for the side of Team RE Sports, as they have to make it inside the circle. They have a ridge in front of them which they can, kind of put it to their advantage and try to take down as many finishes as possible, clear off one side of the map and then put up smokes to the other side and somehow make it to the center. But Kinetic are still holding back. They have not used much of their throwables, so they have a lot in which they can start dishing out towards the side of RE Sports and dominate, as Onyx at this point of time is going to be pretty much vulnerable, running out in the open, as Canary knows exactly the locations of Kinetics, as they've started to push in and make sure that they take this frontal battle away. The throwables have started to come out, as a very good grenade comes in from the side of Canary, strikes the fear inside the opponent's heart, but it's not going to stop Roaster, as he's going to be going in for another push against the side of Kinetic. Bet who's going to be hitting the ground first is going to be the team which will be having a very, very bad time from here on, as 2 finishes goes into his side.
Yeah, indeed they do, and Kinetic, I've got to give it to the kind of a push that they have had so far. Bio doing all that magic over there, and will of course have no trouble in getting KU back up, but Burnex officials They've been hiding inside the smoke. The grenade comes in from Humanoid, doing some substantial amount of damage as he's going to step over the rock, trying to spray through those grasses, but not really connecting at anybody at all, as Burnix officials finally decide to walk through the device, getting spotted off by Humanoid. Beautiful spray comes in, and there you go. Knocks keep on coming as Robert will also get annihilated as Burnix officials are out of the server.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know how Cells are trying to do this, how Cells have deciphered the whole situation. They have been taking the fight towards any team which is coming in front of them. But for me, the favorites on this game is going to be the side of Kinetic. The corner they were holding, they just held on until it was time for them to strike. At this point of time, we were able to see all 4 men exactly know the location of Cells. And it's just 2 men, right? It's a 2v4 situation. They shouldn't do anything wrong. They have to prioritize on spreading around, getting the maximum of real estate. Wait for the side of Seltos to make a mistake, and look at this. God is already started to remove the vehicles out of the equation so that it becomes easier for them as the rotation comes in from the side of Cells.
An invited team against a team that has qualified their way. They've been tested by fire. They have used the metal, but this is so important for them. The first game, Chicken Dinner, Kinetic Esports. Well, they are starting to feel it. They already have sniffed it, and all they've got to do is get 2 players down. It's going to be Humanoid and Artemis. Now, the initial game plan for Cells was trying to hold around the corners and wait for the circle shifts and then make those actions, which they have done amazingly well. But Kinetic, they still have those numbers. Kinetic KU coming out of covers. They can afford to take those risky moves. As there you go, it pays off as Kobe must be proud. The grenade going in. Humanoid also has his position compromised as Bayo now knows exactly what's going to happen. Eventually he want to give his way or his life to the circle, but does not happen as that, as Team Cells will bow out as Team Kinetic get the first Chicken Dinner.
Absolutely. No, I was almost up on my feet as you were. You know, the final moments where it was a 2v4, I really felt that, you know, it would have gone in the favor of the side of Cells because there were 2 men standing and suddenly there was a zone shift which came in towards the side of Kinetic, and that confidence boost is what they were waiting for. From the get-go itself, it was Kinetic prioritizing the zone, holding one corner of the zone, which was actually favoring them. They were blessed with it properly, and somehow they were able to dominate. And the teams they took down over the course of time, that was also commendable, right? Especially the final push, you know, which came in against the side of Team RE, where the throwables, just one throwable did the job for them, and it was all frontal battle which took them over the line.
The tipping point was the final 2 fights that we had, right?
Yep.
Kinetic eliminating the players of our esports and Cells going after Burnix officials, right?
Yep.
Till then, we were kind of wondering that maybe our esports and the players of Burnix officials, they had the numbers, they could have done better, and that is where Kinetic sort of realized that this is the point where we have to make the move, and that is where Bio just went in like a madman, getting 2 of those players, wiping out the squad, and then took control over the circle. But it was a fairly slow start inside the game, right? All the teams were trying to focus on their rotations, like teams like TSM, despite the fact that they had to go towards the western side, tried to get in pretty early. They had their players secured in sound, they had few compounds, but once we had that little radical shift, they decided to take a fight against Hyderabad Hydras, which I believe was not the right decision to make.
Absolutely, you know, Kinetic, this was the first finish which they could rake up as they were pushing in against the team and made sure they had to make them suffer. But Anuj on the other side, you know, the way he was able to connect at least one and clear that person off before he got taken down was also really good. Look at that, a grenade connects perfectly. Then he wanted to heal himself up, but he was burnt too much. But TSM's take off from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. They welcomed them with a very good grenade. Then there was a follow-up grenade. The people inside exactly knew where to strike. It was, you know, 2 good pushes coming in from the side of Hyderabad Hydras who put an end for the side of TSM.
You know what I really liked was about Hyderabad Hydras, how they controlled the situation. It was a 3v4 situation, but TSM, they had to come in from the outside. They had no mercy because had they been outside for a little bit longer, they would have been shot from elsewhere. So they were limited with their options and had to barge in inside the compound, where, you know, players of Hyderabad Hydras, they had those MG3s to work around with, and that is where I really felt that they did a pretty decent job. And despite, you know, Hyderabad Hydras being in the midst of so much action, they really prevailed supreme, man. Considering losing out on your IGL from the very start, playing with just 3 players, wiping out DSM, that's a huge feat in itself. And that is not even their best map, you know. Of course, you're gonna witness those chicken dinners coming out from them them in the map of Miramar. But again, these circle shifts, this is where I really felt that, Cells was holding out for too long. They had the perfect cover, they had few compounds even inside the zone, and once they had to go out in the open. Nigma Galaxy, as a matter of fact, also was one of those teams that was somewhere lingering around the edges, but they decided to take the center, found that rocky cover, but then they realized they were completely, messed up because they were right at the center of the circle and every team was firing at their direction.
Absolutely. Now, at the same time, on the other side, this was the moment where Team Kinetic started to, take things in their hand. The push which came in from their side. Hyderabad Hydras on the other side were also dishing a lot of damage to the teams of FS. And successfully, we saw the team R Esports kind of, supporting them and trying to take down the side of Cells. But FS Esports, since they couldn't prioritize the zone first, they had to get erased off with one good grenade coming in from the other side. Team Kinetic on the other side, they waited, right? This was the first knock which they could register. Hyderabad Hydras, I thought that, they would have survived this until a good grenade came into the face yet again. It was the grenade which made, which kind of was responsible for all the final finishes of the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, I really like that decision from Burnix officials because they were one of the favorites to win this game, considering how long they had the better of the circle up until that last southeastern shift where they had to get it, and now they had to also get inside the zone. They were hearing a lot of commotion being created by the players of Hyderabad Hydras and had to work upon it. And this is where I really like, those fast reflexes coming out of Humanoid trying to get those finish on Burnix officials when the time was right. When the wind was hot, they did strike. But after that, somewhere, Team Cells had made peace with themselves. They did not have some concrete cover, just those thin trees to defend them. And that is where Kinetic Esports did a really good job of just spreading around across the map, right? Pushing in from all possible 4 directions, getting that one grenade knock. That was so quintessential. The last player surviving could just do as much as he could because that was all about it, right? A second position finish with decent amount of finish points to your name. Team Cells and Team Kinetic are both off to a blistering start.
Absolutely. Now, at the same time, the fight which I loved the most was when Cells took on the side of Burnex official, right? We'll speak more about that, but let's first look at the side of iQOO, where we are able to see that, iQOO mobiles have something for you to say. Please go ahead and enjoy this promo.
iQOO. Experience tranquility.
Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 finishes निकालते हुए but Goblin, are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Oh, this iQOO Neo 6, this beauty. I mean, we are not going to just end up, right? We know so less about this device, but still we love it the most. And just imagine what's going to happen to us once we get to know more specs about this mobile itself.
I've been, again, playing a lot of BGMI in this part as well. And has been a very good experience, I must say, right? For the 4 or 5 hours that I played, I still had a lot of juice remaining. And the best part, I just had to charge it for like around 12 minutes, and I was back to 50% charge, man. And I was like, I'm gonna really test it out. And I am not gonna be kidding you, in 30 minutes. Exactly in 30 minutes, I got my phone back to 100%. That is how, good this 80 watts of flash charge is. But, this circle again was out of the world. One of those uncommon circles that we've witnessed. But now let's take a look at the point standings to find out how these teams have fared off.
It's going to be Kinetic on the top with 12 finish points, which they've gained 27 total points for themselves. Right behind them is going to be Team Cells coming in with 17. And it's going to be R Esports in the third coming in with 16 as well, right? So this is where all those teams have to get a wake-up call. So we did have a lot of hopes for the side of Hyderabad Hydras. They've somehow lived up to it with the 5th position, 13 points. Burnex again stepping up to show that why they are one of the, watch-out teams at this point of time. 13 total points for them. The rest of the teams, not much surprised with the performance, but really shocked to see TSM in the second half.
I mean, again, we're just going to be hoping, and the TSM fans are going to be hoping that they sort of have a kind of an outing like Team EXO did, right? They messed up in the first game and eventually recovered in Miramar. And there you have at the very bottom, TSM, a name that we're sort of acquainted to see on top. But Mr. Facial, 3 points. Chicken Rushes, 4 points. Was expecting a little bit more from Team Enigma forever, though. However, Anuj did whatever he could, right? With that one grenade, denying Mr. Facials the pleasures of having Sparta Jord in those final few circles. One of their primary assaulters, and dealing some heavy blows over there. And even for the likes of Enigma Galaxy, right? For a point we were talking about them, they were looking so good around the edges, steering off from the battles. And the moment they decided to take the circle, they were just bombarded with so many of those utility being deployed at their direction, so much of those shots being fired, they just could not deal with it.
Now look at the bottoms. We have Enigma forever, and there was one finish taken up by the young lad itself, and that's the only point which they can rake up. Enigma Galaxy is also going to be there with just 1 point. Something which I was not looking out for in the first game itself, but let's see who's going to be the iQOO MVP. It's going to be Kinetic BEO with 6 finishes. We saw the way he was rushing in, right? You did say that he was the beast unleashed in the final moments against the side of Team R. He just pushed in 1200 damage, not only with that fight, with every other fight which he was taking. He was dishing as much damage as possible, as he's got a survival of 26.22. That's the highest from a team, obviously gaining that winner chicken dinner.
Oh, of course it is, right? It kind of went down to those final circles. As we take a look at the top 5 players over here, Striker from Hyderabad Hydras dishing out so much of that damage, taking 2 players out of the teams of TSM. And then we've got Humanoid, another player that was really good, especially in that one fight against Burnex Officials, taking down 2 players. And then we have K47 from Team FS Esports and Jadu from R Esports. Now, when we were talking about Canary, you've got other players coming in. Jadu, we were seeing him, rattling down so many of those bullets inside those smokes. Had that perfect cover to play around with, and was a little bit unlucky in that fight against Kinetic Esports. And or you can just say that Kinetic were better in dealing with that situation.
Absolutely. Now, one other team which we were speaking about, right, with Cells versus Burnex Official. I really like the way one player just went in, taunted them out, and just fell back, not allowing them to prioritize the zone, rather taking this fight wantedly when they pushed in, and they did capitalize on it perfectly. And I love the way the final finish also came in. They knew that, take that small rock advantage, climb on top of it, make sure that you get that finish, and then concentrate on the other side. And that is how you want to take a fight, right? Finish off the one side of the map itself so that you can concentrate on the other. Divided attention is the least thing you want.
That was a perfect example of a bait and switch play, right?
Yeah.
Have one of them just trying to flirt around a little bit, hey, I'm here, you can come and touch me. And that was the moment when you kind of try to make those advances, and there you have, the damsel's brother waiting out, looking like this. Hey, where you going at? And that is where, we had Humanoid coming into the picture. But right now, of course, it was the storyline of Erangel as we head into match number 2. It's going to be Miramar. I'm going to be a little bit off the desk, as we do have Salty coming in and to display all his magic.
Oh, Salty, the first game. You had a talk with me previously asking what if TSM is going to be challenged to their fullest, and they might not make it. It looks like, TSM in the first game, consider only the first game, they're not doing the best of what they usually do, right? And I don't know. I have to say this, that, you know, it might bring a smile on your face to say this. You were watching from the sidelines that they went down with just 0 points, and as you expected, experienced teams are kind of failing, right?
Wait a second, Arka. You're making me the villain over here. What is all about smile on my face when TSM goes on? All the fans are going to be like, yo, Salty, are you against our team?
No, that's not the way to look at it, right? When you're trying to predict something like the experienced teams might not be ready for it, and TSM is one of those teams which we least expected to perform like that from the first game itself, right?
Yeah.
We did categorize them on teams like, you know, Global or probably the side of OR will start to dominate from the get-go, and they are the first team to go out. Obviously, that puts a small cringe on our face.
Of course, right? It obviously does. But I mean, knowing these guys, you know, you've got to understand that these lads are very young, they're hungry, and their potential to make a comeback in the upcoming games, it's enormous, right? One bad game, you've got to give it to the boys of Hyderabad, the Hydras, because the way they stopped TSM dead on their tracks also displays the amount of firepower Team HH is having in their arsenal. Now, Team TSM is not the kind of team who gets taken down pretty easily. When you are stopping a push from TSM, you have to be very, very capable. For sure, first match did not really go their way, but we have a lot of games to come, ladies and gentlemen, as we are preparing for 5 more matches to come. But of course, we still don't know who are going to qualify first. Good game. A lot of these underdogs have sort of made a name for themselves. But of course, this device that I have in my hand, the iQOO Neo 6, when it's going to get launched, it will make a name for itself as well.
iQOO.
The iQOO Neo 6, what a device, Arca. Just look at it. Like, first of all, I love the color scheme, right? I love this gradient, sort of a reflective thingy that is happening. I'm not really sure, ladies and gentlemen, if you can see it, but of course, this is an Amazon special. So when this phone does launch, you will find it only on Amazon.in. But for now, though, you guys who are at home, just can go to Amazon and type in iQOO Neo 6. There are some fun games. I was trying them when I was on the sidelines, you know, the spin the wheel and all that stuff. If you do them, and if you are lucky, you get prizes worth rupees 2 lakh rupees. But Arka, coming back to the day, few teams, not the ideal start for them. TSM, Enigma Galaxy, as well as Team Enigma Forever. Do you think they'll make a comeback?
Obviously, they have to make a comeback, and that is what's going to be in their mind, right? So this is a must-win game for us, and all these teams will be looking forward for it. As we have explained this before, on an average of 10 is what you'll need in every single game. So the first game doesn't go in your favor. The second game has to be the game where you capitalize on and at least get 15. So that in the map of Sanhok, we are seeing it's a game changer, right? The middle bracket suddenly starts to perform. But we are able to understand this, that, you know, once they wake up from the middle bracket and then perform better in the map of Sanhok, from there on the graph has to go up. One map it falls down, it's going to be bad. So you do not want to place yourself in that situation. So better wake up in the map of Miramar, perform much better, as it's going to be TSM and the other two, Enigma Galaxy. I don't know how to put this, but they have to unleash the beast within themselves and perform the best of what they can.
Absolutely, especially for TSM as well, right? They have got 4 beasts in their lineup, namely Ninja. I mean, we're just all waiting for Ninja to unleash himself, right? It was sort of his platform. People are talking about it being the Ninja era right now. Initially, all of this fame used to belong to Jonathan from Godlike. Initially, he was also in Team TSM. But again, individual players aside, this is sort of very important right now. We have seen in the recent days of Group 4 that the general margin for qualification lies around the 40 to 50 marker, right? So our concept of having 10 points per game is also a little eased out, as you can manage 8 points per game and you would be good. If you are not consistent though, 2 good games, you might actually see through. 3 good games, you are confirmed to have a boarding pass to BMPS. As we have a look at the map, Arka, Miramar is where the action is going to happen. And I'm pretty sure Hyderabad, the Hydras, they're just holding their horses because they know this is their home turf.
I just hope that, you know, they do make it that way, make sure that it's their home turf at this point of time. There are several other teams who perform exceptionally well when it comes to the map of Miramar, right? We know that the team Solitude, they play really well. ACBC also very well known, you know, coming in and taking that high grounds, especially Evil Sky. He always prioritizes to go be that off angle for the team where he has that blind spot towards the opponents in the high ground, use that mini 14 with an 8x and rake up as many finishes as possible. So it's going to be a little bit of a hard time for Nigma Galaxy or even the side of Enigma as well as the side of TSM to kind of avoid the rotation clashes with these squads. Because obviously they're an open book. The experienced teams are pretty much an open book. Everybody knows their strategy. Everybody knows where their rotation is going to be. So just in case somebody finds them in the crosses, they immediately want to pick up those finishes as well.
Exactly right, and this is where the concept comes in. How do you kind of approach the round 4 of iQOO BMOC? You kind of figure out a different strategy, maybe to play this one-day tournament, one-day qualification, because it's very difficult to actually play 6 games and make your qualification a very solidified issue. But ladies and gentlemen, the plane goes up to the sky yet again as we take off on the map of Miramar, on the lands of desert. The second match of the day of Group 4, the final day where we are looking for the final 6 players, or the final 6 teams, pardon me for that, who are going to board the flight of the BMPS. The flight path starts off from the right-hand side of Impala towards La Cabrera.
A northern flight, right? So there's going to be a lot of teams who would want to come down towards the side of Chumasera, Ladralera, because that is where the zones have started to form up towards the western side, the southern western side a little, but still my want is not fulfilled for a circle to be forming in towards the side of Prison, where everybody will have to travel to the southern side and take a fight amongst those dunes in those rocky areas. My dreams.
For sure, I hope that before the end of this tournament, your dreams will be fulfilled. But for now, though, have a look at this, right? Most of the players, they are up in the skies. They're not birds, ladies and gentlemen. They're all players on their parachutes, trying to go the desired drop location. But all I'm eager to see is where the first circle forms, right? That is going to dictate the pace of the game. Now, one team that really comes to my mind when I speak of the circle itself is going to be Burnex. I loved the way every single time when the circle formed on Erangel, they were holding that central ground, and those early rotations that they make really help them elevate their position inside at least the top 5 or the top 8. And I'm looking forward to kind of a similar strategy as Circle forms towards San Martin. Well, your dream, Sarka, is crushed yet again.
Absolutely, and that's why the disappointment coming in from my voice, from my face, because how many times have we seen the northeastern circle coming in, and very few teams have actually gone to the complete northern side, towards the side of Campo, and try to capitalize on all those farming you can get over there, and then come and slow into the circle, trying to make sure that they hold to the right center because of all the right farming they'll be able to do as they come in from the side of Bronco as well. It's going to be Hyderabad Hydras who are trying to do the same thing, which I've been speaking about, but nobody is there to go outside the circle apart from a few, right? We're able to see that TEF, they are the only team which have gone to the complete northwestern side towards the side of Ruins. Good to see that. A late rotation coming from the northern side can actually help them out a bit.
Might just be right. Now, it's very difficult to understand what is the strategy that Team Enigma Forever take right now. They've got extremely experienced players like Oasis and others. Maxkas also there in the lineup, who has had so much success in past tournaments in a different title. It's very difficult to understand what is not really working out for Team Enigma Forever, but for sure, the fact that they are in Ruins right now, a very large rotation or a very long rotation is required from their side so far. As we have a look at Team Kinetic, and I love the way they dominated the final circle, right? They were not aggressive. They were holding that little ridge that there was throughout the iteration of the circle itself, from the 6th iteration to the 8th iteration, and they kind of dominated the entire fight. Before that, though, before the final circle happened, they did not really have a lot of finishes, but as soon as the final circle clicked in, the numbers started raking up for these sides. And of course, they will be looking to carry forward that momentum. Burnix official, another team that I'm really looking forward to. I want to see how they rotate, right? They are currently in Picardo right now. They've got the presence of cells pretty close by, but I'm pretty sure the way Burnix play, they're going to try and go for the central compounds pretty early on. Of course, towards the region of Del Patron, maybe San Martin as well.
I don't know how that's going to be the case for the side of Burnix official comparing to how they played the previous game, right? Yes, they did choose to go to the right dead center initially, and they had to pay a little bit of a price, obviously, because of so many bullets being shot towards them. And due to that pressure, you know, that is when they got capitalized from the side of Cells, if I'm not wrong. So this time they do not want to do it. They have a decent circle control, so they'll be trying to hold on to this position until the next circle comes in, and that is when they're going to, you know, quickly tie their boots and just make sure that they go to another corner where after that the circle might come into the center. So the prediction of the third and the fourth circle is going to be crucial for most of these teams in the map of Los Leones. But look at the other teams. ACBC coming in from the side of Porto, then Opt official coming in, Opt Falcons coming in from the side of from the central side of Los Leones, or southern central side of Los Leones. Now we have to watch out. The reason why I pointed out these two teams is as they make it inside the circle, there could be some gatekeeping, right? We saw Burnix official, Cells, we have the side of CR, we have the side of EE. All of them are trying to hold the hard compounds over there. So it's going to be a bit hard for them to make it inside.
Of course, but let's just not forget about the Picasso of Miramar itself, Hyderabad Hiders. Everyone who loves every one of these Southern Circuit teams, they just love this map, right? And so far, so forth. I love the fact that they've got themselves the Campo Militar region. They can instantly find themselves towards Cruz de Val and find that central part of the circle itself. I'm not really sure if Hyderabad Hydras would love to do that as of yet. We'll have to see if they prefer that edge of the circle, which they did in Erangel as well. In spite of it being their stronger map, it's very wise to not make those hasty decisions and not go for the central parts just of the get-go itself, because they're good in holding their compounds. We saw how good they were in holding that compound against TSM and just completely shut them down instantly.
Yeah, it was a 3v4 fight, and taking a 3v4 fight against a team like TSM, they need to get, you know, that spotlight which they couldn't deserve for a brief period of time. But TSM at this point of time choosing to go to the right dead center, making sure that, you know, they don't do the same mistake of rushing in towards a hard compound where a grenade is going to be readily cooked for them so that it get exploded in it. It's good to see that they're learning from their mistakes. Yes, as we had already discussed before, right? Spoke this with also with Fixes, and I did tell that, you know, most of these experienced teams, invited teams who have come in, suddenly have started to make sure they prioritize the zone rather than trying to play it out from the corners. And that's a very good thing to see, because previously, the previous 3 days, when we saw the opposite happen, they had to pay a heavy price.
Exactly right. Most of the teams have started to prioritize center of the circle. They were pretty successful, not just in terms of consistency, also on the number of finishes that they can rack up. And that is something which I really want to see from TSM right now. They've got this very, very high altitude region for themselves, quite vulnerable from every single direction, but I feel like the firepower that they have, they can instantly, pretty easily hold on to that location. It depends on who comes in contention, if other teams are going to challenge them out of that position. But so far, so forth, Team TSM look very comfortable, and that is good, right? You want these boys to feel a little comfortable, get those nerves under control, because of course we've seen how they perform in the third-party tournaments. In the recent LAN that happened, Ninja was the MVP. TSM just completely abominated the competition. And in spite of that first map debacle, I'm pretty sure that they know what their capability is. It's just about backing themselves and believing yourself.
Absolutely. Now, Endless is one of those squads which are, you know, which I have to watch out for, because with just 9 finishes, they made it into the next round, right? They had 35 placement points. That shows the kind of prediction, zone prediction they have in their favor. And they tend to, you know, always prioritize the zone, get the respect of the zone, and then try to get it under the favor. So it's going to be Endless, which is the team to watch out for when it comes to rotations and taking the early control. But on the other side, it's going to be TF coming in, and they're all kind of split out at this point of time. They're trying to make sure, you know, they reach to the center of the circle as quickly as possible, as they're still outside of it. They have a water treatment pretty much open for them as they're going to make it inside the circle.
Exactly, but I kind of feel like Team Enigma Forever, they don't really have any interest going towards center of the circle itself, especially how it has formed towards Hacienda del Patron. They wouldn't really be able to find their way in. Instead, they would rather move towards Torreja Munada, where maybe they can find those compounds to work with, get themselves some placement points to work with as well. Try and play from the edge of the circle, that is basically it. Of course, now you've seen seen Anuj very successful in the first game, got that final finish in dire situations, of course. But the rest of the players, this is where Daljit, Max, Kash, always very, very experienced players, such champions in their own right. Of course, winners of multiple titles in different games itself. They have to sort of come up and really show for themselves.
I think they can, you know, because the experience which actually comes in, it's something which we have to look out for. Because basically when it comes to pressure situation, let's not forget yesterday the way one team just qualified with just one man standing, and that is how experience can do. So let's see whether that's going to be the case yet again, where these experienced teams in the final moments can take those 5th, 6th position, because it's all about making it into the next round right now, and it's not about the championship. I do understand the pressure is pretty high with the underdogs teams taking the fight right into the face of the invited teams, but still, you know, they're capable of facing it out.
Yeah, of course, we saw the circle a little while. It shifted towards Del Petron as well as San Martin. Now, people in the first circle, a lot of them might just be feeling like, what is Sorty speaking? Circle is not even on that situation. But of course, have a look at this. The hard shift comes in, and most of the players, the teams, are starting to move towards that region itself. But so far, it's still silent times on the map of Miramar. We're still yet to witness the first shots fired as Endless. They start huddling up around this ridge itself. Not the best of positions, especially courtesy to the map feed that I have. I know the team ACDC, or rather ACBC, is quite close to them.
At this point of time, yet again, Kinetic have welcomed somebody into their crosshairs and made sure that they pay the price for it. It's going to be Team RC, already losing. Redemption Crew is one of those squads who performed really well in the previous round as well. You know, they are pretty much well known for the kind of offense they do take it when required. 20 finish points is what they're bought with comparison to 34 placement points, which was decent enough. So at this point of time, during rotations, going in for those hard compounds and where the experienced teams are holding it, and probably some of those teams who have also gained that confidence of taking the fight in a very similar manner to the previous round, like Team Kinetic, they need to watch out for where they choose to go next.
Because most of the teams still start rotating. It's all about those initial battles. As ACBC also try and give themselves the topographic advantage. Of course, you've got the hills on the western side, on the eastern side of the circle. Pardon me, my geography is pretty weak. I used to fail in that subject. Arka, I'm not really sure about you, but coming back to the game, ACBC have got a nice position to work with. Of course, they've got the company of OPT Rising Falcon, who is coming in from their left-hand side, I must say, from the side of Minas Generalis, Junkyard being the heart of the action so far. But we still haven't really witnessed a beautiful 4v4 fight. It's just those odd shots being fired, teams flirting against each other, but no real commitment. Where's the love story, Arka?
It seems like, you know, most of them have come to an understanding that the better we stay far away, the better it is going to be for our gameplay.
Sad endings, you know.
Yeah, it's not actually a sad endings. They still have feelings for one another, and that's why they're going to be showing it out later in the circles. But the southern western side of the map, Power Grid Picardo, the mountains of San Martin completely abandoned at this point of time. Something which I was least expecting, you know. If the zone does go in towards the side of San Martin, that is where most of these teams would want to go in and capitalize that first. But the team which is holding that high ground in the beginning itself, we have seen, right, in the map of Miramar, how crucial it is to have a high ground.
Yeah, it certainly is very, very crucial. But of course, have a look at this, right? Team TSM, again, pretty cautious of their surroundings. They know the teams are starting to huddle up, and they should be expecting that. I'm pretty sure Ninja is waiting for Team Cells. Look at the intensity on this player's eyes. Of course, Near's Graveyard, they've got company of Team Cells right now. We'll try and engage as soon as possible, but not yet, as the circle shifts very, very heavily. This is not usual, ladies and gentlemen, as Water Treatment as well as Enigma Forever find themselves in the center of the circle out of nowhere.
I mean, TF, Team Forever, you know, they came in from the right corner, and that's what I said. If you go to the complete eastern or the western side, you might walk into a circle which might be favoring you, and that is what Team Forever has witnessed right now. They're going to have a very good hard cover for themselves, and they're going to be really happy about it. But the southern eastern maps of the map itself, look at the number of teams who have to make it inside, and already with 2-3 teams already holding that position, that's going to be hard for them, as BMOC official have started to, you know, take this bout against the side of Enigma Galaxy. How well is that going to turn out for the side of BMOC is a very big question, because you're going to taunt them out as they make it inside the circle and make sure you give away your location. So they're going to be waiting for you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these guys, they will be waiting. Of course, they are a little inside the circle. They don't really have anything to worry about. They can try and go for their gatekeeping mission as long as possible as the gunshots is all I hear as the orchestra starts increasing its volume. One player certainly was knocked down, but no real difficulty in getting those players back up, as elsewhere it's Team TSM who has probably knocked down a player from Team R Esports.
Uh-oh. Let's see. It's going to be hard for them as well, right? So it's going to be Redemption Crew with Sense on the other side have come in a bit more closer towards the side of NGX. I was expecting Nigma Galaxy to actually go in for a faster rotation as they were getting tagged off by one team. But TSM on the other side against the side of Team RE. Jaddu right now is going to be cooking up a grenade. So is going to be the side of Rosta. It's going to be Shadow coming in from an off angle trying to, make sure he does the damage. He's going to be dished by someone far away. And that's a third party coming in. No, it's a person who's having an off angle and does the damage against the player. Now we have to see whether they'll be able to capitalize with 2 men down. I know TSM is pretty much strong in picking up most of their players, and Canary at this point of time is going to be cooking up a grenade, with a very offensive one, making sure it can take down 1 or 2 more players as Jaddu has come a bit more closer. We'll have more info about the teams as the push comes in from the right side, which let's see whether Blaze OP will be able to hold them up.
Stun nades coming in. Canary, of course, goes down. Ninja George starting to redeem himself. As you can see, the finish feed. This man is all up and running. Jaddu falls down with a lot of damage being dealt. And yet again, Team TSM. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. And another elimination on the 16th spot. And what just happened? But of course, we'll talk about it a little later as Mr. Official are up against Team ACBC as the action just does not seem to stop.
Oh, what a grenade coming in from the side of Mixed Official. I mean, that was an OP as it's going to be living up to its name. It's going to be the next player of ACBC in the cross as the grenade does go in. Does make him go away from that position, but it's going to be much more hard for the side of Mr. Officials as there's going to be a push coming in from the side of ACBC. The final bullet is going to be landing right into his head, and that's goodbye for another squad. And this is just the 4th circle, ladies and gentlemen, with so many teams trying to prioritize the zone and try to make sure that they get inside this as quickly as possible. Mist will be losing 2 players with 4 finishes for themselves.
Let's just witness the action once again, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very important. TSM, the talk of the town, the talk of the community, the team that everyone is watching out for. They just completely get extinguished. Jaddu, what a clutch in that situation. Can't really call it a clutch. It was a pretty low HP battle between these 2 giants. Of course, Jaddu just showing what magic he has under his arsenal. That cloth, of course, the cloak, giving him all the magic. He is, of course, the Sorcerer Supreme of the lobby right now.
In taking down TSM in the get-go itself, that's a different kind of a confident boost, right? Like, it's like you've taken the best of the best adrenaline for yourself, and it's going to boost you up and make sure you become the hooligans of the map itself. So let's see whether that's going to be the case, as Cells at this point of time are just opening up a smoke, a pre-cooked smoke. As soon as they stop somewhere, they're going to put it right in front of them to avoid any kind of, crosshairs to be placed in towards them. Kinetic on the other side, they've been holding this compound for a really long time, and they're going to be blessed with some more finishes as they're looking towards the side of Burnex. Nobody's going to come in from their backside, but obviously it's the center of the map. They need to watch out in that corner as well, as EL at this point of time, Endless, are taking a fight against the side of Hydras with 4 men standing. Few pixels is more than enough for them to start taking the fight against the side of Endless.
Oh yeah, of course, Hydras. Since we are making all these magical references, let's just talk about Hyderabad Hydras having the hold of the Dark Lord. It's all about Team Endless, and do they have the Book of Vishanti or not? Carry, of course, still trying to go after them. Smokes have been laid all across. As Endless are still trying to fight for survival with only 2 players up and running. It's not going to be easy, especially with all of these players of Hyderabad Hydras run around like a pack of wolves. And look at this, though. Rojo has been taken down, and the nades just does not seem to stop Arca.
Absolutely. Now Ashok has to capitalize on this. He's also cooking up a grenade to make sure it's going to be a defensive gameplay coming in from his side, and the push is not going to be inevitable. They need backup at this point of time. Exactly, they need backup at this point of time, and I really love what Ashok was doing over there, right? Because he knew that the projectile was not strong enough to reach the side of Hyderabad Hydras, but his concentration was just this, that he's going to restrict them from actually making it over that dunes. Now he's going to be the crosshair for a really long time, as nobody's coming in to taunt the side of Hyderabad Hydras as they made it inside the circle. But how long will he survive as he's the last man standing for the squad itself?
Exactly, his priorities will be different, right? Just to survive, his survival instincts will be up for grabs right now. The smoke trail, of course, still being laid upon is endless. What are they going to do, though, Ashok? For him, all that remains is try and battle the circle, maybe gain as many placement points as he possibly can, ladies and gentlemen, as the circle is about to shift yet again. Hashinder Delbitron is all where the action is happening. Hyderabad Hydras, they know they have one more victim that they can feast upon, and they are not going to let him live.
Absolutely. Now, Kinetic, this is the time where they're going to be challenged as they have to come out of their hard cover, try to take advantage of that high ground, and Burnex official is right behind their tail, and so is the side of Cells, Nigma official. All of these players are going to be rushing in to take control of that circle. TS on the other side have chosen the first team to make sure that they take control of one corner of the map itself, to make sure that they take as many finishes as possible, because this is the circle where you want to be in and get those finishes, as many teams will be trying to make it inside that.
Exactly, right? A lot of teams would love to take inside it, but we have another action brewing up. It's Team Solitude, and look at the way they invade the compound. No mercy being shown as chicken rushers are completely caught off guard. Of course, the first knock goes down. Is he going to manage a clutch? Not really, as backup comes arrive in time. The ambulance is also going to come in, but where's the rest of the pack? That is something which we have to find out. Chicken rushers, how many of them are still surviving as Team Nigma Galaxy? They're going up against Team Cells. Artemis is the only one who is alive, or rather, alright, Humanoid as well as Rocks were still alive. It's just play-by-play, ladies and gentlemen. You sometimes lose track of what's happening, but Burnex, to the talk of the town, these boys, they haven't really gone for the center of the circle, which does surprise me, Arka.
Absolutely. I really thought they'll be challenging the side of Kinetic. They knew that, they're a stronger team. They had been tagging them out, trying to put fire in the heart of Burnex, which has worked out for them. But now, as they make it inside the circle with no hard compound or whatsoever, they're going to be in the crosshairs of many teams. And FS have already started to see them as they're going to be coming over the ridge. It's going to be few moments where we can expect some shots being sprayed towards them. Look at that. They've come in front of Kinetic, leaving everything else as in the jaws of death is where they land themselves. It's going to be God and his teammate Onyx who's going to be throwing some grenades. There, one gets connected as FS is also going to be spraying in towards them. Kinetic God knows that the person has got taken down. He immediately rushes in for the finish rather than a fresh knock whatsoever. This shows the kind of maturity you need to have as Kinetic. 3 finishes already they've got, and one last man is going to be Enzo, if I'm not wrong, and it's going to be easier for him. No! 2 other, as it's going to be Device far away, who's also in the crosshairs of God. It's going to be hard for Burnex to survive this fight.
This is the bane of the late rotation, ladies and gentlemen. You just can't seem to survive, no matter how much you struggle, no matter how much you throw your limbs out in the air. None of it is going to work out. Of course, Device as well as Inso, both of them will still try and go for that leap of faith, try and go for the smoke trail itself, but nothing, absolutely nothing is going to work as he comes out of the cover itself. He just gets peppered and battered down with bullets as we prepare the recipe for a perfect end game right now. Team Kinetic once again dominating and taking huge strides to book their tickets to BMPS, and this is where the action rises. The circle, of course, out there in the open, as most of these teams, they don't really have any sort of cover to play with. But look at Zincho, he still survives, but God knows it, and that is one of the reasons why he wants to turn that floor into lava, Arca.
Yeah, absolutely. But Kinetic God, it thinks that, he might have pushed in towards the side of Rich, so he wants to eliminate all possibilities of them being there. But the TF, they come into the corner to hold the hardest compound. Yesterday, we saw a lot of fights break up in this corner. And at this point of time, Ryzen Falcon is the team which has taken advantage of all these things. Anuj has got a little bit of a cover. That's why he's kind of surviving at this point of time. But OS Boltek is the person to get taken out. Probably Daljit will be the next man down as Anuj OP knows the location of Zeno. He's going to be coming out in his comfort zone, taking that person down, giving an opportunity for the team to actually survive a bit more better. He's going to be picking up his teammate as well. Now, Anuj and Daljit, both of them being one of the strongest of the players, have a very, very good chance to strike against the side of Team Redemption Crew, as they have no clue that these 2 players are still alive.
It's just pandemonium left and right, ladies and gentlemen, as the cacophony of bullets is all I hear. Look at this! Look at this! 47 ST and 1 magazine is all that he needs. He completely clean sweeps the team inside the compound. What an invasion!
I mean, that was clear domination coming in from their side, and they're going to put up smokes, loot everything they've got, right? It was just one team just looted the whole map, bought in all those things and gave it to them for one good spray. It's going to be FS with that confidence boost with 6 finishes, the highest by any team in the lobby so far. They're going to be really happy. Burnex official, Zeno is still, alive at this point of time. He's still trying to make it inside the circle, gets caught up, and it's going to be Onyx who's be, spraying that and putting the final name in the coffin. Let's not forget to see the center of the map itself. It's going to be FS right now in the open. Kinetic have a vague idea of where the players are. Hitman in the crosshairs of Yonex. And I know that, they still have the control of the zone. They have a little bit of a dunes also to work out with.
Yeah.
Even though they go push in, they're not going to be tagged much until a grenade is going to be tossed in towards them.
Oh, for sure, Team Kinetic. They're just a reincarnation of the Grim Reaper at this point. They've also got the support of their Shinigami, the Death Note and everything. They just write the names of their opposition in a notebook, and everybody just falls as OPD Rising Falcon. Just still holding on to an open ground, but Redemption Crew is not going to allow it. The trajectory seems fine, but not a lot of damage being dealt over there. The second one might just be the lucky charm. Yes, it is!
Absolutely, and look at that grenade. It's just going to fall into their poaches and making sure that, it's bombardment everywhere. Goodbye for another squad. It's going to be Redemption Crew trying to dominate with just 2 men standing. Let's not forget that FS have 3 men standing, but Kinetic having man advantage. Not the first time we're seeing them dominate like this. This is the second time as Kinetic God is going to be starting to push up and making sure that he has control over the real estate of pretty much what is left out in the circle, the 7th circle or the 6th circle, which has already been formed over here.
Oh, for sure, right? The 3 teams who still survives. Every one of them really have a chance. Redemption Crew, the team who has sort of dominated the most with 9 finishes. But it seems like Kinetic, they've got the numbers advantage as everybody is fighting for survival. Shots being exchanged left, right, and center. And Redemption Crew, they've also have only 2 players surviving, right? It's only in their best interest. Just let the other 2 teams fight. FS as well as Kinetic. Of course, we'll draw a lot of attention towards them, courtesy to their manpower that they have right now.
Yep, it was Redemption Crew, they're playing it smart. They're playing it by their brains. But on the other side, look at this 47 is. Look at the spray coming in. Even though there was a player sitting on the TV itself, he had a very good opportunity, but he did not stop until he knew that, it was easy for him to wipe them out. He didn't have to scope or anything whatsoever. But this man is still alive at this point of time. Kinetic, one player gets taken down. Could this be the opening for the side of Team FS to actually rush in towards them? As we can see, Hitman is kind of leading it up front. He's trying to push in towards them. Grenades are also being tossed at this time. But Kinetic, we know how strong of a team they are. They still have God alive. They still have BEO, the man who was doing so much of a hard push coming in the previous game. They know that they have control over their real estate, so they're just going to hold out for the other 2 to fight out as Redemption Crew have started to lose patience.
Yeah, they certainly have, right? And I love what Team FS is doing right now, deploying smokes to deny lines of sight. I love this. In code of military conduct, ladies and gentlemen, fixity is a sign of deference and respect. And Team FS is doing exactly that. For sure, they're lobbing in those explosives, but it's all about finding the right time, as they still have hard cover to play around. All the 3 players surviving, smoking up the entire region. It's very important the Redemption Crew also start pressing forward at the right time. They don't really have some cover to work with, and Team Kinetic is just waiting for the opportunity to pounce upon.
As the circle forms in right to the dead center, not favoring anybody, it's going to be really hard for any of these teams to actually decide. The team which is going to wait it out is the team which is going to be rewarded with everything. And let's see whether that's going to be the case, as the Redemption Crew have view on Kinetic completely. Behind that, one drop, they're just holding, having patience. If they strike against the side of Kinetic, then it's going to be hard for them, as Toothless gets taken down from the side of FS. This is where Kinetic have got an opportunity to go behind this dunes. Throwables are still not going to be stopped from the side of Team FS, as they're going to be throwing in, nading, and making sure that they restrict the side of Kinetic to actually come in a bit more closer. Hitman on the other side, he's also going to be falling back, trying to come in from another corner, trying to hold the real estate itself. It's just 2 teams, a 3v3 situation. A frontal battle is all it takes, as KU has the machine gun. Let's see whether he'll be able to go brah.
Certainly might just be able to go bra, right? That is exactly what he has a weapon for. But look at the vantage point. Look at the third-party flank coming in. Explicit from the other side. But KU, he has been triumphed over there. Quite low on HP, of course. Explicit might just go down any moment. Kinetic, of course, they've got the range. Oh my God, these lads are second back-to-back chicken dinner for Team Kinetic. And what a recovery it was in death. 11 finishes to work with. There was no space given. FS were almost on that finishing blow. The knockout punch was inevitable. But what is Team Kinetic if they don't really change the reality?
The final player holding on to his nerve, completely boosted, completely healed, waiting for his moment to strike. And when ultimately there was a person pushing to him with 1 HP, I really thought he might be able to take that player down. But somewhere far away, FS had one good man standing, and all he had to do was spray at the exact position where he knew the opponent was coming in from. But a jiggle spray coming with a 6x converted to 3 and having control of exactly the dead center. Kinetic have proved themselves to be the watch out team right now. 26 points in this, and the previous game also they had a 20+ pointer. Almost cementing themselves into the top 6.
Yeah, that has been the trend, right? The only difference being Kinetic being an underdog team who has started to dominate today. The first 2 games, of course, we have seen this trend happen time and time again. The first 8 was Global Esports, second 8 was Seoul, third 8 was someone else, and now it's Team Kinetic, and I love to witness underdog teams in action. Team FS Esports as well in the vicinity with 22 points. What a way they've risen up to the occasion. Even Redemption Crew, just give it to these lads, man. The top 3, 19 points is what Redemption Crew have for themselves, and there is no invited team at the top. Even Hyderabad Hydras, whom we thought would be the Picasso of Miramar, haven't really painted a proper picture for us.
We did say it, right? Redemption Crew is going to be one of those teams to watch out for because they have done really well in the previous time. Team Kinetic had that team. Solitude was one of those squads which I said, you know, will be looking the strongest, and they lived up to our expectations. But I'm really disappointed with the side of TSM yet again. In this game, they had 2 finishes. They were looking strong. I really thought that they could dominate that fight. But it's just that, you know, they're not able to face squads on the hard compounds. Probably the opponents know this is how we need to take them down, you know. Just TSM don't allow them to go offensive, let them be at the defensive side, and that is when we strike, because in case they go offensive, and we know what Ninja can do all alone, I mean, being one of the strongest players of them all. But iQOO MVP is going to be Kinetic God. I mean, what can I say? When the whole squad is playing so strong, we can't expect anything better than this.
Exactly right. 6 finishes to his name and 650 points of damage, ladies and gentlemen, as we transition to the top 5. And you know what? There's something more that excites me than these stats right now. Kinetic Esports, I love the way that they have photoshopped their logo on those black t-shirts, right? And this is all about iQOO BMOC, these underdogs who don't yet have their own jerseys but are en route to make it to the big stages, the BMBS. And nothing excites me more than that. Kinetic's God, of course. Then you've got PO, both in the top 5. You've got 47SD as well as Explicit in the top 5 as well. Redemption Crew's Toothless Noob also in the mix. All across the board, you've got 3, 4, 6 finishes to work with, and there's nothing that beats every single one of these players in the top 5. Every one of them underdogs.
44 revs shows that, you know, it was a very, very good game for the people. They were being, you know, come in. There were some teammates, good teammates coming in. Just 4 finishes is something which I'm a bit disappointed with. 7,000 healing, nothing new out of it. 229 meters of long distance finish coming in. FT graph is something which I will be looking forward for, because my match summary seems to be the same. There's just 2 teams who have the best of the towers over here. 10-11 finishes. Obviously, one is going to be FS for the kind of hard work they did, and the other one is going to be Kinetic. I mean, what a performance coming in from the side of the underdogs, as just one invited team was able to, you know, perform and show that, you know, that is why they're invited in this game.
Oh my god, for sure, right? But you've got to also give it to the boys of Redemption Crew. Look at the conversion rate. 14-11 points of damage, but 9 finish points to work with. Insane stats right there. Of course, the entirety of the damage buildings have been dominated by the likes of Kinetic as well as FS Esports. But coming back to the overarching storyline right now, where do we stand? Of course, one team has sort of booked their place, their ticket to the BMPS. You've got to give it to the lads of Kinetic. I mean, I'm just so happy, man. These underdogs are just making it count. But what happens to Team Enigma Forever? What happens to Team TSM? They just recently won a third-party LAN and now are suddenly struggling, ladies and gentlemen. But for sure, the device which I have in my hand does not struggle. Our friends over at iQOO have a small word for you guys.
control यहाँ पर 14 finishes निकालते हुए but no blame. Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया.
भी रेडी हो जाओ.
Of course, a big vote of thanks to our sponsors, iQOO and Loco, for making this event such a big success. Of course, you guys have been making it success from your home as well because of all the support and love that you have showered on top of us. Of course, this phone is an Amazon special and you might actually play some games and win goodies off of 2 lakh rupees. But Arka, I've got to give it to you, man. If you really want to start your analyzing and streaming journey, then Loco is the place where you really want to be. All your BGMI esports professionals are also streaming their POVs. You might learn some tipsy techniques as well and might just be as good as a player as they are. Or if you think you are better, just start streaming.
Obviously, the India's largest gaming platform at this point of time, so you need to be there, become the largest next
You
top
can
of the
analyze
time.
as well.
Yeah, it's somewhere I'm wanting to do that, right? I really want to start off after BMPS, actually kicks in because that is when we get to speak more. With the underdogs performing so well, it's going to be hard for us to get into their mind. So
Yeah.
it takes time for us to understand their mindset,
yes.
their gameplay as well. But with the highlights coming on our screens, it's going to be much more easier for us to understand these gameplays, these mindsets we were just speaking about as underdogs have started to dominate in the map of Miramar. Look at that. From the get-go itself, it was Kinetic holding that one heart compound, and the way they were blessed with the circle forming there again and again and again. But TSM, this is where I never expected them to perform so bad. Players, there were 2 players on the opponents already got taken down. So it was basically a 3-2 push coming in from their side. But slowly they picked that up. They come in a bit more closer. See, 3 players of TSM is still standing up and standing. But at the same time, the way they were able to jiggle around, comes in from the those corners and try to take the fight into the face of the side of TSM, especially this jump shot coming in from the side of Jadoo with that UMP. Oh my goodness.
It certainly has been problematic for TSM to try and invade in the compounds, right?
Yep.
They've done this in the first game, they got taken down by Hyderabad Hydras. They do this in the second game, they get taken down by Team R Esports. It certainly has to be something different that they are really concerned with. Of course, ACBC, they got abominated. Endless also being Hyderabad's next victim over there. And it's just very difficult for someone like Hyderabad Hydras as well. They managed to keep up the antique, managed to keep up the aggression in the early stages of the game, but could not really make it inside the final circles of the final fights.
Yes, Chicken Rushers on the other side, they were also one of those squads which are looking really strong until Solitude came in and struck, then put them out. Solitude was looking pretty strong. I really thought that, they might be able to do some wonders over here until one good spray came against them and they got taken down. But let's not forget the side of Nigma Forever. You were speaking about them, right? Look at the way they just got dominated from the side of Cells. Like, they knew each and every corner, they knew the location of the enemies even before they took that hard cover and then just spraying them down. But Kinetic, every time Burnex official, they had to just rush in towards the side of Kinetic first, but rather they took the longer route, yet they got eliminated by the same team itself.
Poor guy, just have a look, right? Hyderabad Hydras, of course, trying to rotate all across the plain lands. Not ideal for those buggies itself, as one guy just goes up in the air, just absolutely gets sprayed down upon. But this was Team Nigma Forever's demise as well. OPD Rising Falcon did try to put up a fight, but I feel like these players, always Maxkas, Daljit, these are champion players, but it only seems like Anuj from the side of Team Nigma Forever is the only one who is putting up a front. This one was deadly. Sprays from M249, we all know how devastating it sometimes is, especially when you're rushing in a small compound, a small shack where all of them are, struggling together. That's where one clean sweep just completely finishes them off.
yeah, a good grenade is equal to a wasted mag, and that was proved over there. One good grenade and goodbye for a squad itself. But FS final moments, this is what I want to witness as Kinetic did something out of the box, a magical gameplay coming in from their side. Like, see, this is the person who gets taken down, and there's one last man standing. You know, he rushes in to make sure, you know, they give the right kind of attack to that person. But ultimately, this is the moment where I want to witness. Look at that, 50 HP already down, 75 down, he's still boosted. He looks on the other side, opens that 6A right to the head. And that's how a crosshair's placement comes in, right?
Yeah.
Immediately turn and see that person, that 6X, and you know that you're almost close to it. Just push that gyro towards his head. And that's the end of the story. Oh
you
my
kind of make it very simple. It's not how simple it is. Just push it towards his face.
Yeah, the experienced teams, right? Like Kinetic, from the kind of confidence boost they had, the first game went into the fair. They're like, they can do wonders, right? You also experienced it yesterday when you got that 15 finish, and I was shocked. I'm like, oh, okay. And then after that, you were blindly
I'm practicing, guys.
Yeah. So let's see, as we might hit streaming together anytime soon and check how our luck is going to be there.
Exactly right. And if we do so, we are always going to download Loco. But coming back to the day, Arka, there's a lot of teams who need to kind of pull their socks up right now. It's high time, especially for Team TSM, especially for teams like Enigma Forever. And I was making that point that it's only Anuj who is doing the hard work, trying to get those finishes up and running. But the rest of the three players who are really champions, they've got titles, they are well decorated with those trophies. But where's the performance? Is it really the end of the previous era? Like, have they completely diminished? I'm not really sure how to put it, but it seems like performances are just not coming. It's only Anuj who is carrying the...
You can't expect Kohli to be performing, right? He is also undergoing a half phase. You know that he's going to bounce back harder. It's similar to the phase of all those teams who might getting taken down. So, and TSM, you know, that is one of those spots where I'm having high expectations in the map of Sanhok because lower bracket, right?
Yep.
So this is when they start to convert things around. But 2 games and just 2 points for them so far, if I'm not wrong. 2 finishes in the previous round. The first one, they were the first team to go away. No placement points, no finish points. In this, there are 2 finishes and they went away soon. So just 2 points so far. Whereas on the other side, we have Team Kinetic getting a 22 and a 21 almost, or a 30-pointer almost going to the 50-plus marks. You know, that is when a wake-up call comes in for the side of TSM. And I'm looking forward for them to perform much, much better. And that's the best thing for them to do. But let's not forget, there are teams like FSC Sports who are living up. There are teams like Redemption Crew from the underdogs who are living up. So a good balance, I would like to say, between the invited teams and the teams who have made it so far.
Balance or an absolute domination?
Yeah, see, I'll tell you why. You know, FS performed well in this one. In the previous one, we saw the side of RE Sports performing. We saw the side of Hydra's performing. And we had several other teams, right? So I strongly feel that there is still a balance until the next map is completed.
Exactly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we prepare for the next big encounter. It's going to be on the map where there might be differences coming in. The tables might get changed, as the desk also is having some changes. My brother in green is trying to come back. I mean, are we long lost brothers, Fixes?
I do not know. How do we do that?
You've been copying
somehow,
me. You've been copying my dressing.
I mean, well, if that is what you think, so be it. But of course, we're not going to be girls, so we're not going to be fighting it out. For twinning, I love my brother Salty, and it's all right. It's all right. I mean, you can see the colors, right? We've somehow...
We did not plan this.
It was not planned at all. At all. I mean, somewhere down the line, it's just the shoe colors that are different. Otherwise, we're pretty much similar. But anyways, you know, not about us anymore, about what's going on right now. Kinetic Esports. They somehow are out of nowhere, right? We did see them in round 2, round 3, round 4. Now that I'm getting to witness them, I really never thought that this is going to be that one underdog team that's going to be absolutely blowing my mind over here. Where I was sort of anticipating teams like AC, BC to step up, but you know, it is what it is. It's the day that comes down to it. But this phone, ladies and gentlemen, in front of my hands, and there you have it. The boys from iQOO have a really, really good message to deliver you just about now.
the iQOO Neo 6, the device that we are holding right now. It's not just the beauty from the outside. Under the hood, it packs a Snapdragon 875G processor as well as a 80-watt flash charge. It's amazing.
Oh, indeed it is, right? We've been talking about it. Salty's been also making a few vlogs around that. I'm pretty sure has been quite lousy in uploading them, and you could just slide into his DMs and end in there. You know, you can do that. All of you were waiting for it, but regardless, you can head over to its Amazon as it is, and an Amazon special, and participate in a little bit of games going on. And if you're lucky, you can win prizes worth 2 lakh rupees.
It certainly is, right? But speaking of lucky, how many of these invited teams are tonight? Like, what's happening with Enigma Forever? What's happening with TSM? Even Hyderabad Hydras, for that matter. We felt like Miramar is going to be their turf and nobody is going to cross it. But wait, they just got overthrown like nobody.
Yeah, of course, especially with how the circle has been shifting, right? Especially since yesterday, we've seen all those ridiculous circles getting formed and teams having so much tough times to adapt to it, because after every single update, you kind of have the little changes, you know, in the zone formation. And even today, as a matter of fact, I really felt, you know, the circle would have gone a little bit towards the northwest, something that Hyderabad Hydras had perfectly predicted, but that did not happen. It kind of shifted towards the eastern side and had a tough time rotating in. But a little bit of a resurgence we got to see from Team Enigma Forever, especially that one lad, Anuj. He's playing really well, the way he's been clutching it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing taken away from the new teams over here, Kinetic Esports, especially what God did, despite the fact they kind of lost out on BO a little bit earlier, but still, he was there holding the mantle for his team and made sure they get that back-to-back, and now they're in pursuit to get a hat-trick.
They certainly are, and I would be jumping out of my mind if they get a hat-trick for themselves. Even FS as well as Redemption Crew made a very nice comeback. And honestly, Sanhok is everybody's turf. Sanhok is where anybody can come up and say that, alright, this is time when our presence also gets acknowledged. Just like this wreckage of a helicopter, which always gets ignored, but now we are acknowledging it.
Obviously, yeah. And this is where, you know, even you were talking about it, TSM needs to pull up their socks right now. Because, again, the first game, if you talk about day number 2, Exo kind of messed it up a little bit, but by the second game, they were right back into the fray.
Yeah,
right?
second game.
They started off, at least had a decent number of finishes, if not
10.
the best position points. But this is where TSM needs to realize that they need to wake up from their slumber, because like you were discussing, you know, I was doing the maths, so it was pretty easy. Just 2 points. Just 2 points out of 2 games that they've played. But now, well, fortune might favor the brave, but in Sanhok, whoever has the center of circle has the best possible chance to get the chicken dinner. As ladies and gentlemen, we venture into the rainforest as the flight path trajectory all the way from Hathin towards Lakavi, as we are still in pursuit of that first circle to be forming around. We haven't witnessed any western circles lately, especially in Sanhok round 4s for what the matches we've seen. But a lot of teams heading out towards boot camp. Are we going to see action pretty early on?
Yeah, it seems like 3 teams minimum moving there. Team FS are going to glide past their Clutch and others. It seems like they're going toward the southern belt. Are they going to pull off their infamous move, or are they going to drop in Painan as a circle forms? And look at this outrageous monstrosity. What is so much water doing inside the circle?
This game, I think it's going to be either Team Solitude, but regardless, we've got a little bit of an early skirmish right in front of us. Nigma Galaxy's Apollo is going to make a run for his life. Now, with Nigma Galaxy, it's one thing that we've witnessed, right? They kind of try to take the circles pretty late, but during their fights, they kind of instantly just crumble down, right? Get decimated. Now, MP spotting out Bajni, who had his eyes elsewhere, had to pay the hefty price.
Getting eliminated quite early on. Nigma Galaxy, of course, the right start for them, but is it something that they can bank upon? As the rest of the players have already started to make a move, and I feel like Apollo has closed in on Nova. But does Nova have knowledge about this?
I don't think so, because of course, like you could see now, he traveled around with his fists, just trying to jump in, and that is something that the players are using to their advantage. Does not really give away your position. You have no idea, but this does. But the radius isn't enough. So Nova still has his attention diverted towards MJ. If he could capitalize on that situation and catch Nova with his pants down, then Endless might be in a whole world of trouble. But finally, they know the push is here, pushing in tandem with each other. 3 players of Nigma Galaxy coming in. We've got Dreams from the backlines, and MJ, it's a reverse whammy, as he had his attention elsewhere, just got picked off. Did not take care of his backlines and had to pay the hefty price, Salty.
But I love the fact that Endless, they already knew their chances were nil in this fight, and the rest of the 2 players, they're like, all right, bro. I mean, yeah, for sure you have to go down, but it's okay. We are still surviving. You know, we're going to give you a lot of placement points to work with, but the circle, of course, really have to talk about it. And it's very good that TSM have gone for Heartin at the center of it. They will get some time to maybe figure out what's going on and try and get those lovely rotations in. Even in boot camp, right? The sort of cluster that we thought would happen in the early stages have sort of diluted.
I really like this rotation from TSM, right? A 2-2 split, rather a 2-1-1 split. So you've got 2 players stationed at Hatin. You've got 2 players just on the western side of Tatmok. Now, this is where you still do not know. It's a hybrid circle, and it's not the entirety of the western island inside the circle. So there are possible chances that it might take that little hard shift towards that eastern side. And we've been privy to such circles, especially after that new update, right? So anything is possible. So have that little contingency plan set for them. If the circle kind of shifts towards the eastern side, they are going to be the first to have the control over the bridges. As Team Enigma Forever, finally, a little bit of a comeback was visible in the map of Miramar. This is where they would want to have a good game and build up that momentum. It's going to be really difficult considering you've got to cross through Hyderabad, Hydras, and teams like TSM while you're taking that western side.
Double-clicking on what you just said might just throw you under the bus, but initially, you're always cribbing about those splits coming in. Why is OG playing a split? Why is this team playing a split? And now suddenly you love Team TSM and their split. What's going on, Fixes?
You know, of course, I have to talk about it. It's Sanhok, right? And this is where if Team Enigma Forever are aware of Shadow's position, it's sort of like a double-edged sword, right? If it works out, it works out. But then again, to react to that situation, he needs to back off instantly. He has to make sure Aquinox is in the fray. Now, what you were telling is suddenly coming out to be the truth over here, because you've got Redemption Crew right beside Aquinox, and you still have, well, the players of Team Enigma Forever pushing at another player of TSM, just traversing by right hand side of where he is. But now look at Hyderabad Hydras. They've stepped out of Paradise Resort and would want to try and cross over the bridge pretty early on. But look at Ronak. He's got his attention focused in on the players of ACBC. It's going to be Capron who's going to be taking a move. And once he's out in the open, Ronak might strike. But where are the remainder of his teammates? Because Cells have spread out. They're kind of resorting for that good old healing battle that has been quite infamous for quite a long time.
For all of them, actually, there's a pretty long rotation that awaits, almost 1,000 meters, where they really have to traverse. And priorities are similar. Even if Cells engaged right now, they know that there's no point. Even for Team Cells, right, their journey so far hasn't really been all that smooth. It's been very topsy-turvy, to be honest. Nigma Galaxy right in front of them, ACBC, have to just push through them, power through this team, if they really want to make this rotation possible.
Oh yeah, but look at ACBC slithering through now. Nigma Galaxy, are they aware that they've got a few snakes waiting to up as Ronak finally capitalizing on the situation, realize that the attention of ACBC was completely at the players of Nigma Galaxy and had to pay that hefty price over there.
Much like in a horror movie where a friend gets dipped behind. Yeah, right? There's nobody. There should be nobody, but suddenly someone comes in. Elsewhere, though, the war has initiated as ACBC are against Nigma Galaxy right now. Dreams gets taken down, might just be confirmed instantly as Rain. There's some sort of retaliation, but instant pressure coming in from Team ACBC, and I love what they are currently doing so far.
Oh, Nigma Galaxy, they certainly look like they are in tatters right now, but still, they have made the intention clear to start and fight this one out. As MJ is going to be lobbing that one grenade, but ACBC have their players getting the rest back up inside that little mannequin room. As you can see, Salty from the far off race, Hells, they've smelt the smoke over here. They know it's fuming, and they also want to strike. Look at that beautiful spread coming in from their side.
Yeah, right. It's all about when they start chiming into the party. Can certainly smell the food, but it's all about Nigma Galaxy right now. Is this going to be another debacle? Of course, MJ tasked with resurrection at this point. Grenades being cooked in. Try and lead or delay ACBC as long as possible so that maybe can go and fight for some placement points so far. But it doesn't really look very likely, especially with ACBC. And after that, Team Cells just waiting to pounce upon them.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a smoke being built up, trying to just avoid all those grenades pouring in onto their compounds. But despite that, it's not going to hinder the players of Nigma Galaxy to do that, as Team Cells have been the watchdog. But we've got a little bit fight for the hills as Chicken Rushes are going to be going after Team Solitude.
This has been a very sought after piece of real estate. Like, we've seen how teams in round number 2 and 3 have always gone for these hills, especially in circles that kind of form on the southern side of Hatin itself. Team Solitude, though, on top versus Team Chicken Rushers in the bottom. Of course, a lot of debate about the higher ground and the lower ground, but it just might be nullified with the outcome of this fight. So far, hasn't really taken into case.
Yeah, I mean, Team Solitude, they had all the information imparted, and talking about this team, Sanhok is one of those players that I'm really looking forward to, but Chicken Rushes falling down from the hills and having their legs broken, knocked out, and chicken legs, I have to say. I mean, that was a good wordplay out there, but I'm pretty sure Jat Boy is going to get himself backed up. And yes, there comes the res. But I'm starting to wonder if, still trying to force for that higher ground, especially when you know that Team Solitude have an idea of what you're up to. It is a really, really dicey decision to make at this point, but could all change if Mr. Official decide to push upon on Team Solitude from the other side.
Yeah, but elsewhere, have a look at this. Nigma Galaxy are still buying for survival. Apollo is just being chased down as ACBC. They're hot on his tails at this point. Nades being cooked in, shots being peppered down as this only little survivor. Rather, MJ is still there in the mix. It's not really going to work as Playzone, though, still trying to help them as much as possible. But of course, the same things, right? The same priorities. All of these teams need to move inside the circle, and this fight has already drawn out pretty long.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy, they've got nowhere to run or hide because they know the moment they step out, immediately they're going to be engulfed by the players of Cells, who are the watchdogs over here as ACBC. Still, they need to somehow get out of this situation, but eventually Capron is being fired at as Ronak is going to be striking from afar, gets that beautiful knock, but it's going to be secured by Apollo as Nigma Galaxy are survived by just MJ.
Yeah, only lonesome survivor. Of course, Capron has been taken down as MJ is still trying to make a move for himself. I guess this is the point where he goes desperate and tries to go for those finishes, but instantly gets nullified by Evil Sky as ACBC. They eliminate the likes of Enigma Galaxy, but at what cost? Capron has been knocked down. Haxer, of course, was taken down by Team Cells, and now Team Cells will be looking to capitalize.
Oh yeah, they've joined the party. And of course for Team Cells, they've had a really good time so far, especially the way the first game started off, racked up a lot of finishes to their name. And then Sanhok, they have that little bit of a contingency plan, right? Go for the healing battles. I'm starting to wonder who does have it, but right now it's going to be Artemis being very vigilant with every single movement that he's making. Rocks the IGL as OPT Rising Falcon find themselves under heavy fire, as now Ari is going to decide to push upon them as Newbie, the lonesome survivor over here, steps out of his cover as he keeps on spraying. But it is, of course, going to be Canary who gets the knock and will also secure the finish.
Yeah, OPT Rising Falcon in nowhere to try and battle against our esports, right? And you saw how ruthless they pushed into the compound and just extinguished them. Of course, 2 players being taken down, the rest of them. Danger is already going for a rotation right now. He will try and come in from Hatin, where luckily for him, there's no Coast Guards for now.
Oh,
Burnix.
Ari, they're there. At this step a little bit ahead, OPT Rising Falcon's danger could be in a whole world of trouble. Never ends well, right? But I like what Cells are doing. But at the same time, they need to understand. They need to start getting inside the circle. It's kind of an unwanted fight, but they still want to get those finishes to their name. And they need to start doing something. They need to start making some moves, right? Apply that little bit of a pressure on ACBC, which they're trying to do in the form of those grenades. But you've got to make sure that, you have exact idea of where the players are. Just throwing out grenades just mindlessly is not going to help you secure your objectives here.
Exactly, right? It's one of those toxic relationships in life which you really want to break out of, but you just can't seem to. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, BGMI and life, they are very well interconnected. Of course, for Team Cells, they're well surrounded, the likes of ACBC right now. There's nowhere for ACBC to run and hide. For now, though, of course, Play Zone is just dealing the brunt of it. I'm pretty sure they are going to run out of resources pretty soon, and I mean, both of them will sort of be at a loss. It's pretty easy, right? Team Cells have no compulsion. They can easily come out of this fight and just get sent to the circuit, but it's all about ego battles at this point. They've engaged so many resources and so much time in this fight that they really want to reap benefits out of it.
You know, now they're starting to make sense, right? Now they've all piled up. 3 of the players trying to dash in onto its Rain and Evil Sky. But even they have a nice fortress set up. But Ace Black, is he aware of Toothless's movement? Now he is, though. Finally, he's going to fight it out inside the little shaft. Shifts on towards his arm. Does have that beautiful laser sight. Gives that accuracy while you're trying to hip fire. Now he's delayed it too much. Striker also will chime in and make no mistakes. Instantly gets the finish as Hyderabad Hydras open up their finish accounts.
They strike really when it mattered as Redemption Crew. They're still not in the fray, but so far, Cells are looking to move forward. The invasion seems inevitable as Evil Sky just holds on to that doorway as Rain tries to create a crossfire. Molotov pitch perfect. There's Mike starts off from the window. Evil Sky goes down as Rain still trying to put up some sort of retaliation as they double up on him. A beautiful team effort as Team Cells. They haven't really had a loss in this.
Oh yeah, there you go. A perfect finish coming in from them as Humanoid gets knocked out, but not really bother much. But at this point, you know, Cells need to understand if they have the perfect meds, if they have those vehicles, it's not going to be a lot of trouble for them. As Maxi is going to meet his makers, as Baymax gets that grenade finish onto it. A perfect time for Gary to go after Exotic, but just barely missing out on that timing, Salty.
Caster's curse, is it? It's lovely, but of course the circle, have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen, completely shifts towards the Western Islands. But so far, Team TSM, they're still playing that split, they're still in that 2-2 split. The Baymax does get taken down finally. Carry, of course, has some form of retaliation, will heal himself up, but there is no trade potential right now. Redemption Crew, will he really make that long rotation to try and revive his fallen comrade?
I mean, I don't think it's possible, right? The ideal way should be just to, you know, get out of that situation and, you know, try and have someone else.
No.
The world's starting to shake for Team Redemption Crew. A really good resurgence game in Miramar, and suddenly looking out to lose out on, you know, the entire squad. It all comes down to Shrioz, and this is where RE step into the fray as somehow Striker has managed to secure that finish. But now Shrioz, he's being hunted, not by the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but can't say the same about RE squad, spotting Shrioz out in the open. Went for a really quick reload, as a result of which he survived.
I mean, you don't really withdraw at that time. Poor gun barrel. He must be kicking himself. The ammunition as well as the magazine, everything. You know what? The gun's at fault, not me. But Shadow, though, I love his backpack, but I love his vantage point as well. Takes a shot against Cannery. I love what Team R Esports is doing. They're moving the pack of bulls like bulldozers. They don't really care what the terrain is right in front of them, but Team TSM, it's not going to be easy for them, especially with the kind of split that they're playing. With no real backup available, there's a big stream that runs in between them. Of course, I'm pretty sure that they don't swim as fast as Michael Phelps.
You know, at this point, Shadow, he's playing with fire. You know that, right?
Yeah.
He's just got one of his teammates, and at the same time, he needs to cross the bridge. And could, of course, take the waterways, though. The remainder of his teammates do have a keen eye on him. But at the same time, Akinox is trying to spot someone over there. Drops down a little bit of damage being dead as Canary is going to come in trade. But is he going to survive from that situation? Takes it inside that vehicle. Is it going to blow up? Indeed does. But before that, Shadow is going to get that knock onto its Rockstar. And now Canary needs to get the rest back up. But Aquinox with all those stabs, but still somehow RE Esports have their players alive.
I'm pretty sure they have the heart in their hands right now, because the way they survived, the way the vehicle tumbled, just absolute devastation. But Team DSM, they're doing one good job in trying to be on the offensive side, trying to delay all the rotations coming in from the mainland, maybe rack up some finish points when one team takes the waterways. But of course, they also have to worry about themselves as well, right? They have to regroup as soon as possible. On the other side, Team Kinetic seems to be on the receiving end of shots.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, for Team Kinetic, we've been seeing, right? They've been in the midst of action, and at this point, the kind of points that they've accumulated, it's not going to bug them much, right? We've even seen teams like Global Esports trying to take those risky plays, and it's something that you can really afford. And for Endless, now this is one of those games that they have to really go big, but for now, the way we've been seeing them just survive by that lonesome player, Ashok, he's got to pull out a rabbit out of his magic hat, and especially needs to get inside the circle, and look at that shift, completely favoring TSM, as this is the game that they were looking out for. But the big question arises, are Shadow and Aquinox a little late to the party? Because this is the moment when you've got the plethora of teams trying to rotate inside the zone.
Yeah.
And this is exactly the fate that they are going to face with Hyderabad Hydras already losing out on one of their players.
You know, I love what Team Solitude did over there, right? Trying to hold on to the higher grounds, trying to hold on to those hills, but instantly as the circle shifted away from them, just makes life so much more difficult. As most of the teams, like Mr. Official and others, Team FS included, they've got compounds to work with. Kinetic once again stealing the brunt of it all, but Ashok, he himself needs to make a move right now. How long is he going to keep fighting outside the circle as the circle just keeps on biting away those HP points out of him?
He has a vision on God over there. God, the absolute MVP, especially for me as Cells. They're on a mission. They're on a manhunt. Hero, he's been caught off guard all alone as Artemis is going to be unleashing the entire map. But from the backlines, you do have Canary coming in as Humanoid. Will get that knock secured. Will instantly dodge that Molotov. Gets the finish done. As now RE, they are stuck in a really bad spot. Now under those bridges, they've got a few finishes out of Hyderabad Hydras as well. But how do they get themselves into a better vantage point from here, Salty?
You know what, RE, it's not just they are kind of in a bad spot, right? They are sandwiched in between TSM as well as Cells. But if they can hold on to this region, if they can hold on to this location, they can make life difficult for Cells as well, because they are the ones who need to cross the bridge or the waterways.
That is not the ideal decision, Salty, because you just get inside the waters. Now you're giving yourself up. You're kind of submitting yourself to Team Cells, who might capitalize on that. But for now, you've got Chicken Rushes battling it out against the Salty, as there you have Karan just entering in with that little jiggle peek. Does a massive damage. Inflicted onto the Sonic, gets the knock, instantly finishes him off, but still has to deal with the other players who are coming in from the right side. Gets another though, but a little unlucky over there as Flash OG is gonna come in and finally gets the better out of those players as Chicken Rushes finally bite the dust.
Yeah, but there are a lot of fishes in the waters right now, and I love this Jadu just spotting those players inside the water as Canary tries to spray them down. Cells, of course, there's a fist fight happening. Oh my god!
It's a fish fight.
It's a fish fight, yes.
Fish fight, and I'm starting to wonder what the conversation could be. And just when Canary was thinking that he could get the better out of the players of Team Cells, that is where, you know, Shadow and Aquinox are going to strike from behind. But look at Shadow, not the best though, and needs some backup from his teammates as Shadow keeps on pummeling all those bullets out and instantly entering inside the water. It's kind of a maritime warfare going on over here. Would still decide to go on for the revive though. But can he have himself allowed? As there you have it, the circle completely favoring the players of TSM. And this is where they would have started hoping, had they had the entire squad, they could have done way better. But still, wanting to do some cleanups from the backlines. I'm pretty confused if that's the right decision to make, especially when you're going to take a dip.
Team TSM, though, this is when they start rotating, right? Even Shadow has taken the plunge. He's the only one who is actually still left to regroup with the rest of the crew. As BMOC Official are still about to make their way in. All of this, ladies and gentlemen, is courtesy to the map feed right now. Hyderabad Hydras also in the party, as so many fishes in the sea or the river, whatever you want to call it. But I had one question, Fixes. Do fishes bite each other?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
They even finish each other off.
Okay.
You've got the big sharks in the ocean, and a few of them are already swimming. You've got Hyderabad Hydras, and Ace Black, a little bit of an, you know, how do you call it? Does want to play around the shorelines a little bit over there, little mammal features being shown from his side. But for now, you've got Villain getting the better out of the players of Team Solitude, as now they're going to be taking that route downhill. An amphibious, you know, warfare is something we might also witness over here. Yes, we might just. As BMOC officials, you know, they're playing pretty well, considering, you know, they've got 4 of their players alive. They have that little bit of edges to work around with. But have they heard these snakes? Already one with the nature as the nade coming in from Robert. They have a slight idea, but
Yes.
47 gets picked up by the players of Team Solitude.
Team Solitude for that fact. Flash OG is definitely not making his way inside the circle, but they are going to thank them as Burning's official are just making so much ground. But on the other side, it sells Ronak who actually gets taken down. Zincho, of course, does get Hitman, and all of these players from Team FS, they are going to go down the drain as nobody is going to be able to survive. I'm really feeling sorry for Team Solitude right now. They have such a high ground, but so far it's Team TSM who is under fire as Mr. Official is in the party. The vehicle, of course, is on fire, and Blade OP, what a lovely decision it was.
And this is what I absolutely love, right? This time TSM are not the aggressors, rather the defenders.
Yes.
And this is where they're racking up those finishes to their names. Now the circle has favored them. This is their game to lose. As Shadow had to be that sacrificial lamb, but still he's done the job for his team, getting them into the final circle. One big game is what TSM need to get themselves back into the mix of things, as Burnix officials are going to be ramming the compounds and would be knocking at the doors of Team TSM.
It seems like Hyderabad Hydros, Team Enigma Forever, as well as Team FS are going for those infamous heal battles already, as Ace Black is the closest from Hyderabad Hydros inside the circle. But I love what Burnix do, right? Every single time they prioritize the circle and they take the fight to the opposition, always having those players alive. And this is where the numbers might just start actually giving them some sort of effort. Of course, against TSM, only 3 players survive as Explicit gets caught with his pants down, and Zinso is just not going to give him able to survive.
You know, could have done better with the healing battle, but still considering the situation, it's fine. It's something acceptable. But for now, TSM, they know that this is their game to lose. At this point, would want to ensure all those people lurking around outside the zone do not cause any trouble for them, as they are aware of few teams just around the sidelines. It's going to be a battle between the players of Burnix officials and TSM.
Oh no.
As the shift, look at it, and now TSM has to make a move. They need to start isolating the players, but the onus lies on Device, who is on that higher ground, needs to impart and relay all that information to his teammates in order to wipe out the players of TSM.
You know what, the split from Burnix might just be a boon for Team TSM to work with, because they can instead use their numbers to their advantage. Of course, Milind is going to find Ace Black, and that is the end of Hyderabad Hydras in this map itself. But so far, Team TSM haven't really made a move. Ninja Jod, though, quite close to his opposition. 1v2 is not certainly what he shies away from. It's time he shows his true prowess, his true potential. From above, though, does get greeted with some bullets. No damage taken as of yet as Burnix official. They know they have the fort, they know they have the circuit, but TSM, it's all about being the King Slayers. They certainly are. They have earned the tag of being the King Slayers, taking down a lot of experienced teams in the past. It's just about showing up in these official tournaments, as iQOO BMOC is the stage for them. But no, wait! Ninja Jod gets taken down, and this might be the crush of dreams coming in for Team TSM, Pixies.
Of course, I mean, they should have realized it's just two teams, and Ninja should have tried and isolated the players, but it is all digged in the past, as now Equinox opening up those doors over there now will be throwing that grenade, and if it connects, I'm pretty sure Robert is for a spin. But really, that grenade not going the distance. But Blaze, he's done a decent job catching Insu off guard, getting that man advantage into their favor just a little bit. But still, a 2v3 situation. One more knock is what TSM need at this particular moment. And Equinox, he's got to be the star for the show. He's got to be the star who changes it all for TSM.
Yeah, dealing some respectable damage as Burnix official Milind has been burnt up, and this is the opening that Equinox was waiting for. Even Robert has been knocked down, and Milind is barely surviving. And there's only one guy left, and that's going to be Device on top of the high hill. And this is where Team TSM wanted their game to be, of course. Milind has healed up himself. Equinox still trying to fight the circle. And this is where the player from top might just even come into the picture. Device hasn't even taken a shot.
Anything and everything that could go wrong has indeed gone wrong for Burnix official, as TSM look to make a comeback in style, get that beautiful chicken dinner, and Equinox in place is carrying the team to victory as TSM get the chicken with 10 finishes to their name, as Burnix officials, little bit of those hiccups in those final decision making, giving them that second spot over here, and Hyderabad Hydras, the third position finish with 8 finishes, and that is what they needed to sort of start cementing their way into the top 6.
Exactly. We'll have a look at the point standing, ladies and gentlemen, to sort of ideate everything that happened. 25 points for Team TSM, a much needed resurrection to be active and be considered inside the top 6 so far. Burning's official has been very consistent. I love the way they get themselves those placement points. They get finish points or not, it does not really matter. But as long as they're consistent with those placement points, I'm pretty sure they are going to get the berth. But look at number 3, Hyderabad Hydras. A very well redemption scripted by them.
Oh yeah, especially, you know, the kind of fights that they were engaging in inside those waters, doing all those shenanigans out there, finally paying off. 18 points, I think they've earned enough points with just 2 games over here. And we were sort of hoping to see that comeback from their side in Miramar, but was not the case. But still, you know, this is something that they can really live with, made up for the losses over there. But as we head on to the second page and looking at the big names this time, we've got not a lot, but Kinetic, there's nothing to scoff at, right? You know, 2 points just out of this one, it's okay, especially when you're talking about Sanhok. But for Nigma Galaxy, they started off in a really good manner, but eventually being pressed in by teams like SCBC. We've also got Cells as the iQOO MVP is going to be Flash from Team Solitude.
Yeah, 4 finishes and 765 points of damage. I love what Team Solitude did, right? Getting those hills right early on gives them that vantage point to work with. But when the circle actually shifts away, it just gets impossible to try and come downhill. But of course, the top 5 players, they never really come downhill, do they? Always at the tippity top of the collection.
Oh yeah, and I mean, now at this point, finally we're getting to see Canary on the boards over here, and we could see how he was in the midst of the action. And Aquinox had to be my MVP in those final few fights. That beautiful Molotov out of him, you know, just to flush away Millen from his cover. Then he just rammed inside the compound.
The
and
first knock on
got the
Robert.
knock, and then Robert's knock as well. You know, he did everything, right? And it was against all odds. Burnix officials had it all written over them, especially with that final shift. But as we take a look at the match summary, not a lot of healers were there this time in Sanhok.
Yep, courtesy to Exo not being inside the lobby. But of course, we had our fair share. We had players from Hyderabad Hydras as well as others. But 8,500, it's decent. You've got the 208 meters finish coming in from Shadow and the 3 grenade finishes to work with. A decent enough game so far. But the FT overview is where we kind of see how TSM fared out against the rest of the pack. Now, 1,942 points of damage. It's a start for them. It's definitely a good platform to kind of come back into the competition once again.
Oh, 100%. Especially with how the circle was played around by the players. They had it all set for them, right? Had the circle shifted towards the eastern side, it would have been Shadow and Aquinox doing all that heavy lifting, right? They would have ensured that Ninja and Blaze come into safety, cross the bridge somehow. But it kind of went towards the western side. Shadow had to give his life away. But in turn, he kind of ensured that the remainder of those 3 players did still have the compound, and it was enough for them to get that chicken dinner. Now we were all wondering, when is the comeback gonna come in? And finally, here it is.
It certainly is, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, courtesy to those second guesses coming in from Burnix. Shouldn't really have done that. And you guys also shouldn't have no second guesses about this device that I'm holding on my phone, iQOO Neo 6, as you have a sponsor that is coming right now.
यहाँ पर 14 फिनिशेस निकालते हुए बट Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Smiles and celebrations all across. That is what happens on Loco itself. And I'm pretty sure you guys are also going to have a lot of smiles because this device, if you get this one for yourself, your games are going to be much better. But even if you don't, just go and search in Amazon iQOO Neo 6. There are some nice games to play. Play them, be lucky, and might just win a lot of goodies worth rupees 2 lakhs.
Have you realized, the color of this phone completely is quite similar to the color of our shirts that we're wearing
Oh,
today.
yes.
And it's a perfect thing, the people out from iQOO, if you're watching this, it certainly suits us at this moment. Can really slip into my pocket and you won't even realize that. I'm going to tell you that. But of course, for all you viewers, of course, this is one of those phones that you can really try out. But, we're going to be venturing into the highlights. But what an amazing game it had been. It was kind of an, Western Circle, which we were kind of missing from quite some time. Team Solitude had that higher ground. I still am wondering, why did Chicken Rushes try to still press in? Because they knew the circle was going towards that eastern side.
Yeah.
They could have done a lot of things, but they did that.
They could have gone around those hills, but instead all that they wanted to do was make that steep climb. The terrain was really not comfortable for them, and this is where the problems for Enigma Galaxy began to arise. Of course, ACBC losing that guy out from behind. With Cells coming into the picture, just everything sort of went down the drain for Enigma Galaxy.
Oh yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, I mean, they kind of knew that the fate that they were waiting for is about to arrive. All they could do was get a few finishes to their name, and this is where, Chatboy had a little bit of a slip over there, and look at him just falling down, and there you go, gets knocked out, but thankfully was gotten back up. But this fight kind of was way too prolonged, right?
Yeah.
ACBC especially, one of those teams that I'm just really waiting and watching out for them and engaging in those early battles, and it's not really helping them in terms of all those finishes that they want to do. But Cells, I kind of love what they're doing, especially from how they've been playing from the first game, transitioning to the second and to the third. Even this game, right, they had a lot of finishes to their names and a decent position point finish, right? The 10-game average points that they were looking out for, this is where the experience from Rocks really comes in, and the raw potential coming out of Humanoid. He's definitely one of those players to watch if Cells makes it to the next stage.
Team Cells really was a villain in this entire trifecta of teams right there, right? You've got ACBC and Enigma Galaxy. They were fighting it out, but the only reason why they could not disengage and fall back upon their own journeys was Team Cells, and they always had that lingering fear that if we try and disengage, maybe Team Cells is going to take us down, so might as well take the fight right in front. But of course, Hyderabad Hydras as well as our esports, they kind of engage. We saw that infamous split coming in from TSM, Aquanox as well as Shadow in different directions. Vehicles and fishes and everything that we expect, that we don't expect from a game of BGMI, we got to see on Sanhok.
Oh yeah, of course, we had a little bit of amphibious assault over here right around now. And it was all about the contention of the underbridge, right? Especially these areas. But Humanoid, I think this is one of those players that I'm still looking forward to see more out of him. Those quick reflexes out of his side. And this is the fight. I really loved how Karan had positioned himself, taking these fights, still getting one of those players knocked out. But it was the numbers that really did not favor him as Flash. All he did was take a leap of faith in the open and then just wiped him out of his miseries. And not just that, he knew that he had no avenues of getting inside the circle. So before he went down, he made sure that he spoiled the games for a few of the other teams.
He certainly did. And Team TSM, of course, we've got to talk about the rotation. Shadow did try to make his mark in, but the way he sort of pinned down the rest of the players coming in from the mainland, that is where the problems began to arise for them. And Team TSM, their game got very, very easy. But speaking of easy itself, right, we are approaching the final circle where Burnix, pardon me for that, was sort of very second guessing every single move, right? Device was on top. You'll see how those positionings are gonna play out. Of course, the rest of the players are gonna get extinguished pretty soon. This was FS, and they were destroyed by the nades coming in from Burnix. But I kind of expected much more. Burnix were en route to kind of getting this game for themselves, especially the circle moving away from TSM and coming to them.
Oh yeah, and they really took a really good cover round with it, and this is where TSM really thrived. Instead of trying to push on different teams, they were being pushed at, and they know how to defend their territory, right?
Yes.
And this is where they kind of had that little backlines cleared. It was just Anuj trying to go for the healing battle, but this is where Burnix officials started making those slight hiccups. As you had two of those players stationed right inside those compounds, two of those players from the higher grounds. One tried to join his teammates inside the zone and eventually got picked up from Blaze. This is where Zinsu had to lose his life, and this is where I kind of expected Device to try and put that cover fire, but this is absolutely brilliant from what iQOO did, right? Through the smoke, managed to lob that Molotov in, then realized that he can knock out Robert and got these two players and instantly had the numbers switching into his favor. It was a 1v2 situation towards the very end. There you can see he was all but blindsided, could not do much, trying to provide the cover fire. Eventually had to meet his makers, and that is how TSM won this game.
Exactly right, and the question only arises when Milind was still surviving outside the compound. Where was Device? What was he doing? He still had the high ground, right? Players from TSM had to come out in the open. They were still trying to fight out. The smoke had dissipated, so there's no way that the sight lines were blocked so far. And Device on top, of course, did try to go for the sprays, but none of it connected. And TSM just utilized that to their advantage.
It's the pressure, right? It's the pressure, and somewhere down the line, it's TSM in front of you. So you cannot try to, as long as you can, try to steer away from the fights, let the zone do the talking. But this is where TSM really had to make it count, and they indeed did. These two players, the duo between Blaze and iQOO towards the end, it was like a symphony, right? They knew what they had to do. They were perfect clockwork, just walking all those talks over there. The communication was impeccable, and it all resulted into a beautiful chicken dinner. Now the narrative has sort of shifted, right? Now we're all looking out for TSM's comeback, which eventually has begun, and the voice in my head did say, this is somewhere around the 7th to 10th position, and the difference between all these teams, they're not too much.
It certainly is not too much. And with another good game, I'm pretty sure TSM is going to make their presence felt, maybe even stomp those teams inside the top 6. And they're sort of following the Team EXO trend right now, right?
Yeah.
That one big chicken in Sanhok. Maybe follow up with another big chicken on the map of Erangel. Who knows, as we are getting the next map readied. But before that, we will take a pretty short break. But for now, though, we still have some time to have a conversation about the other teams. Talking about Enigma Galaxy, talking about Enigma Forever. These were the teams we were looking out for, but certainly haven't shown up.
For Team Enigma Galaxy, we've had a lot of conversation around this. They were kind of stuck, right? But for Team Enigma Forever, this new player, Anuj, he is out of his minds today, right? The way he's been playing, even in this final game of Sanhok, he tried to survive for quite a long time. I think managed to accrue that 4th position finish and eventually resorting to that healing battle. And this is where, like, we've been talking about experience, we've been talking about raw potential coming in and working in together. And before this, not a lot of players or not a lot of viewers knew who Anuj was. But I'm pretty sure after this, he's going to have his social handles being flooded with all those followers, and he's going to gain a lot more than what you've done throughout your entire life.
Exactly right. I mean, even I have to probably try my hands in professional level so that I might gain some followers, because anyway, I'm not getting any. But of course, before that, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fun half day so far. It's just half of a day that we have experienced. 3 more games are yet to come. But before that, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders, 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys, come on, let's go. Arey scout kar rahe hai yaar. Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के साथ में भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती. योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is iQOO BMOC Powered by Loco, and with me right now is gonna be Fixes on the desk. A lot of questions lingering around my head, to be specific. You know, suddenly there's been a shift of the tables, right? TSM started to perform.
Yeah.
Burnex up, picking up the pace as well. But there are several teams which I want to speak about. First being the side of Chicken Rushers, and also being the side of team RE Sports.
Oh, right.
And Hyderabad Hydra. So 3 squads coming in from the side of Invited were kind of struggling. So I would say that, they had one of the decent games, and then after that, they're not able to prioritize the zone or something like that. What is actually going wrong for the invited teams like these?
For teams like Chicken Rushers, it was those bad decision making, especially when they tried to contest for Shrine. And for our esports, they were caught in the midst of a battle between Hyderabad Hydras. They had the players of TSM going after them. Then you also had Team Cells coming in. So they were also caught as a sandwich over there, ladies and gentlemen. As this is the matchup, you have all these teams. And for Hyderabad, I kind of feel that they're still doing pretty decent, man. The way they started off, not getting those chicken dinners, but if you look at the consistency, they've been racking up those numbers. Even out of this game, they kind of got something around 18 points, which is going to be enough to compensate for the points that they kind of lost out in Miramar. When we're talking about, getting all these average points, and somewhere down the line, I still feel, Hyderabad Hydra is kind of on that third or the fourth position in the overall standings. Not yet sure though, but they've been consistent, so yeah, that is that for them.
So then comes, the teams which are further away, right? We have Redemption Crew, we have the side of Team Endless. Let's not forget that they are kind of suffering. And then also from the top, we have the side of Team Salt, ACBC to be specific. And then we have the side of Mist Official. These are the squads who are not able to live up. Is it the pressure which is building up on them that they're not able to capitalize? Or is it just that, the gameplay was not that strong enough? Or as they say, right, half prepared as half battle won.
Yeah.
So you think it's the preparation which is hindering them?
For Redemption Crew, we did have that one Miramar game that really went well for them, right?
Yeah.
And this time, they were kind of pretty caught off guard by the players of Hyderabad Hydras. They were not really expecting them to take that northern route, because they're the ones kind of drop off at Paradise Resort. Eventually, wanted to go like this from that western side, but decided to go from the northern side. And that is where, the players of Redemption Crew were just caught one after the other. And not only that, the last player you could see is Rios, right? He was getting sprayed by the players of R Esports, who kind of suddenly just chimed in out of nowhere. So had no real options. But when you talk about teams like ACBC, now that is one of those teams that I was really having high expectations from, especially how good they were in round number 3, right? Getting up, 2 chickens. Yeah.
39 finish points and 44 placement points. I mean, that's not less.
Oh, yeah. And the way they've been getting those chicken dinners, especially Evil Sky, Capron, two of those players that had to be watched out for. But this has been the tell-to-tale with a few of those qualified teams as well. Yesterday, one of them being Team Bravery, right? We had seen Team Bravery when they came in from round 2 to round 3. They were the highest fraggers in the lobby. And suddenly, watching them just to be at the very bottom, that was not acceptable. But maybe, could just make an assumption that they kind of have woken up on the wrong side of the bed. And still, they've got 3 more games to go. Still, anything can particularly happen.
But when we speak about the side of Mist Officials, right? So they had a total of 46 finishes. They were one of the strongest offensive teams we have ever seen. And here we are not able to see them perform that much. What is your call on that?
For Mist Officials, we're going to talk about them a little bit later because, right now I've got to focus on Kinetic Esports, right? A team that has managed to get a back-to-back chicken dinner. And we're in pursuit for the hat-trick, but does not matter. I'm pretty sure these boys have secured their berth. They've got their boarding passes for the BMPS. Just out of those 3 games played, 24 finish points to their names. The first chicken dinner, that was something really special. That is where I thought that, they might have reached their limit. But when the second one came in, especially even before losing out on BO pretty early on, and then God just clutching it out in that final battle, that was something really out of the world. But in this game, we had the players kind of being caught off guard. There you had one of those players of Team Endless, if I'm not wrong, just watching out for those players and not letting them cross that little thin water line over there. And as a result of which, they still somehow managed to make it to the Western Islands though, but could not do better.
Absolutely. Now let's look at the face-off between 2 squads, try to understand how the games have turned out for them. One is going to be Burnx Official, another one is going to be Cells, right? Burnx Official's performance was, we have to give kudos for the previous map. And before that, there was not much of an action coming in from their side. But 2,596 damage so far with an average of 22 minutes of survival. Whereas Cells on the other side, 1 good game is all they had. But still, they're able to get 14 finishes with a total survival time of 21 minutes. So we do get to know that, Burnx Official tend to survive a much more better. But it's just that Cells are becoming a little more offensive. And that's why they have a better finish point, I believe.
This really comes down if you kind of have to take references, especially from Sanhok. We had to see Cells had to travel long way. They dropped off right at the southeastern territories, and they had to travel their way inside the circle. They had to fight it out. They had to take that battle against Team ACBC. Needed to get one of those players of Nigma Galaxy out. They were pretty late to the party, right? But still, they had those finish points. Now, Rocks being one of those IGLs who's played, both in the national and international levels, has that experience, right? He knows how to play these circles. He knows how to play these one-day events where your fate out to qualify into the BMPS just lies solely on this day. And this is where we see so many teams kind of clustering up in those final few circles and still do not have any finishes to their names. So the mantra for Team Cells is, we know we can take the fights. We know we've got players who are really capable to do so. Might as well do that when we have the time, right? You've got those players isolated. You can capitalize, and that is somewhere where Team Cells are really thriving.
And then comes two other teams. That's going to be RE Sports versus the side of Team Solitude, right?
Yeah.
Both of these squads, they just were looking so promising in the first game, and from then on it looks like the graph is kind of falling down. They're just having that pulse graph, once they go up and then come down, go up and come down. 15 finishes for RE Sports and the ratio of 14 finishes for the side of Solitude. Our RE Sports are more on the offensive side, trying to dish more damage with 3000 plus. Accuracy has been the best for them, but ultimately for Solitude it's 4 headshots and 14 assists, being more accurate than them with more survival time. But still, this is something which is becoming contradicting for me. The team which is surviving better is not having finish points, rather an offensive team is having better finish points.
Again, if you have to pick that map of Sanhok up, right, it was a completely contrasting image where we had RE Sports. They had to fight their way through, while the players over for Team Solitude had to hold over towards the shrine area. Now, the only threat that Team Solitude really felt was from the players of Chicken Rushes, and they were not really bugged about it. But still, Chicken Rushes did some substantial amount of damage, and that is where, Flash really came up top. This time also we could see him getting that iQOO MVP title to his name. And having that higher ground, of course, they had to know that at a certain point, they need to come downhill. And while doing that, they lost majority of their players, but still, despite that, Flash did have a really good standoff. But for RE Sports, they had to fight it among so many of those teams, right? They had to cross that little river line over there, and you had the players of Hyderabad Hydras watching out. From the backlines, it was Team Cells even present, so they could not do much.
Yep, and one thing which keeps lingering in my head, I know it's too early for me to ask this question, but most of these underdogs are making it into the next round, right? They're not familiar with trying to play with the same squad for more than one day. You're understanding, right? The next phase when they start to step in, and they'll have to play, they have to play more than once with the same team. Probably your strategy is going to be read at that point of time. It's already been read so far, and then your strategies remain to be same. Could be that an effect which they're not ready to take, and that could be the downfall. And those experienced teams which are making it into the next round, they might dominate on that.
Absolutely not, because for these qualified teams, right, they've been tested and tried, playing with fire, especially if after round 2 where you just got top 4 teams qualifying, a little bit of a respite, right? They've been doing this every day now, right? Just one day, few games, 5 or 6, you've got to perform. They've done it, and now they kind of conditioned to certain circumstances like that. Whereas the invited teams, they're kind of used to playing those events where you've got finals around 4 or 5 days, even sometimes months at that manner. And when it comes down to just one day where you have to perform, when you mess up a few games, and that's the end of the line. And that has been the reason why so many of those big names have already crashed out of BMPS. Now with the underdogs, the onus kind of comes down to them, because they know the pressure isn't something that is going to bog them, right? It's the hunger, and that is how they've got their blades and themselves sharpened up to deal with every possible situation.
Somewhere I feel that underdogs, they might feel a little bit of a pressure when they'll be divided probably in the groups, and they'll have to face off with one another.
That would be a different story.
Yeah, for more games, right? They'll be challenging, like 24 teams, and they have to fight out for 3 weeks straight. So they'll be facing off one another on regular intervals, and making sure that it's going to be hard for them to re-strategize every time. But in case there is a call where this is the match for you to perform, we're able to see that one day performance of these underdog teams are actually falling heavy for the experienced teams. And that is when if they have done a little bit of it, it'll be much better. But right now we're going to look at the promo of iQOO Mobile, as iQOO smartphones have something to say for you. So, I mean, this beauty, where do you find it? This
Spinning
beast.
with my shirt.
Yeah, obviously, that's a very good color. Turquoise.
Yeah.
That's been like heart winner.
shades.
Yeah, heart winning color. The black and blue. Yeah, sometimes you need to do this for the viewers to understand. Yeah. So coming back, so we were speaking about underdog teams where one day they have to perform. They might sign up with this.
I got you.
But yeah, your point, your view on this.
So, I've got to take a reference from a previous title. Now, this is where Team Celsa really comes into the mix, right?
Yeah.
They were one of the underdog teams before they went on to win the title, right? But in the league stages, they were somewhere around the 12th position while it ended. Now, when you kind of take it to the big leagues where you've got prolonged, BGMI action coming in, that is where all the research, all the data is being collected by these big orgs, right? They've got their analysts, they've got their coaches. They're going to be collecting and calculating everything and would be making sure they have certain answers, because then you have a fixed certain amount of lobby, the kind of a luxury that these qualified teams, most of them, do not have. But heading into the finals, now the big hurdle will of course be to try and make it to the top 16, because then we've got just limited amount of days. We've got 4 days, and in that anything can possibly happen. Something that teams like Cells has already accomplished, but now again they kind of had that throne which they eventually lost over the long period of time, and now here they are to reclaim it back again.
Yep, they're being invited. They have a lot of responsibilities on their shoulder. With great powers comes great responsibilities. We have heard this before, and there are very few teams who are living up to it. TSM somehow bouncing back hard in the previous game. Now this is the game they need to capitalize on, because ultimately 2 more games of them gliding down towards, if the graph drops down, it's going to be so hard for them in the final game to actually perform. We have seen many of these experienced teams not able to perform in the final map, so it's better they pick up the pace in this one as well. I know you're going to agree on that, but at the same time, I'm looking forward for ACBC, Team Mists and BurnX official with the side of Endless to somehow pick up the pace. Somewhere I feel the Wounded Lions this time will be able to roar back properly.
Now for BurnX official, at least we can put them aside for now, because I still feel having that 19 minutes of average survival time, that getting decent amount of position points, good number of finishes, at least 14 has been secured, right?
Yeah.
You somewhere at this point, after 3 games, if you kind of around that 25 to 27 marker, you're still doing good, which I feel BurnX official has done a really good job with that. So again, it's not going to be about BurnX official, but yes, for ACBC, for sure, for Endless, 100%. Even for the likes of Chicken Rushers or maybe our esports, we would want to see some resurgence from their side. As ladies and gentlemen, we have taken it up to the skies yet again. And this is going to be a flight path that every player inside the lobby is going to like in the door, because it covers majority of the terrain where you can have options to drop off everywhere, sort of kind of reducing those early vehicle collisions or few of those early fights. And we witnessed the first game of Erangel, where it started off a little slow, then towards the end it started picking up the pace, and Kinetic Esports have certainly been the show stealers.
Yep, let's see whether that's going to be the case in this game as well. At this point of time, there's going to not much teams have jumped off together like that. It's been just 4 to 5 teams grouping up together in one center jump off, and all of them are heading in different directions. As you said, no possibilities of an early skirmish. I really want to see who will be choosing to go towards the southern side of the map, towards the side of Milta, because somewhere Military, I'm so sorry, and that is where the zone might be forming up. A strong feeling that a southern circle this time might challenge most of these players. And we can see towards the side of Milta Power, ultimately, there are 2 teams. A zone does favor out a little bit of the southern side of the map. Yet again, the northern side of the map towards 70 shooting range installed, but completely abandoned. Nobody choosing to go there. What are your thoughts on this one place always being abandoned, and that's been a common thing in BMOC?
I think maybe ACBC might be heading over to its Sanhok military base, right? And for now, Milta, that's
the northern side.
The northern side, I mean, if they do not want to drop, we can't really force them. But I have to kind of get your attention to the fight happening over here with Nova.
Oh,
He was
no.
kind of lost and endless. You know, they are going to be put to an end if they sort of are going to keep on playing like that. Now, Mr. Official, talking about this one team, we had seen what they're capable of, right? Especially in the round 3 games. They started off with the chicken, and then somewhere down the line, they were kind of looking to be just languishing down in the bottoms up until the last game where Sparta George just went absolutely nuts. The kind of a performance he displayed, that's something that's going to be remembered for a few more days. And for now, a little bit of a skirmish here. And this is, I really want to see how does Endless kind of recuperate from this situation.
I strongly feel they need to just back off from this fight, an unnecessary fight according to me, because both of these teams need some placement points, need some finish points. I know Mist at this point of time have already been gifted with one, so going in to take this fight, Endless will be probably not doing the wise decision, as the circle is taken a southern shift, right? So most of them on the northern side of the map would want to come in and be towards the side of farm area, or probably ferry, or even the side of the potato hill, so that in case the zone shifts even more further to the southern side, you know, they can take that up. I know it's early for us to say that the rotation might push in over here, but ultimately we have seen that Endless and Mystic, they tend to prolong the fight for a long time, and due to which, you know, they might get into a third party.
Oh yeah, there are, you know, stark possibilities of that happening, right? You've got Enigma Galaxy right beside them, and if they keep on increasing the duration of how long they're engaging over here, I'm pretty sure Enigma Galaxy would want to capitalize on that situation, rack up a few finishes to their names. But now a little bit of a stalemate over here, right? These teams are not really looting. They need to make sure they get their loot done, and then eventually either cross the bridge or try and do something else, because somewhere down the line a lot of teams are going to try and rotate early on. A few of the teams would want to have their 2 of those players stationed just on the southern side of the map, and 2 of them on the top, because it could be anywhere. Yesterday we did witness a similar sort of a circle. We kind of went around to those shelter areas, right?
Yep.
And that is where walkouts kind of came up top with the chicken dinner, ensured their berth for the BMPS. But for now, again, into nothing we are, just venturing. Ashok, he's kind of, you used to play those games when we were kids, right? Statue. Sort of a statue there.
Yep, but Spart Jord, he has no helmet, and then he's showing the balls of steel, trying to be out in the open. Now let's see whether that's going to be costing them heavy, as Ashok is trying to keep his composure. He's still waiting for the perfect time. He doesn't want to peek out and be kind of visible, but ultimately it was a little late for Roho to give the right kind of backup. I know he would have grabbed the attention as of now. Ashok is going to eventually jump down and try to take the fight in a very different perspective, as he's having a little bit of view on people upstairs, but it's important for throwables to be used in, right? No, not much farming has been done from the side of Endless, because they were stationed in the same place for a really long time. But Mists on the other side, they're not going to stop. They want to do wonders. Look at that. It was the smoke which came in for a cover, but ultimately Ashok at this point of time is being tagged rigorously, as it's going to be an M4, which might get challenged at this point of time. He's going to fall back with that UMP. He almost got into cover until Roho. It was too late for Roho, right? So eventually it's got to Roho who gets taken down. And also Mist are going to be very, very happy to capitalize on the last man, Gajini. I hope that he forgets about his team as quickly as possible and runs back. That's not going to be the case, as Mist are going to capitalize on this. Make sure they put an end for the side of Endless, which proves that there is no team with no ends.
You know, a lot of communication errors being made over there, especially from Team Endless's side, right? Ashok wanted to retreat, and this is where Roho needed to provide that cover fire. And, you know, them not working in unison with each other, kind of, they you know, dug their own graves. And for Mist officials, they were starting to get a little impatient, because they realized, you know, the more they kind of prolong this battle, it's not going to help them in the longer run. Now they have the entirety of Milta City to themselves, and they can start their loot finally. But this is where even the players of our esports have decided to, you know, try and have their PlayStation a little bit up top, you know, get over, try and have those shorelines around that eastern bridge that we have. But Team Cells, they're starting to bank up, and Team Enigma forever have taken that western military bridge to themselves, right? They can have avenues. They've got a lot of spots where they can try and station themselves, build camp over there. You've got that little high radio tower to yourself. But Kinetic Esports, I mean, this is one of those teams that we've been talking about, right? Managed to get the first 2 chicken dinners in the evening. A little shallow performance in Sanhok, but now would look to redeem themselves back again.
Absolutely. Now FS on the other side, pretty much confident about nobody's going to be tagging them out as they move in the roads of Rozok, trying to get over this hill, probably push in towards the side of, oh no, TSM is rushing in towards them, and that's something which is visible to the courtesy of the map we have at this point of time, and it's important for us to see whether this fight can take place as baby ACBC come in close proximity with the side of Team Forever, and we all know how ruthless they can be, but can ACBC Capron be the cult which he can actually be, try to initiate all the information and then try to give that initial knock which is required for the squad. It looks like he's going to be falling back as Anuj 2 OP is the cult for the side of Team Forever.
Yeah, he's really living up to his name, but for now TSM absolutely going ham on the players of FS Esports as they're trying to traverse around, try to avoid any unwanted fights, and this is a right decision to make, right? Because just stopping over there haphazardly is not going to help their cause. Now TSM, after having that beautiful momentum build up in Sanhok, getting that chicken dinner, they want to go big, right? Now this is one of those teams that did get the highest finished chicken dinner, which sort of was 31 if my memory serves me right. The highest ever. Records have been created, and now they know they're starting to feel the heat a little bit, and now here they are to settle their scores.
I just hope that, Kinetic does look at this squad which is trying to push in towards them, try to capitalize on it, because Kinetic are really good at doing that, They tend not to go to a fight until and unless it's required. Now, they have a clue that there's a vehicle pretty much close by on the other side of the ridge, so just holding back, waiting to see which head pops up on the horizon so that they can just, boom into the heads, but ultimately it's gonna be TSM trying to run away. An M24 shot coming in from the side of Kinetic. KU would have grabbed the attention of another team which is pretty much close to them, and let's see whether they're gonna get indulged into this fight. And TSM, after setting fears in one of those squads and pushing them away, goes in for a different kind of rotation.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, TSM need to understand what objective lies for them. Now, this is the point that realize the second circle is going to start forming over here. This is where, you've got to look for the next shift, and this is what we've been talking about, right? This certain circle kind of heads and tails over towards shelter area. Now, this is where they've got that perfect avenue to take that route through that school side and then get those higher ground advantage around those snake buildings that we do have. So, TSM, they're going to be really quick on the rotations. They've been trying to rotate pretty early on, even in the first game of Erangel. What really did not work out for them then was they were really hasty, right? Really impatient, just went in at Hyderabad Hydras thinking that they could knock them down. But it was Hyderabad Hydras that we're talking about, right? One of the strongest teams inside the lobby, and surely they did have those big military crate weapons, which they kind of capitalized on, got the better out of them, as we do have a little bit of a fight brewing up in front of us. Missed Officials against RE Esports.
Oh, Mr. Officials, their thirst for finishes is still not complete. They're hungry for more at this point of time. They do understand that RE is pretty much holding the bridges over here. They have a small, vague idea, and that's why Fragger OP is coming in from an off angle, trying to check whether he can tag off a person or so. But Canary could be that person who has the blind spot, right? He's above the hill at this point of time. Probably a good sniper or a long range scope is going to be more than enough for him to actually keep them at bay. But the most important thing for us to see is who's going to be coming into third party this team, because everybody will be trying to come into a side of farm or shelter, trying to make sure that they have control of those hard compounds over here, as Jadu knows where Fragger is actually coming in. He's trying to strike fear, trying to taunt him to come and open and take a fight towards him. Our esports, are they doing the right thing at this point of time with Mystic's confidence built up? Let's see what's going to happen next.
For Mist Officials, they've got to make some tough choices over here. Ideally, they would, of course, want to secure that shelter area to themselves. But at the same time, they understand that if they do not address this situation, if they do not get those finishes to their names, it's going to be our esports towards the very end could bite them from behind, right? So they're not taking chances, kind of trying to delay. And I like what Jadu is doing. But as we take a look over here, you can clearly see we might get to see that fight happening again. TSM and Hyderabad Hydras, a little bit of a split working out, trying to look for that perfect area. And if you talk about where the players of Team TSM are situated around the hell area, they've gotten the better out of the players of Team Solitude, and Naru has been knocked out. Now the big question arises is Team TSM going to go in for the push or not?
I don't think so. They can go in this open field. It's better they stay back and avoid this bout altogether, because it's important for you to understand few other things as well. As you're going to push in towards them, either you need to use a vehicle, you can't go by foot. If you're choosing to go by foot, it's going to be hard. Split gameplay coming in from the side of TSM, where Aquanox is trying to get one knock, and the knock does come in, and that is where they would want to capitalize, as Aquanox immediately boats up a buggy, and from the other corner comes in Shadow and Ninja OP with the throwables already started to cook off. Can Ninja do that opening which is required, as another grenade is going to be cooked into a sim? Naru is going to be backstabbed. There's going to be one more player of Solitude getting taken down. A pre-fire does come in. A grenade is already being cooked, as the grenade doesn't explode in time. Ferocity will be the last man, and Ninja John is going to hit the final name in the coffin. TSM back to the complete form. This beast have unleashed themselves, and let's see how much more of domination they're going to show in this game.
Yeah, the Lions, they've been threatened, and now here they are, hungry, just, reaching out their paws everywhere, and Team Solitude had to deal with the brunt of it. I loved how the push came in, waiting for Aquanox's knock, and then eventually from 3 different directions just charge it together. One of those players trying to provide cover fire from the backlines. It was a picture-perfect textbook finish. And of course, Team Solitude did not have the best of those compounds, right? Just one little compound and a small shack to work around with. Few grenades could do the job later on. But for Team Hyderabad Hydras, they've decided, to come over a little bit, to get that little elevation to themselves. And for now, it's all these teams trying to congregate over a good spot, as Oves, he's under heavy fire coming in from the players of ACBC. Reinforcements do arrive in the form of Max Cash, who's going to take a spin, but Captain is taking quite a lot of damage as Oves has opened it up. Yet again, Evil Sky getting knocked out, and Captain is going to meet a similar fate, as Rain and Haxer have delayed the cover fire.
I mean, this is what happens when an experienced player rushes in. Look at how Daljit and his teammate are going to come in style. Crisscross formation coming in with that vehicle. An unnecessary one to be, from my side, to be boasting that up too much. But it was worth all that, push coming in from my side. Daljit is eventually going to put that smoke, because they know the push is inevitable, as ACBC going to tuck their tails, take this buggy, fall back to the hardest cover, or probably get away from this position itself. Once the experienced teams start to rush in towards you, you need to get scared, because they are the strongest in the lobby right now.
Oh, this indeed are. But for now, ACBC, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And you can see Haxer not pleased with what happened in that final fight. And ACBC, they've been trying to build up that little momentum, right? They've been trying to get a few finishes. They've been trying to get themselves in the midst of the battles. They've realized it's starting to get a little frustrating for them. And that is going to cost them really heavy, because Team Enigma Forever, now they're starting to go out for a hunt, right? They realize they've checked the remainder compounds of the snake area. They're going to look for a few others. And this is where I believe they're kind of complacent about Chicken Rush's presence. If they do not know, if they do not have this information to them, they might find themselves in a heap of trouble.
Now, this is the point where, the hard compounds are something which every team would want, right? So, this was one place to have the maximum number of hard compounds, as you said, the S or the snake buildings which you refer to, and every team wants to take a part of this fight. Every team wants to take a part of this hard compound, making sure that and praying that the zone does favor them out, as the next circle is going to be forming in any second zone. But yeah, at the same time, Team Ari on the other side will have a long journey up ahead. We can see that Team Enigma Forever have a kind of a clue that there's another team to the nearest compound, but still the push came in from their side as if they were going in for a finish point and finish off the side of ACBC, but it looks like the push was just to acquire the maximum number of hard cover as the circle takes a shift towards them, and the prayers are going to be heard. The fight is yet to begin, as it's going to be all the teams on the northern side who have to make it inside the circle.
Oh yes, now this is what we've been talking about, that curveball to hit, and this is where, we were kind of having this discussion, right? This sort of circle somewhere ends around that little shelter area around those compounds. There's Ephes trying to rattle a few bullets out at Ace Black. He's one of their scouters. He's always trying to find that better area for his team, and now realizes where the threat might come in from. Now FS Esports, they have had a few good games, especially that one game in Miramar, but now find themselves in the midst of crossfires. OVS missed officials also joined the fray, and considering they've already have their hands hot, they might be in here for some heavy bashing on the players of FS.
Now see what Mists are doing. They're going in for an early rotation again, probably trying to push in towards the side of Team FS itself. If that's not the case, there's Enigma Galaxy coming in right behind them, and behind Enigma Galaxy comes Burnix, right? So they have to watch out, concentrate on one corner, or else things might not go in their favor. As at this point of time, they're just going to fall back, find the hardest compound, or probably find a ridge or a high ground advantage from where they can capitalize on, pick up these finishes. This smokes is revealing the locations of Team RE, as it's going to get extinguished anytime soon, and that's going to be easy pickings coming in from the side of Mist Officials.
Yeah, the moment the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a finish galore, as Mist Official really need to capitalize, but they have their attention focused elsewhere. As Burnix Officials, they're also trying to break it down, and there you go. This is what we were talking about, right? Just trying to hammer in all those lead, and he's the one who gets the knock again on Henry, and Art is going to follow suit, trying to dish some heavy amount of damage, as Fragger, he's also going to get one of the knocks, as RE Sports. Oh my goodness, they're in a whole world of trouble right now. Vehicles starting to explode, and it's just a matter of seconds before they get eliminated from the server.
Absolutely. Now, Jadu was holding behind the towers, right? So he could be the last ray of hope for the team. But on the other side, we did see that TSM is dishing some damage against the side of Team X. Burnix it is. And they need to make sure that, you know, their heat is being felt by the side of TSM, or else it's going to be hard for them to survive this squad. We know TSM have already changed their gears. They want to look forward for some more action and finish up in a very good finish point in this game. So they see Ari at this point of time holding the right corner of the map. According to me, nobody is there to backstab them, as the blue zone is pretty much visible close to them. So I would say that, you know, TSM from here on need to take it a little calm before they take the fight. But in case they become too aggressive, might get taken down, as they're grabbing too much attention, as all the teams know their location.
At this point, I really feel that they just don't care, right? They're like, chuck it. We're just gonna go in, get those fights to our names. And that's the confidence that you need, where, you know, a lot of teams were starting to doubt themselves. TSM were looking for that one good game, right? Now they know they've got the players of Team RE Sports right in front of their crosshairs. All they need to do is try and start firing bullets. But at the same time, you know, they're being calculative, right? They're making all those calm decisions. They're just not going all mental, right? They're not creating all that chaos. As of now, still waiting for that next shift, because that is going to decide how the circle has to be played around. It's going to be a little tough for TSM. This is where I really feel that they should start, you know, taking a fight against at least the likes of Team Enigma Forever. And if they can contest that compound, could be a different story. But Enigma Galaxy and Mist are yet to lock horns now.
Now, it seems like, you know, they have kind of locked horns, as Sparta Jord knows the exact location of MJ. A grenade has been cooked towards him as well. But TSM have to push in and make sure they clear off the side of Team RC and take that hard cover which they've already prepared. Now, coming back to the fight which is on our screens, Mist Official kind of, you know, putting a false flag over there, making a sound with the buggy, Enigma thinking that, you know, they might have pushed away, and that is when they'll try to push in and they'll capitalize on that false flag. But Hyderabad Hydras on the other side, they're not letting go of any of their teammates down on the ground. They want to make sure that they have everybody in their favor, as Opt have the control of the circle. In case they try to push in, they have to push in a point where Opt Rising Falcons are having a divided attention, or a moment where they might not be looking towards that direction. Look at this Mist Official right now going towards the side of it's going to be Team Forever walking into their crosshairs. Blaze OP and his teammate is going to go down on their feet, as the final person, OS Bolze, kind of knows the location of that person. Marks Kash comes out, finds the last person. Probably he tried to come in through the window, and that is where they're going to put an end for them. Anujopi and Daljit are down on their feet. It's going to be easy to pick them up, as 6 finishes goes into the favor of Team Enigma Forever.
I do not know what Mr. Facial were really intending without any, not just trying to ram in. They were kind of banking upon the fact that Team Enigma Forever is well split apart. But now Hyderabad Hydras find themselves in a really tough spot, but this is where TSM start to get inside the circle. Jadu is making a run. He's showing his back to the enemy, but here comes Ninja, all riled up, just waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike, but has to pay attention towards his eastern side, where you've got Enigma Galaxy with a little bit of a high ground advantage.
Oh, no.
As Enigma Forever's always opens it up against our esports, as Explicit and Kenry are the 2 players surviving.
I mean, TSM, according to me, have done the right thing, trying to hold the hardest. It's probably a small den created by another team, but let's see how well they can, you know, perform and hold on for a long period of time, as Enigma Forever have taken a push towards the side of Enigma Galaxy. two galaxies kind of facing off with one another, we can expect a big supernova happening as TSM have already lost a player. With that, smokes already covering off their views against the side of Burnex. It looks like Burnex is trying to take advantage of all of it, but ultimately one good grenade has given the opening for the side of TSM. Aquanox is still playing flat on his tummy. He'll be found out by the side of Burnex official. The last man is kind of going in for a heal battle at this point of time. Will he survive as TSM have lost almost 2 players at this point of time?
At this point, they really need to get the revive back on Aquanox, but Robert coming in from the backlines as Aquanox gets wiped out. The damage has been done. TSM survived with just 1 player, but still 8 finishes to their name, and there still are 11 teams surviving inside the lobby. It's going to come down to the urban warfare. It's going to come down to where the circle shifts next, because Enigma Galaxy have fought a team Enigma forever out of that little compound, pushing them to the Wizard Tower. But look at Team Cells, do not have a lot of options to play around with, somewhere stuck in those wooden shacks.
Well, let's see what's going to happen as Falcons are trying to spread their wings and try to move around in the map itself as Enigma Galaxy MJ is still holding to this hard compound. He knows they don't have to do much, but rather welcome anybody who tries to come into the compound. Whereas Anuj 2 OP on the other side knows the exact location of FS and he's trying to spray them down. And he's spraying right above the vehicle where the heads could be visible and making sure that he dishes the right kind of damage. He also knows the location of Enigma Galaxy as well, right? So he's making sure he doesn't do too much of a damage as Enigma Galaxy are trying to pour lead towards the side of Cells. Everywhere it's just ledge pouring here and there, and we can see that the finish feed is also showing us some wonders as it's going to be hard for us to follow each and every fight.
Oh, it's going to be so chaotic, right? It's absolute pandemonium as OPT Rising Falcon come pushing in at the players of Team Cells as Humanoid had that perfect vantage point from the backlines, but is going to be dealt with properly from somewhere else as now Team Enigma Forever also chime in as somehow down the line Team Cells are still surviving. They need to get that res back up as Diljit from these high ground compounds that he has. He's dishing out so much amount of damage with Enigma Forever's Maxcash having his attention diverted at the players of Chicken Rushes.
This is where we need to just wait out and see who's got the best advantage, who's got the crosshairs all around the map, because ultimately that's going to be something which we have to look out for. Cells at this point of time not in the best spot. GSM Ninja Jot, TSM Ninja Jot tried to make it inside the circle, but he's going to be very happy with that 8 finishes they've raked up. Good finish points according to me. And Cells at this point of time, finally, a sniper bolt action coming in at this point of the match. That shows Enigma Galaxy is taking it too light.
Oh, I mean, Diljit, that's his signature style, right? Regarded as the most accomplished sniper ever that Indian gaming community has seen. You know he barely misses those shots, right? And still has a 4 times. Imagine if he had an 8 to work around with. But certainly in this little circle, I think a 4 times would suffice. But for now, Cells kind of caught in a little bit of a situation over there. They need to ensure that backlines are cleared. Of course, Oves has been knocked out by Max, but it's not going to be an easy push, right? As Anuj really anticipating. Jadu did lose out on his bullet. Will eventually secure the knock really fast on his triggers with that finish.
Absolutely, but at the same time, the drop when he dropped down immediately when he knew that the shots were coming in towards him from the side of Enigma Galaxy, and that was also a very good one. A duck shot. We need to learn a lot from these experienced players, and that is why he's given that job over there. And it's going to be CR taking the fight. I don't know why Jud Boy was just holding back to do that fight. It was just a 2v4 situation. ACBC have dominated this with 2 men standing. They've got 6 finishes already. They have a vague idea there's another person outside. They're cooking up a grenade, and immediately he wants to go in and capitalize on it as the grenade is going to be finishing him off. It was an unnecessary push coming in from his side, or a little earlier would have been much more better, but ACBC welcomed the 7th finish with open arms.
He was certainly out of options over there. Jut Boy had to do whatever he could as beautiful grenade cooked into perfection by Toothless will of course declare the end of Team Cells as they bow out in the 6th position. As now Hyderabad Hydras, they're being pushed over. Striker, the lonesome survivor, Maxcash comes in to get knocked down and instantly finished over just before Diljit secured that final finish. But for Team Enigma Forever, this is that big game that they were prying out for so long. 14 finishes already to their name, and they now want to end things with getting a chicken dinner.
I just hope they do, right? All those hard work, they They do not want to go without the final laugh on their face. Now, ACBC on the other side is looking pretty strong, you know. They've got really good finishes. They were trying to play that split gameplay, try to understand which are the teams which will be trying to push in. They also know the vantage point of all these players, but at the same time, somewhere far away, ACBC is again going to land and snatch away some hard work coming in from the side of Nigma. Nigma rotating around and trying to come in from a different angle to take this fight with 3 teams already alive. It's Nigma Galaxy having the man advantage as Team Forever loses another person. It's a 2v2v4 situation in the favor of Nigma. They have the zone control, kind of zone control within themselves, but Rain has a vague idea. He's not watching Dreams, due to which he might have to pay the price. Yes, he does, but can he make it into the cover where he might get revived? That's the next big question.
Haxa had no chance to kind of come in and help. Now it's all going to come down to between Team Enigma Forever and Enigma Galaxy. And Enigma Galaxy certainly do have the numbers. A beautiful spread coming in there for them. As always, he needs to pull off something really magical, right? They need those 2 good knocks. But before that, they want to end the tyranny of Haxa that's going on right now. 8 finishes for ACBC. Again, a really good resurgence from their side. As Diljit has cooked up that grenade. When is he going to connect it though? Is he going to throw at his direction at all? He knows the exact position, but in the next 20 seconds, the circle is going to start closing in.
I mean, he's waiting for that projectile, right? He knows that, you know, this is where I need to land it. He lands it perfectly. And that's the finish he was wanting for. 15 finishes already coming out to this team. They've started to provide. They're one of the strongest. And the patience have been lost from the side of Nigma Galaxy as MJ pushes in. He's going to be cooking up a grenade. This is going to be all about timing, as at this point of time, 2 grenades have been exchanged perfectly. Daljit comes to another corner where he's going to meet that grenade itself. OS Bolt has nothing to do but come out in the open and get finished off. As Nigma Galaxy from out of nowhere, they were just holding, and this is what I say, you know, when all things come for those who wait, and Nigma Galaxy waited for the right time with those finishes coming in their favor of just 6, but a big finish placement points of 15.
Oh wow! Now this is this game of Erangel has been such a reality check for all the other teams, right? Now from the 4th game, we've had different teams coming in. Team Enigma Forever, however, those 15 finish points are going to be helping them to stay up top with 27 points. Now Enigma Galaxy also, you know, they've had those few first 3 games really not going the way that they had wanted, but now right now they're going to start dreaming, right? With 2 more games remaining, they still have those dying chances, which goes the same for teams like ACBC and Redemption Crew. One really good game in Miramar, a second good one over here, 12 points also collected. They're also going to find themselves into the mix of things. But talking about teams like TSM, those 8 finishes, right? Those fights that they took earlier on against Team Solitude, then going over and fighting out the players of our esports from the backlines. Burnex officials made their lives hell.
Absolutely. Now this is where I would like to say that, you know, sometimes Caster's curse comes into play, sometimes Caster's blessings come into play, right? We discussed about all these teams which are on the top, right, and it looks like they are the teams on the top. On the other side, Burnex official, it's just that, you know, they were not quick enough to taking those decisions. I do understand that it's going to be hard for you when you're going for those late rotations, right? So just 2 points is what they're going to be rewarded with Chicken Rushers coming in with 2 position points alone. Opt Rising Falcon, I really wanted them to, you know, probably go into the hard covers, that buildings, rather than going in for the center of the map with those shacks where grenades are going to be inevitably thrown in towards you. But Kinetic going down, R Esports going down, FS, all those teams which performed really well so far in the second half of the table, this is where the points table can go to that neck-to-neck or nail-biting situation again in the final map of the day.
It's never going to be a one-sided show, right? It's always going to get entertaining, right? This is the masala that we've been searching out for. As ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at who the iQOO MVP is going to be going to, and it's going to be the Sniper King. Diljit SK has that SK along with his name, certainly, you know, certifying how good he is. But of course, he's not managed to get a lot of knocks, so few finishes with the bolt action. But really, the meta does not require that. But has been very clinical with his finishes. You know, 677 points of damage, 6 finishes to his name. Team Enigma Forever, on the behest of the fact that they really rotated early, anticipated the circle to be coming out here, took those right fights, and here they are. You know, Oves also along with him. But ACBC, one of those teams that were being charged upon by Enigma Forever, and somehow still had Rain and Haxa into the mix, who eventually made it to the top 5.
I mean, looking at Nigma Galaxy, as somewhere I'm feeling that they could be the champions of them all if they continue to play how they played exactly in this game. Fearless, making sure they prioritize the zone. Everything was going right for them. But as of now, let's look at what's happening next. As it's a match summary, right? So 73 knocks, and that's a lot. I've never seen it cross the 70 marker before, if I'm not wrong. 73 knocks coming in with 48 rescues. It was a good game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you have so much compounds involved, it's inevitable to happen, right? People were getting knocked, then you had those revives also coming out, so it was all there. But once we take a look at the FT craft, there you can see those high-rise compounds over there. You've got Team Enigma Forever, Enigma Galaxy though. I was kind of surprised a little bit because they were not making a lot of noises from the starting, right? They were kind of very patient, very calm and composed, trying to play around those hilly areas. There was a moment where we felt, you know, the fight between Mr. Fischl and Enigma Galaxy could erupt, but Mr. Fischl decided otherwise. I do not know what was going on in their heads to push in Team Enigma Forever just blindsided, and that clearly did not work out for them. And that is where Team Enigma Forever really capitalized on the situation, really made all those right movements, collected as many finish points. You know, they were all over their place, right? They had players scattered around. Daljit was looking at one particular direction. We had Maxkash looking at particularly another. Oves was looking after TSM. So we could see all those. And Anuj outside, he was doing all the heavy lifting.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there's one thing which we always keep saying, right? It's not about the finish points. It's not about the placement points, but also about the finish points. And that is how TSM could survive. We'll discuss more about this as we have another word coming in from the side of iQOO Mobiles. They have a very good promo for you about this device. Let's go and look at it.
iQOO.
Experience tranquility.
Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 finishes निकालते हुए Goblin. Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait because I know that there's a lot of things running in your head regarding this beauty. There's a lot of things running in your head when it comes to the points table, because I did see you, right? You were looking at the math. You had that calculator open and you were trying to do things.
Doing some spying there, mate.
It's not just spying, you know. Even I was looking at the device and I was like, I wanted to say something to you, but you were all busy with the numbers. So I was just gonna wait for you to spill out some beans. But yeah, getting back into the game itself. So close numbers, I do believe, you know, because I was also down with my math. I want to see how things goes.
You know, before we get down to that, of course, a huge shout out to Loco, right? India's biggest gaming and live streaming platform. We've been talking about this multiple times, right? A lot of your BGMI favorite professional players are streaming right over there, right? You can check out all those call outs that they're going out for. And sometimes when you feel that, you know, you're above the competition, you might be the next big thing that Indian gaming community needs to witness, you might as well start your streaming career with Loco.
Yep, but the highlights is going to give us a clear picture of the previous game, because finally it's all about speaking about this beautiful game which turned out in the favor of a lot of teams. You know, whoever had Nigma, whoever had Forever on their name, they were the teams to, you know, actually shine out over it, right?
I think, yeah, of course, Team Enigma Forever, the way they've been playing this game, that was amazing. But this is where I think, you know, missed officials had sort of had the cojones to push at the players of Team Enigma Forever. They were kind of really starting to feel it. And this is one of those fights. It was so perfectly executed, right? Just hammered in by 3 different directions. Now, that is how beautifully you sort of execute a squad wipe, right? And that could be possibly the cleanest one I've ever seen for so long, right? The way they kind of rushed in, but this is how it all began. Team Enigma Forever, they were holding on to this compound. ACBC felt that, you know, this is something that would really suit them. I really expected Rain or Haxer to provide that cover fire while the remainder of the 2 players were kind of gushing in, but that did not happen. But for our esports, it was sort of been the tell-to-tell story, just, you know, beside that radio tower and all these smokes trying to keep them alive, but not for long. Eventually, they were just, you know, decimated by a lot of other teams.
Team Forever, no matter how many teams rushed in towards that, you know, hard compound, they knew exactly how to finish them off. And grenades coming in from the side of TSM to take over that one corner, which was actually like, you know, the Tower of Death. Whoever came in over there did not make it into the circle. So, but still, you know, it was a good game for the side of TSM, right? So there was some Russian coming in from the Burnex official. They also gave away their finish points towards the side of TSM after dealing a lot of damage to them itself. One last man. What much can you do? You know, it's going to be hard for you, right? He still had 12 teams to deal with.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at this point, TSM had only one thing in mind, right? They were realizing that they were surviving pretty late in the game and still not getting those finishes. So might as well work around where they really love, what they really love. That is go and take those fights right at the faces of their enemies, at least secure 8-9 finishes. And if they cannot do the same in the next 2 games, I think they're going to be good to go to qualify. But Team Cells, I've been loving what Humanoid has been displaying to us so far. He's always been one of those anchors for this team, as he has established himself as one of the strongest players inside the roster, right? Every team nowadays, you're gonna have that one player that has that X factor, and out of Team Cells, for me, it is definitely gonna be Humanoid.
Yep, agreed on this point, but some grenades were cooked to perfection coming in from the side of OPT Rising. They were the first people to actually do it, but ultimately they had to pay the price and taste their own medicine. But Daljit on the other side trying to show off his skills with the sniper, but this quick peeks coming in from the side of Anuj. It did impress you, it did impress me as well, but ultimately the fight which took place against ACBC over here, where they dominated exactly when required. Even though Rain, you know, he didn't let go of it, he did not cancel it as the rush came in. He just went into the corner from where he can actually connect that. But on the other side, a good grenade is what I was speaking about, and there it was cooked by the side of Toothless, eventually erasing the person off, and then after that it was really hard for them to survive.
And this is where, you know, Hyderabad Hydras, they're kind of having that run continuing with issues with rotation inside the games of Erangel, right? The first game, they somehow managed to keep themselves strong, but this time was just survived by Striker, and all he could do was get one of those finish points. But the positioning, somehow they're making it to the top 5 every single time, and this one is so well, right? It just kind of simmered down, and this is where Enigma Galaxy knew that this is the moment to shine. Now, nades were exchanged from both the sides, but MJ had a lot of room to rotate around, where Daljit was really limited to that one little small compound, and that is where his his graves were dug. And for Owace, he had no other option. It was a 1v4 situation, and all he could do was, you know, try and survive for that much. He knew that he had finish points collected, and now has gotten Enigma Forever to such a promising position, where I feel one more good game and Enigma Forever could have their tickets solidified.
Yeah, but 2 grenades were cooked, and it was cooked to perfection. We have to speak about it. One is Daljit. Until he had that angle, until he had that projectile perfect, he did not want to throw it, and that was good thing. The second one was about MJ, right? So MJ at the end moment, he did not want to toss it right into the building, but rather wanted to pitch it to the window and then inside, expecting Daljit would change his position and try to come and hide somewhere else. Pre-cooked grenades are something really good, as right now we're getting prepared for the other co-pilot to join us. It's gonna be Salty back with us on the desk. You did see, right, some throwables finishes coming in, some really good sprays coming in, some really pushes being avoided by the side, and TSM finally able to breach into a hard compound, you know, which they were failing to do from the first two maps. What do you have to say about that game?
For sure, man. TSM, they're such a good team. It was about to happen. But you've got to give it to the boys from Team Enigma forever. The way they kind of played and they propelled their case inside the top 6. I love the fact that they don't really give up. And we've always talked about it, right? Have 2 good games and be consistent, get those placement points in the other. You will be able to make it inside the top 6. But for sure, this device that I'm holding right now belongs to the top 1, the upper echelon, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a small promo for all of you guys. Guys, would you really mind if I kind of click a selfie right about now?
Enough with this. That's what I was coming down to. Enough with the selfies already.
It's good. The camera is so good.
I do understand it, right? That's why you want to steal one for yourself.
Why not?
Why
not?
So
let's see. Post one on Instagram, maybe get some followers. You're not an Instagram guy, are you? Do you not like clicking selfies?
No, I'm not a person like that, right? We depend more on the talking rather than being present. So it's going to be different for you as we step into the next game and discuss further about what has happened so far. This is going to be the crucial map for most of these teams because this is when they try to take the pressures off their shoulder, trying to rake up really good points so that in the next round all they can do is defend up to 5 to 6 points and make sure they make it into the top 6 itself. So this is the map of Miramar. Previously, as we were speaking about few teams, right? So after you able to see that, you know, teams like Hyderabad Hydras themselves and also Enigma Galaxy and Enigma Forever performing, what do you have to say about their performance? Like, do you feel that they need to perform much better in the next few rounds or just take it casual for 10 points and they can easily make it?
No, for Enigma Galaxy, for that fact, right, they really need another great game to work with. For sure, the last game was good enough. They got the chicken and that kind of helps their case. But there's a very stark difference between Enigma Forever and Team Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Forever, they were consistent throughout the day before getting that nice game on Erangel, right? And that is one of the reasons why they're in the top 6. For Enigma Galaxy, they were basically sleeping. They were a sleeping giant throughout the first half. One good game is not going to help you topple so many teams right from the start, right? For them, they need another great game to kind of breach into the top 6. As of Hyderabad Hydras, this is their home turf. We know they are the Picassos of Miramar itself, and I'm really eager to find out how they can sort of digest the debacle on the first Miramar map and make a comeback. As ladies and gentlemen, once again the players have taken off, and it is Enigma Galaxy whom we witness right from the start. You can see all the sleeves being pulled up. They are pulling up their socks and maybe, just maybe, can assert their dominance as a flight path. Plane takes off from La Cabrera. The destination is Los Higos. I'm pretty sure that is not where most of the players would want to go.
There's a huge open window right towards the eastern side of the map where they all can fly, as the flight path is not pretty to the center, but it's enough for people to reach until they're choosing to go towards the side of Impala. Even if they have to go to Al Azhar, they can fly there and land properly. But if they're choosing to go towards the side of Campo Milita, I think that is where, you know, they might have to probably use their feet a little or probably traverse through a vehicle itself. But yeah, I'm looking for some early skirmishes because ultimately we're able to see there are teams which are in need some finish points. No matter how much placement points they play around with, it's not going to be easy for them. And we have seen yesterday also in the map of Miramar, few of them choose to hit the ground first and take those guns and try to see if there are birds flying in the air and take them down quickly, because there are free finishes flying in the air.
There might just be free finishes flying in the air, right? It's just target practice at that point. But you mentioned it correctly. A lot of the teams will be desperate for finish points, as Arca, one of your dreams might just come true. For sure, the circle is outside prison, but it's on the island right now. Los Egos. It's so south that a part of it even gets cut out of the map itself. As most of the teams have taken their plunge towards the south of the map, they are going to be just so happy. But look at the collection of teams on the northern hinge of the map itself. It's going to be so tough, especially near Picado. And this is something which I was looking forward to, right? We've seen a lot of those Hacienda del Petron circles, and you really want those southern circles to just play a part.
I just hope the circle, the final circle, is going to shift down to the southern part of the map itself, because ultimately that is when finally
Snap
in the
out of it,
desert,
Arca.
come on, in the desert shows I really want somebody swimming around, right? It's very hard for us to witness in the map of Miramar. Yeah, but coming back into the game, we were able to see BMOC official in close proximity with the side of I think it's I had a vague idea. Mist officials. Yeah. It was Mist officials on the other side. Yeah. So the thing is, Mist officials are really good at taking those initial fights and converting them into finishes and raking up 4 points for themselves so that they do not get taken down, right? Even in the previous game, this is where we say finish points sometimes matter a lot. For TSM in that case, in the previous round, they got just 1 position point for them. In case they did not have that 8 finish points, just imagine what would be the case as they enter in this map.
Yeah, for sure. As battle sort of starts brewing up, ladies and gentlemen, as we can see in the horizon, it's Mr. Official versus BMOC, and Villain trying to fall back. Of course, you can't show your back against the opposition, as Fragger OP gets the first knock for himself. Will be showing no mercy as he charges after him, but instantly realizes that there might be some sort of retaliation, as Zincho as well as Device are looking to save their fallen Crombrad. Do they have the nades to work with? They do want Molotov. Arca, is he going to burn to crisp?
I think he will, you know. He might dish a little bit of a damage, at least from that molly, or it's going to avoid Device from actually coming in.
Oh, nice.
Oh, very good spotting coming in from the side of Fragger, and really good dishes coming in from the other side. It's going to be Blade OP putting up a grenade, try to clear things off for the side of Mist officials. Another molly goes in, but this time it was BMOC who are really smart and really quick in picking up their teammates and falling back. Look at Millen with no HP. He still wants to take this fight, and that's the determination coming in from the side of BMOC, and they're doing really well by trying to put the fear in the hearts of Mist at this point of time.
100%, but they are in the back foot right now. If you remember correctly, BMOC, they've never really faced so many early battles, especially in the early circles. They always prefer the center of the circle, and this time Mist officials, they kind of caught them off guard, and this is something which they're not used to, and this is one of the reasons why the entirety of the side is succumbing. BMOC officials, they just don't really have any answers. Zinzo, of course, tries to retaliate, but Mist official, right? They caught exactly where it hurts for BMOC at this point. Getting those players back up and running is going to be really important, but Mist official, 4 frags, but no trade-offs, a really good start for them.
This is what I say. Mist officials are really good in that early skirmishes. They want to pick up those early 4 finish points, which has been helping them to retain this spot, right? From here on, all they have to do is traverse through the map, make sure they hold themselves with good possession points, not worry about anything else. But I love the way they caught the bull by its horn, you know. They knew exactly when to strike. They came by the window. They used those throwables, no matter, even though the throwables were cooked in from the opposite side. They knew that they're already done the damage against one player, and they tend to capitalize on it really well. And the push came in exactly when required, and ultimately 4 finish points were rewarded for them. Hyderabad Hydras on the other side, they're going to move around in this map. Trying to get it inside the circle will be their top priority.
Yep, I mean, you know what, like for BMOC official, we've seen this in the past, right? They always prefer to not engage in these early battles, and if you give them that initial space, they always find the center of the circle. You'll see them in the final circle where they start dominating, and Mist official kind of realized that. They knew that this is time when you try and take down a healthy competition right at the start of the game. Don't let them progress any further. This is one of the reasons why I feel BMOC official, they were caught off guard. I'm not sure how the points table is going to turn, because I feel BMOC official, they've done enough with consistent displays throughout the day so far. One more good game and they might just be able to see through. But for Mist official though, this game is really important.
And that's why they're stepping up to it, right? With already 4 points, they're going to be happy. But Hyderabad Hydras at this point of time in the wrong process, as Falcons are wanting to finish the job off. They see that the vehicle is kind of trembling around over there. They've done the damage. They can come in and capitalize because this is the right time as the high-end is on. There are more shots being coming towards them, but somehow they were saved by the bullet itself. It's going to be Hyderabad Hydras trying to, you know, using those ridges into their support, trying to get away from this place. 2 players were there inside this. One good blast, and that got 2 finishes in their name.
I kind of feel very bad when these explosive, very expensive vehicles are damaged by bullets, you know. I kind of feel the burn in their pockets because this certainly is not what they signed up for. I hope that the vehicle insurance covers it. I mean, yeah, dude, like these vehicles, they kind of explode pretty early. And having said that, OPT Rising Falcon, they almost got hearts of Hyderabad Hydras in their hand itself. But thankfully, just like you mentioned, they survive.
Yeah, they're wrong. It was searching in the wrong bush right now. You know, Falcons are like, we just rush in and see. I know that they would have stopped over there. They come in and see, but Hydras have thought. Yeah, Hyderabad have already thought 1 step ahead, and they've just reverted from that fight, ran far, far away. It's going to be TS on the other side coming in close proximity towards the side of Team FS. So let's see which alphabet is going to be the strongest at this point of it. It's going to be F or S, as both of them have stuck to themselves, stuck in a place where they'll have to take this fight as the shots have been initiated from the side of Solitude, and they are making sure that, you know, they want FS to take this fight.
Oh, no way, though. Explicit coming in from the back lines. There's a backstab or a backstab, if I'm not mistaken. Both the teams are playing in a 3-1 split, and Explicit, look at this, just trying to be silent as much as possible. As Team Solitude have no idea, they're completely oblivious of where Explicit is. They're just rotating around in their buggies, completely unaware of his positioning. And this is where Explicit just tries to lie low and maybe strike when the timing is right. But of course, there's another healthy option for him to try and regroup with his mates so that they can just be able to survive a little more longer as the team start preparing for that southern dash. The circle is still quite towards the southern side. And Los Leones, I guess, is going to host the majority of the teams right now.
Yep. I want one team to actually choose Los Legos and then try to take the fight, as Rising Falcons at this point of time have found Hyderabad Hydras after, you know, sniffing their way through it. It's like, you know, they are the strongest dogs at this point of time, right? They want to pick up those finish points, and that's why they've tracked them down to this position where they might get taken down. No, the zone is going to betray my dreams. Yet again goes towards the side of Los Leones. We can see Team RE is going to be taking the eastern side of Los Leones itself. Hyderabad Hydras wants to spray against the side of Opt and try to keep them at bay, as they have a little bit of a control over those areas on the other island. I know Opt will either find someone or the other, but all they can do is go towards a drop towards the southern side of Los Leones, come in from another bridge, which is going to be possible for them. 5 teams still outside the circle and making it inside. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Exactly right. OPT Rising Falcon. I like what they're doing, right? Trying to sort of go for the extreme southern rotation. Even Hyderabad Hydras, for that matter, they're holding the extreme southern end of the circle itself. And this is where the sort of conversation comes into play. The circle shifted back from Los Egos into the mainland. A lot of the waterways have actually been cut off the equation so far, which is actually healthy for the map. But so far, so forth, this battle is going to sort of determine who is going to be the king of the south. As Hyderabad Hydras, they are under fire. Juice RF comes in from behind, and nobody was aware of his positioning, and now they react to it. But I guess it's a little too late. Ace Black, of course, has been knocked down. They will try to resurrect him, but in the meanwhile, there's Zenon already trying to make a move.
I mean, Zeno has come in from the right corner, according to me. He needs to cook a really good grenade, but it's going to be hard for him to get that projectile, right? But Ace Black is kind of caught up, and Zeno can actually capitalize on that. It's danger from the other side, trying to rotate around, coming from another angle. Look at the way the Ryzen Falcons are actually converging, coming in from all different directions. A deja vu moment for us, like how TSM did it previously. But TSM were clever enough to dominate when 2 knocks had come in. But this time, Ryzen Falcons, they're like, we just need 1 knock. It's enough. Let's try to push in and capitalize on this, as they have a little bit of a control of this fight. All they have to do is make sure that they take another person down, which they have successfully done. It's a 3v4 fight at this point of time. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Oh man, poor Ace Black. He was crawling back to his teammates, hoping that he might survive. But look at Strike FTW. taking in the brunt of the grenade. A lot of HP being chewed off as Danger RF is on the receiving end. Hyderabad Hydras, we know how strong they're holding, their defensive play is. It's all about putting up in display as a beautiful nade comes in. Carry explodes as Danger RF has no means of survival. There's no trade potential. I'm pretty sure OPD Rising Falcon just can't go in for a revive. There's retaliation coming in. Striker has been brought down. Maxi OP is quite low on HP. But look at this, throughout the woodworks, Snoopy OP has been taken down.
Absolutely. Now Carry comes in from the other side with the right gun. It's the Uzi which goes bruh. At this point of time, the final moments of the game might come in as Hyderabad Hydras. They win a fight which was not going in their favor. And this is what happens when you're more composed. You need to wait for the opponents to make mistakes and then capitalize on it. The first grenade was something which they were looking out for. TSM on the other side are trying to turn the big dogs as well. These two teams are the watch out teams at this point of time. One coming in from the side of the teams which have just made it, whereas the other one is from the invited teams. If these two bulls lock horns, there's going to be a lot of other lines trying to capitalize on it.
Yes, of course. Insane action as we witness it once again. OPT Rising Falcon just trying to charge in. And for a moment, I kind of felt like they've done the hard work, right? Players were taken down. Players were knocked down. Carry was quite low on HP, but just barely managed to survive and clutch it out. And it's all about the defensive play once again on full display as the circle moves towards Los Leones. Now, this is where things get spicy, Arca. It still has that periphery of Los Leones, but the eastern hills have been sort of dished out right now. We know that it never really ends well inside the heart of Los Leones. Most of the teams will be trying to look to kind of hold down to the periphery so that when the circle shifts out of it, they just have those escape routes possible. But where is it going to end? We just don't have an
idea. But in case it's ending right to the center, that is when you want to be with the highest building ever, trying to hold the right top compound, and from where you can dish a lot of damage and pick up those finish points which is required, as ACBC at this point of time are close to the side of TSM. Aquanox is cooking up a grenade, probably misses it out, giving up his location, and I do understand that, you know, they have nothing to lose. They know that, you know, they can finish, get those finish points, and there's not going to be any team which is going to be rushing up that hard, as Shadow is going to regroup with his teammate, trying to hold up this high ground, and that is where they want to jump out. It's going to be Aquanox combination. Let's see whether this is going to work out in the favor of TSM, as is ACBC below trying to dominate, and it's all happening in the center of the circle, right? So they don't have to worry about the zone, so they can take their own time to take this fight.
These compounds are just so difficult to push up, but one thing is for certain, in TSM, they've got the numbers advantage, and from top, of course, Shadow is going to rain those bullets. It's rain. Very ironical over there, has been knocked down right now, and TSM, they kind of look strong, right? In spite of the 2-2 split that's working in, we know Team TSM always splits their players up to kind of get those vantage point and those alternate maneuvers that we get to see. But so far, Shadow, this was a big call, right? Of course, gets a finish for himself, but is he going to survive? Of course, Aquanox on top might just be isolated, and that is exactly what happened. And Team ACBC made advantage of it, and Shadow must be kicking himself right now.
Absolutely, but on the other side, there's another person who's been tagged off, and that's going to be the side of Team TSM. It's going to be Capron who's going to be waiting, you know. He just knows that there might be a welcome bullet shower coming in from his side, as Blaze OP is going to be the bait, and Shadow tries to push in. A fire trap comes in for a defensive gameplay, and that's a good one coming in from the side of ACBC. They have an opportunity like what TSM did, right? Go to the top of the building, avoid all these collisions, which is unwanted, as there's going to be a third-party possibility with the circle almost closing in. And let's see which team is going to be thinking smart, as ACBC are pretty much confident about their frontal battle firepower.
I hate these compounds, Arca. I've got to be honest with you. These 5-story buildings are just so difficult to push at. And now the tides have actually turned in, as TSM, they are on the low ground. Meanwhile, the other team, ACBC, they are on the higher ground. And this is just so unusual. Coming back to the circle itself, I told you it is always going to come to the periphery of the Los Leones city itself, and that is where it happens. But of course, both TSM as well as ACBC will be in the heart of it, while the rest of them, where do they come and maybe set up their fortress or their camps is what we'll finally seek answers for.
Yep, but somewhere I feel one team which chooses not to come to the hard compounds, but rather stay away from all these fights, can actually come in at the final moments of the game and capitalize, as most of them would want to come out of the hard compounds they're holding. Team FS on the other side, they're also moving around, you know, trying to make sure that they hit the right corners of the circle, have some hard compounds to work around with, as missed officials from far away are getting tagged off. Sparkjot somehow makes it into hard cover, and the smoke is going to be restricting the opponents from trying to get the final blow against him. Team Kinetic kind of knows the location of Team TS as well, so a lot of, you know, fights have been brewing at this point of time. Let's see who's going to be capitalizing on the opportunities which is going to be given to them.
Kinetic, of course, taking those shots with the AK, but none of them really connecting or dishing out a lot of damage. As Team Solitude, they're still up and running, but where's support? Where's reinforcements? Key, we can see, is quite low on HP right now. Not the ideal condition for Team Kinetic to fight against them. But of course, Team Solitude, they're the ones who need to make a move. They're the ones who are sandwiched, and they need to figure out a solution. Of course, Sonic taking in damage from far away. I guess it's Redemption Crew or FS who are actually taking those shots against them. It's very, very difficult. Now, I like what Team NGX is doing, right? They're holding the northern part of the periphery of Los Leones, where there is nobody, where the rest of the teams, all of them are focusing in the little part of the city that is inside the circle, which is absolutely does not make sense. The density of teams is just way too high.
Absolutely, and Daljit somewhere using that bolt action and bringing people down, and that is what, you know, Fixes did tell us, that he's the man to watch out for when he's got a good bolt action with him. A good grenade comes in from the side of FSC Sport. Explicit being the strongest of what he can at this point of time. A defensive grenade coming in to make sure that he keeps them at bay. There's a free finish lying over there. He wants to go in and shoot that person out, but ultimately doesn't choose to do so. He's like, it's time for me to fall back, regroup with the team, because ultimately there's going to be shots coming in from all different directions. Prioritizing the zone is going to be the side of Team FS, as it's going to be 47 ST who's going to be getting into the hardcover closest, and he sees another person on the other side. He's going to be pouring some bullets, knocking that person out, taunting him, as it's going to be RS changing the position.
Only if production could show us the circle right now, it would have been so much better, as every single one of the teams coming in from the southern end, none of them really went in for a long rotation, as TSM as well as ACBC, they're still in this deadlock, and none of them have actually been able to kind of break it apart right now. It's still those explosives that they're exchanging at this point, and none of them have actually made a move. As the teams start huddling up, only a few will actually survive this Royal Rumble, as TSM take a breather. They're still at the heart of it in Los Leones. They know exactly that this is where they want to hold. Definitely in the lower grounds of this compound. Escape strategy set. They know it is ACBC, whose job is exponentially more difficult, as they need to come down and escape this building if the circle decides to fade away.
This love story, I don't know whether this is going to come to an end anytime soon, but look at the other side. It's Team Forever trying to pay the price from the side of Team Connected as well as the side of Team TS. A good grenade is going to be coming in from the side of Max Karsh. Gives a little bit of an opening where he can go revive one of the key players of the squad. It's going to be Anuj, but he knows that Kinetic God is also trying to come in from another angle, right? So he's placing his crosshairs towards that corner, trying to keep that person at bay. He's going to rotate around, try to take the fight, as ultimately he has dealt a lot of damage, and he has to come down on his knees, and Kinetic God is going to capitalize on that, finish that person off. OS and Dalji is on the other side. They were holding this corner for a really long time. They had to prioritize on taking that shift, but ultimately did not choose to do so. Dalji is trying to push in. He knows that they've got 4 finishes in the name. He wants to convert more. He's come a bit more closer towards the side of Onyx. He finds him in his crosshairs. Nice. Oh, what a shot coming in from his side. It's going to be God who's going to be taking out next, as a grenade is going to be flying in from the other side, but God does the dirt job for the team right now, with a lot of attack towards him. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Exactly right. Team Enigma Forever just biting the dust over there. 4 points. And are they going to qualify is the big question. We all talked about it. The possibilities of Miramar maybe changing fortunes. That just isn't really the case. As Team Kinetic, the ones who've been the superhero inside this lobby itself, are marching their way forward inside the circle, and this time they're really playing it from the edges. And look at it from the minimap itself, you'll see the congregation of these teams in the southern edge. For sure, I understand that there are hard covers, but what really most of these teams could have done is gone for a longer rotation and come in from the northern side of the circle, where it's completely empty.
Oh, look at how that molly is being thrown. It goes from the top. It's going to be cooking KU down to his knees. And I really love the way 47
Chris,
did it, right?
barbecue.
Yeah, exactly. He did not choose to go through the doors, but rather on the top openings. And that is how you get to understand. You need to know the buildings. You need to know your topography properly. And you can take it to the best advantage. Now, let's see how FS is going to move. FS is going to move from here as the next zone. Oh, somehow it favors the same circle. So it's going to be easy for them to hold it for a brief period of time, as God is going to be trying to push in and convert another 1v2. He does put a player down. He has to make sure that he gets the next person down as well. That finish was also confirmed. He's already got a lot of damage for himself. He's going to wait it out, get to a corner where he probably can heal up to his fullest potential, and that's what he's going to do. 4 seconds is what he's got. There could be a push coming in from the other side, but does not. Can he capitalize on this? Surely he can.
Kinetic. They know their job is done. They know their tickets are booked. They've already received their boarding passes to BMPS, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, they just want to spoil the party for Redemption Crew, who are yet to get a finish from this game itself. And for sure, the circle is also assisting them right now. The spray comes in. For sure, Srez is going to survive. But at what cost? With 3 of his mates down already, and just with 1 finish, there's an enormous task that lies ahead of him. His buggy, of course, has been blown to shreds. It's the left or the lower tire is already down right now. Missed official. Again, another team that looks really strong. Have to get it inside the circle. Nigma Galaxy coming in from the outside. Might just be gate kept, but they have to be wary of their surroundings. Arca, a lot of hard party potential coming in.
As 11 teams come in the small circle, that is what we can expect, right? But TSM far away wants to take a little bit of all this action. They know that it's not going to be easy for ACBC to rush in towards them. Oh, Sparta Jot, Pixels is going to be visible, and he's going to be dominated from one corner. But it's Nigma MJ who does the damage against him and gets that finish for himself. ACBC eliminates another squad, and it's a good thing to see, right? 2 teams, even though the fights were not going towards their favor, they're like, let's concentrate on someone else. We all know that it's not going to be easy for them to push in and for us to go down as well.
They're just sharing compounds, right? They're flatmates at this point, and they're just living just a symbiotic relationship. Don't let anybody come close to us. We're going to fight it out inside the final surface, but let's at least get to that. As Hyderabad Hydras chasing, ladies and gentlemen, as the initial damage has been done. Maxi OP has been down already, but they cleared up their finishes for now itself. It's Molotovs coming in. Team TSM certainly struggling a little as Blaze OP has been blazed up pretty ironically, isn't it? He does patch himself up, but he needs to kind of realize that this is a time where you can actually go after them. Hyderabad Hydras, of course, taking the brunt of damage. Ninja also finding a knock for himself, but his Molotov just burns himself up.
Absolutely, now a very, very good chance for Hyderabad Hydras to actually come in and dominate. I don't know why Carry is restricting himself, because it's probably some other team dishing damage towards him, and that's why that's not happening. There was a chance for ACBC to also come down and take a piece of the chunk of the pie, but still they did not come down. Mystics on the other side have come a bit more closer. They have a very good hard compound to work out with. TSM is going to be pushing together, as they know ACBC's attention is going to be divided at this point of time, and they want to capitalize on that. They're going to come in from another corner. They're not finding ACBC anywhere, but ACBC does realize, does the damage against them. There's going to be a push coming in towards the side of Blaze, as Blaze jumps out and walks into the jaws of death. They're not going to watch it, as Hyderabad Hydra's backs have been shown towards the side of Blaze. They're going to capitalize on this. This is what happens when you have all of your ears as eyes as well.
Oh my god, the senses and the luck for Team Solo mid right now. I'm not sure on which side of the bed Blaze woke up from, but that jump, and Hyderabad Hydras had no clue that somebody's going to jump in from that region. Of course, Team Solo may still survive. It's ACBC from the top. They certainly are the king of the hill. But for how long controlling topography does not equate to controlling the circle itself, but they are doing it well. As Team Cells, they need to make a steep climb as artilleries come down. Artem is still trying to do as much as possible, but I don't really think it's realistic to even attempt this climb.
It's going to be hard for them. They have to rotate around. They have no other things to go. But Rosta finally realized that he needs to go for a low toss with that molly. Does do it, do a little bit of a damage. It's the right corner from which they can do it. ACBC is going to rush in against the side of Blaze. Finally, a group of scavengers coming in and taking down the king itself. It's going to be much more easier for them with 3 finishes. TSM says goodbye for the lobby. It's going to be Team Cell somehow finding the way above. It's the vehicle which might be coming in a little bit of a, the cover fire coming in as the driver is going to be driving, and it's and the shotgun is going to be spraying, and it's going to be Mystics official trying to dominate against the side of ACBC. One last player of ACBC eventually goes up to the first floor, being a little safe right now. Capron, can he be the cult for the team? Rake up some more finish points before he gets taken down.
Let's just breathe in, Arca. Let just all that action sink in, because I'm pretty sure it's too much to process. Nigma Galaxy are being broken down. They have been battered down to a pulp, and that just might destroy their chances of going into the BMPS. You can see the same
beautiful
for Team TSM. Yeah, that's a reflection, right? They know the bouncing off of that wall itself did try to get some job done. Artemis once again has been taken down. He was inside the blast radius. Only one man survived, and even he has been completely wiped out.
No.
I'm not sure Team Cells how far they have made it. I'm not sure how much Team TSM have made it. This is just becoming so much difficult to process, as our esports are slowly making their way forward. 8 finishes with 4 players surviving. Nobody were actually putting any sort of attention towards them, right? They came in from the edge of the circle and they held it like an absolute anchor. And this is where they start cruising, and all those hard work that they did inside the 5th and the 6th circle starts reaping those rewards.
Absolutely. Now is the moment where it's all about breaking the defense, because all of them have to come to the center of the circle, try to be the first team to have control over the real estate which is inside the circle. I know Team RE is the closest at this point of time, so they're just waiting for the opponents to make a mistake like how Ashok just did, and they want to capitalize on that. Few pixels is something they'll be looking out for, and look at what happens when you show a few pixels, which still is going to be Jadu who's going to be putting the final bullet into that person. Ro is also going to be looking out for it. It's going to be Jadu also coming in from the other side, putting up a smoke. Look at the place where he's going to put up that smoke right at the window, blocking the vision of the opponents completely. Gajini has got a very good chance to make it inside the circle. Almost made it, obviously. Now with the vision all gone away, this is the right time for him to push and make sure he gets control of the circle itself.
Of course, the smoke is going to dissipate in any seconds now as Team Endless try and crawl their way inside. It's very difficult, of course, for Team Endless. We kind of know that their chances aren't really all that high, but for sure this team really want to bow out of the competition with a bang, as Chicken Rushers also try and get a big chicken for them. Maybe do some justice to their name, as an entire cavalry is coming. Look at the infantry first. Rockstar and Jadu just swing wide and do so much damage as Roho comes in from behind. Jadboy, of course, gets taken down. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Chicken Rushers are out of the game, as the fence sort of keeps the hopes alive for Team Endless, but this knock might just have crushed it, Arca.
Absolutely. Roho knows that the push is going to be inevitable coming in from the opposite side. He's just waiting for the moments. He's just looking around, trying to spray down anybody who's going to be coming into his crosshairs. He's done the damage against 2 players, but ultimately from behind is going to be 1 player who's going to put an end, and winner chicken dinner goes into the side of RE Esports when it was required the most. They performed the best, getting 12 finishes with a winner chicken dinner. Let's see where they're going to stand now in the overall points table, as most of these teams in the bottom have started to perform in this game.
RE Sports had a consistent display throughout the day. You know, they had their slight glimpses of brilliance as we head on towards the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. 27 points. Again, another team coming back into the competition, RE Sports. I'm pretty sure with the consistent display that they had throughout the first half, this victory might just put them back inside the top 6. But look who is down under. There is no mention of TSM. There is no mention of Nigma Galaxy. The teams who actually came closer in the mid-segment are suddenly starting to die out.
The position points is all Chicken Rushers wanted for themselves, right? See, 10 position points is what they've got. They're not even bothered about dishing any kind of damage. But Mist Official on the other side is going to be happy. TSM. Only just 4 points. In the final map, they have to perform. They have to pick up at least 5 finish winner chicken dinner, or 10 finishes for themselves before they get taken down, or things are going to go so bad. So goes to many other teams like Redemption Crew, as iQOO MVP is going to be Canary from the side of RE Sports. 5 finishes for just 700 damage. It was all about precision coming in from this guy.
Yeah, he has always been making his name inside the top 5 players, but finally gets a tag of the iQOO MVP, and rightfully so, of course. 5 finishes, 729 points of damage all across the board. You've got different teams, right, and different players. I love it. God from Kinetic is still in the mix, 5 finishes, and Team Kinetic is doing very well, actually. We thought that this team would sort of dish out, especially in the later stage of the game, but they're still in the mix. They're still getting this consistent displays up and running.
Nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose, right? They've already made their way in, but even then, they're still on the offense. Carry from Hyderabad Hydras. Now, this is one team that I really want to know where do they exactly stand. As ladies and gentlemen, we transition into the match summary with the longest finish distance being 302 meters from Jadoo. I guess it was the one that we just witnessed from one building right behind the fence.
Yep, I do agree on that point. 300 meters finish coming in from him. But FT Graph next is going to show how things have turned out for most of these teams. Which team actually did the hard work, but not, you know, they were not paid well. There's not going to be much team like that, right? Because one
TSM?
team... TSM... No, not really, right? 900 damage for 3 finishes. It's like probably they did try to take off a bigger chunk. They had a 1v2 situation, right? When a person jumped down and they had that element of doubt. And all he had to do is just backstab the opponents. But yeah, a good job coming in from their side. So the points table in the final map yet again, where I'm going to regret not being there. But it's going to be easy for me to do the match sitting on the side of the, you know, desk itself. And I'm going to be looking forward for something good. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there's one last map coming up. And before, you know, we get into the map itself, it's time for us to speak about the beast, which looks so beautiful. It's going to be iQOO Neo 6. And the promo which is going to be coming on our screens is going to tell us more information about this. So guys, go enjoy this.
iQOO.
Experience tranquility.
Team Soul यहाँ पर 14 finishes निकालते हुए but Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
Well, the stars are lining up for the underdogs to shine yet again as the number crunching has begun, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, before we come to it, I have to give a big word of thanks to our sponsors, iQOO and Loco, for making this event possible. iQOO Neo 6 is the device to look out for. It is coming out soon. But for you guys who are waiting back at home, try and search iQOO Neo 6 on Amazon and you might get some good games. And if you're lucky playing them, you might just win gifts worth rupees 2 lakhs, Arka.
Exactly.
But coming back to the day, you know, this is where it gets really interesting, and I'm starting to love it already. We are en route to sort of bid goodbye to another big name.
I mean, I think that's going to be a little rude for us at this point of time to declare that already. But let's see what's going to happen as we look at the highlights. But before that, as I want to say this, it's good to see one thing coming in from the side of underdogs. Even though they've qualified, they're not stopping themselves.
Yeah.
They want to keep fighting and being in that, you know, flow, the momentum,
Yes.
which is a very, very good sign for them. And that is how you need to be, you know, playing around. That is what champions do.
Yeah, exactly. Now, this is where, you know, a lot of reference comes in from other sports. I follow football very rigorously, and there a very famous coach once said, doesn't really matter if you've won the league title, you still want to win the other games to keep the rhythm flowing, right? You've got bigger games to come, you've got a new season to come as well. And even if, let's say, teams like Kinetic, they've qualified for BMPS already, they just want to prepare themselves, because these teams and these games against especially the likes of, let's say, Nigma, Galaxy, Hyderabad Hydras, it's nothing to scoff at. They might have qualified, but the confidence that they're going to get from further good games, it's very, very invaluable, ladies and gentlemen, as we witness our esports. We start their domination from now on.
TSM, so happy with this fight which they had, and 2 times we saw Shadow coming down. Once was in this game, and then later on he got finished off. There's one more player who did jump down in the final moments of the game. I'll be looking forward for it. Blaze. I'll be looking forward for that fight. ACBC were tagged off several times, but they still held the ground really well. Mystic on the other side, they were just striking whenever the Iron was on, right? So they wanted to take fight only when it was necessary. And on the other side, FSC Sports, explicit, especially with those grenades, dishing it out in the perfect corners, getting those finishes as well. So a lot of teams are actually working well. A lot of teams are doing well. So as you said, the numbers have started to crunch, where the big teams are already on the verge of extinction. And if that is going to be the case, there's going to be another wave coming in, and the unexpected of the unexpected is going to happen.
Yeah, of course. But for Team TSM right now, you know what essentially went wrong? I kind of expressed my disliking towards a compound that they were holding, right? And I'll tell you exactly why. Those compounds, they've got such narrow staircases and such narrow entry points. Not only it is very difficult to actually push into, it's also very difficult to push out of, right? And TSM, they held that fight against ACBC for a very prolonged time, and it just does not make sense. Neither you're getting finish points in your bank, nor are you being able to rotate and move to a better position, and they just got locked in. It's like two lovers being locked inside a room and the key has been lost.
Yeah, exactly. You remind me of a Hindi song, ultimately.
Yes.
I am not going to sing that right now, but I want to speak further, because TSM could have capitalized on it. They had the circle in their favor. They knew they had the ground floor, so they could have sat in different angles where they felt that ultimately when a team rushes in, we can take them down and concentrate on finish points, but rather did not choose to do so, and that is when Hyderabad Hydra started to dominate. It was all throwables, which became a little bad for them. Blaze was able to heal himself at the right time, but ultimately the others, you know, it was a little hard for them. But this is the moment where I really loved the way Blaze just jumped off from the window. He knew that he can't take the fight up here. He jumped down. He found 2 players of Hyderabad Hydras trying to heal themselves, but ultimately both of them didn't know that, you know, Blaze had just jumped behind them, when he eventually went in for a cover, because he knew the terrain really well.
Exactly, right? It was pandemonium, and for Hyderabad Hydras, it's very difficult when you're just barely trying to survive to get those sound cues of somebody jumping in. Suicidal almost for Team TSM, of course, but they just could not really hold on to the pressure coming in from Hyderabad Hydras, and that is one of the reasons why they just crashed out of this game with a not really a satisfactory worth of points, and that just makes their job so much more difficult in the final game. They need that big chicken to qualify right now, Arca, and that is literally so difficult. Even Cells, for that matter, these bouncing of nades, it's sort of basic, it's sort of understood that the players are gonna try that, especially with this being such a common area for hiding, and it just didn't really make sense. An experienced lineup for Cells, they probably should have expected throwables coming their way.
Yeah, see, it's all about the presence of mind, right? So you know that there's a ball. How many of the players will actually think of going for a bounce, especially a low toss bounce?
Yeah.
So that is something you have to give kudos to. But at the same time, our esports, the final moments came like this, where it was Kennedy who came in from the other angle, and he knew that, you know, it's important for him to take the fight. As the attention was drawn somewhere else, all he had to do was go in for a jump shot, or probably waited it out, and when the time was right, came above the compound itself and landed the final blow.
Yep.
So it was a very, very good game coming in for them.
It certainly was.
Yeah, and you know, there are moments in this game where the professional teams are going to regret yet again. They're going to be like, you know, we shouldn't have done this. We could have done this. All the ifs and buts are going to be coming into the question as the final map of the day is going to take place. I'm not going to be over here. Fixes is going to come anytime soon as the last game of BMOC, and still we are at the edge of our seats, and that is how this tournament is all about, and this is what official tournaments do to us. Crunch down numbers, even though you know you have almost made it across.
Exactly. But, somewhere down the line, Arka, I'm kind of a little gloomy as well. I'm pretty excited for the likes of TSM and others. But it's been a long journey, man. It's been a long journey throughout iQOO BMOC, weeks after weeks of action. So many games, ladies and gentlemen. And it's just all coming to an end. Of course, it's going to be continuing with BMPS in the lineup. But all these underdogs, the ones who have already made it, I'm pretty sure they are celebrating because BMPS was the big deal. That was a big prize. That was a bounty for all of these players coming in from the open qualifiers to 512 teams. And what a grind it has been. What an episode it has been. Just bidding goodbyes to the biggest names in the circuit and these underdogs shining bright. It's just absolutely brilliant to witness, as ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the next game and have a look at the matchup yet again. Arka is going to bid us goodbye. Of course, I'm going to miss him on the desk, but my twin with a green sweatshirt yet again is going to join me. It's none other than Fixes. Of course, a lot of storylines are to be built around teams like Team TSM, Hyderabad Hydras. You've got Enigma Forever in the mix as well. Everybody around that 5th to the 8th spot. And there's just so much masala to talk about. Fixes, maybe even spicier than the biryani that we had.
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. And every single day we come into the final game, we have that little bit of a mini heart attack, right? And this time it's going to be TSM who's under the radar, not just for a few teams, for a lot of teams. Now we are somehow acquainted with that situation, which really started off with Goddle, being targeted by so many of those teams back when they were playing their round 4 matches. And today could be the similar case. We had some big names crashing out, and well, TSM, they are under heavy pressure. Now, this is where they truly get tested. But to be honest, how the day has been panning out was so amazing, right? FSC Sports, out of nowhere.
Yes.
Team Enigma Forever, they've had a really consistent game. Cells have been playing really well. Enigma Galaxy, out of nowhere, just, in those final 3 games, they have been stepping up. And this is where it again comes down to that one last game.
And every single time, right, ladies and gentlemen, every single time the final game is the decider. But I'm pretty sure this divide does not need a decider because it is already the best. Let's have a look at the sponsor right now. Well, we are preparing. The engines are sort of starting to churn as the final game of iQOO BMOC is getting locked and loaded, Fixes. But still, so many teams know that their lives are on the line.
Oh yeah, of course. It's just not about TSM anymore, is it? RE Sports, beautiful chicken dinner. They are in the pursuit to kind of get their way cemented in that top 6. Even Hyderabad Hydras, as a matter of fact, they were one of those teams that heavily loves to capitalize on those Miramar games. But few hiccups over there. And what just happened with Blaze just going all out of that window and taking them down. And that is something too hard to digest. And this is where, your mental shakes, right? This is where you're kind of a little bit rattled off because now the games that you were really banking upon, like the ones in Miramar, did not fare well. And this is where Hyderabad Hydra somehow need to do something and get themselves back into contention, because it's just not till the 8th position, right? It's still the 10th position.
Yes.
Anybody, ladies and gentlemen, gets a chicken dinner over here could have their spots selected and confirmed for the BMPS, and not just them.
Exactly right. There's just so many teams. It's too difficult for us to count that what lies ahead for us is Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Just watch it once again for maybe the final time before it gets absolutely destroyed to pieces. Of course, the biggest names in contention will be TSM. And has there not been a day in round 4 where the final game is not topsy-turvy? First day, let's talk about GOG Orangutan. Second day, Godlike. Third day, some other teams. And now, another name in the form of TSM, Hyderabad Hydras, Nigma Galaxy, Mist Official. All of these teams are looking to board a berth in this aeroplane itself.
Yeah, this beautiful museum has all that history etched in from the BGIS, now transitioning into BMPS. Maybe, you know, it's going to get dusted over there if TSM cannot see themselves through. But not just about them. It's also Team Hyderabad Hydras, another big name, another team who played ferociously in the BGIS, made a name for themselves in the third-party lands, were the runners-up. And here it all comes down. One bad mistake, one small decision-making faults, and there you go. It all crumbles down. You've got to wait for the next 2-3 months, because, you know, we've got few other big tournaments that have been already announced.
Yes.
And maybe the one who reigns supreme in BMPS might get that golden ticket. We still do not know. As for one last time, ladies and gentlemen, in the iQOO BMOC, everyone having their game faces on, our esports realize one of the invited teams. They certainly have proven themselves. They've proven their mettle so far. But do they have what it takes to be the best top 6 over here, Salty?
Do they have? Well, time is going to answer as we prepare for one last dance, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path, of course, takes off at Severny and is going to take down in military base itself. A very vertical flight path, but of course, towards the western side of the map, a lot of those regions might just be avoided for a lot of teams. It all kind of comes down to where the circle is falling. Because we've seen for TSM, they've had the tendency of, if the circle favors them, they kind of fare really well. But if the circle goes away from them, their rotations is just not really enough.
Now, the big question is, are they still going to be heading towards the containers? I think they are.
Yeah,
I think
they are.
But the biggest issue is you've still got Hyderabad Hydras right beside you. And there are obviously teams, there you have got Kinetic, who are really having a good time over here. They're going to be one of those teams who are going to have no pressure. This sort of gives them the avenue to go after them. But a circle really favoring teams like TSM, Hyderabad Hydras. You even have team Enigma Forever, who can have a really good time. But the same cannot be said for teams like Enigma Galaxy, because they've got to deal with some other teams. As this time, I'm going to watch out where are the players of Mist Officials dropping down at.
Yeah, we have to look out for it. But of course, Team TSM, thankfully, nobody's going to pull out a soul on their godlike, if you guys understand what reference I'm trying to pull over here. But at this point, of course, they've got the mercy of the circle. They might just be able to loot up and fill up their groceries. It's all about that initial fight. Get yourself that confidence up and running and go for that big chicken, because I'm pretty sure without it, Team TSM and their chances, they look very weak.
Then it certainly does, right? At this point, you know, TSM have to play the best games of their lives in the final one, collecting all their vehicles and everything. But it's not just about them, right? You've got teams like Mr. Official, even Redemption Crew. If they can get a chicken dinner in this one, might have their berths confirmed. But for now, the way the circle has been panning out, I'm really looking out for those pesky buggers around the map, you know, who would want to get as many finish points to their name as they know. It's the last dance, like Salty described. Of course, BMOC had been such an eventful journey this time,
Oh,
right?
yes, man.
Found so many good new talents, and they have had to battle their ways across all from the in-game qualifiers through round 1, round 2, being tested rigorously, and now, you know, few have really risen up, few have, you know, crashed out, but that is the part and parcel of the game, right? And legends, of course, few legendary teams have been eliminated already, and today could be another day where we have to bid adieu to few more if they do not hold on to the pressure.
iQOO BMOC sort of began a new era
Right.
in Indian esports, right? We sort of got new faces, new stars, and I'm pretty sure the kids watching back at home, they have new favorites and they have new stars and inspirations. Of course, it's still not over yet. The next 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, might just change a lot of lives. As I would really love to have a look at the map, you know, at this point. There's one team, just one team in the Southern Island, that is ACBC. And speaking about them, even they have a proper shot at glory.
Oh yeah, they do, and especially how they've picked themselves up, being the late bloomers today.
Yep.
And from the starting of the games, we were kind of seeing them taking all those hasty fights, which was absolutely not necessary. And there came a moment when they were like, "We're done. You know, we have to play to our fullest potential. We have to play as if we have nothing to lose. We have to play as if we are INS, what they did in their day, and that somehow has worked out for them, right? And especially wiping out TSM in the last game, it was such a long stall over there. You know, both of them not really coming out of the cover, as Mr. Official this time have Team Solitude to feast upon as those grenades go in. Does miss out though. But still, Mr. Official, they're going to be relentless in their pursuit.
Yeah, of course. The war horn has been blown, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Official is still looking to make it count. Need a lot of finishes and chicken dinner so that maybe they might just get the last berth, as it's all about those last few points or last few positions inside the top 6. Leads are still exchanged.
Ooh, Sonic retaliating back, realizes here's that footstep, but instantly backs off. Now this is something that Solitude have really not been privy to, really haven't been acclimatized to, because now Mr. Officials, they're here to spoil the party of Team Solitude. Smarter shot, he's going to be lobbing that Molotov. It's not quite connect though, but Fraggo, he's taking a little bit of damage, nothing too concerning for him. But if this keeps on going on, it's not going to benefit either of them. This is where Team Solitude needs to decide to retreat, because at this point, you've got to get yourself inside the circle. You're kind of burning out your resources, and that's not a good news, but making some really bold moves. Flash is just charging in at Fraggo's direction.
Exactly right. And unfortunately, Fragga does not have a vest to work with, but Mr. Official, they're really prolific when it comes to these early battles. Refires coming in left and right, and that is exactly the case. Flash having a double level vest really works magic for himself, as the first knock has been confirmed, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Team Sonic now starting to capitalize on the situation. Like an amoeba, it all comes down to the kind of crossfires Smarta is going to be creating along with his teammates to play. Just holding around the walls over here as the players of Team Sonic. Solitude rather. Just trying to push in. Smarta Jot, he's been barraged with a lot of grenades at his direction as Blade is going to fall down, and Flash certainly seems to be on fire.
Yeah, it certainly is, right? Another game. Another finish to their name, as Team Solitude are just looking to wipe out Mr. Official and their existence, maybe crash their dreams as the rest of the two players. We don't really see where exactly they are, but for sure they're not healthy or happy losing their brother so early on. Team Solitude, of course, for them, the start has been great.
Oh, it indeed has right now. Look at how they've created that formation where the moment someone steps in, but this is where Solitude, understanding what their intention are going to be. Naru's going to be lobbing at Art's direction, and he is going to go kaboom. As now it all comes down to Sparta Job with that MP49 trying to get one. Will get the second. No is going to be the answer, as Solitude, a beautiful push in tandem, ending the journey of Mr. Official from the iQOO BMOC.
Exactly, the glory run ends yet again, ladies and gentlemen. As Team Solitude, they are gonna march ahead, 4 finishes to start with, and this time, I love it, right? All their 4 players up and alive. Look at this, the Redemption crew. just trying to play striking cars with Team Cells, but they both go their usual ways, as most of these teams, they prepare for that Gatka circle and trying to get those early rotations, as Team Cells looking for the center of it all.
At this point, you know, Redemption Crew, they've had a few good games initially, right? Especially the one in Miramar, and again another in Miramar, sort of has gotten themselves also into the mix. And this is where it all comes down to it, right? You've been talking about Toothless, you've been talking about Shios, if you remember in Miramar.
Yes.
That one last clutch against, I think, one of those players of Team Kinetic, who just charged at his direction. And that is where you can see his heart's pounding, right? You could see him feel the pressure. Now, Redemption Crew, one of those teams that had to hustle it out all along and have eventually made their way this far. But to ensure the Cinderella story, the fairy tale continue, they really need to accrue a lot of points in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not going to be easy, of course. But which Cinderella story is easy, right? It's always difficult, and that is what the essence of the game is. The circle shifts, or rather a hybrid shift towards Gatka itself. His Team Cells, I believe, are in a good position. You've got Redemption Crew as well. Not really anybody in their vicinity. Just holding on to it as long as possible, but most of these teams will start converging, and once again we sort of start preparing for that open battle.
Yeah, I think this circle can go either ways, right? We've got tendencies of this circle going around that little ruins area where you remember, you could see, we witnessed that iconic EXO chicken dinner. That is where, you know, TSM have their money on. The circle shifting a little bit towards the northern side, or maybe they could just decide and try to get those Gatka compounds to themselves, which has already been starting to get occupied and heavily filled with so many of those teams. You've got teams like Redemption Crew, you've got ACBC also making a really good rotation from the Southern Islands.
Yeah.
We've got Team Enigma Forever in the nearby vicinity, along with a few others. Now, the question arises, Hyderabad Hydras, they've opted for that edgy rotation. And our esports. Now, this is again one of the most important games of their career. Invited team did perform really well in the BGIS, kind of earned themselves that invited spot. And now, throughout the day, somewhere down the line, they were getting themselves caught in so much action to the point they were kind of getting eliminated, getting a few finishes, but not the position points. It all came to an end in Miramar. And now, once you've got a really good game, you've got that momentum building up, and on behest of that, if they can do something really big, that is going to be so momentous for them.
On the basis of current standings, Hyderabad Hydras and our esports, I feel what they're doing right now makes sense, because they know if not a miracle comes in from somebody below, they will be set with a few placement points up their sleeves. But look at Team TSM, a striking resemblance with Orangutan, even who got themselves the Everest circle, Everest zone for themselves. But where do they rotate from right now is definitely the question, as the Gatka circles, the map fee that we have has already been occupied. I kind of feel like if you list those compounds on Magic Bricks, the rates are going to be even higher than New York City.
And there you go, finally fire being opened up. It's Enigma Galaxy, one of the other contenders, now battling it out against Chicken Rushes, as Mankan is going to be just thrown away from his buggy, as Karan is just going to trample it over onto its dreams. Karan has got a beautiful tree to hide. Now all he needs to do is heal himself back up and try and get that finish confirmed.
Yeah, Galaxy trying to retaliate. Vampire has been taken down. Will try and confirm it. Still 3 players up and alive. Will want to get dreams back up again to maybe try and team for that golden ticket of BMPS as shots coming in. I believe there's a third party situation happening as well.
I believe. I think you've got our esports from the nearby vicinity, right? Look at Rockstar. They've all positioned themselves, and MJ needs to realize he needs to get his team away from here, and somehow he's managed to actually get a rest back up on Dreams. Now these covers of smoke trying to protect him, but for how long? As MJ would now opt for those cliffs, right, for the shorelines, as Enigma Galaxy somehow have managed to secure 2 finishes to their name, as Sharkboy from that M4 now, really not connecting it though, as Chicken Rushes, well, they were not in the mix anymore, right? One of those teams that had really tried, but Team Enigma Forever, if they get eliminated early on, could spark the end for their journey as well.
Exactly right. They definitely are inside the top 6 right now. But if they do get eliminated, a lot of changes might occur on the point standings, as Endless might just be looking to do that for now. MJ on the other hand, Enigma Galaxy, they're still on the offense against chicken rushers as they just can't seem to get out of the problems that they dug themselves in.
But now, this is where Enigma Galaxy realize this is the moment where the Iron might as well capitalize. Look at the setup from the backlines. They had Max, they had MJ pushing in from different directions. It was a perfect execute as chicken rushers also bow out, not just from this game, but also their dream shattered into the BMPS. But for now, Team Enigma Forever have a really good compound to hold on to. But always, is this the right decision? Is this the right call to make? Coming out in the open, trying to dish some heavy damage. Endless, again, one of those teams that hasn't really woken up today, right? We've been waiting for those big moments. And the last game was something, but now they do not have any pressure. So this is where Endless can also look to turn the tables and be a spoil spot for Team EF.
That is what they're looking to, right? Once they start realizing this is Team Enigma Forever, might just up the ante and nades being exchanged. Anuj, one of the top performers, the star players for Team Enigma Forever, has been knocked out. Should there not really have a problem to kind of res him back up as Maxkas is there to kind of save the day for him. Nades get exchanged. None of these players make a move for now.
Nova still relentless with all those grenades over here. Would eventually decide to back off. Right now they realize they're kind of on the position.
Oh, no, wait.
It's a push coming in as a show completely dumbfolded.
What?
As Oasis also gets traded off. Now I am not really able to process what on earth is going on over here, Salty.
As both these two teams collide, they just want to beat the hell out of each other. There's no proper reasoning available. Nova still inside the smoke as Daljit would want to get his teammate back up.
Ro is cooking up a grenade. This might be fatal for them, but Maxkash somehow is held onto the fort as there you go. The confirmation comes in, but Maxkash being outside is going to be shot from the backlines, from the hills. I believe it is going to be the players of Team Solitude.
It's just so difficult. It's just so difficult for Team Enigma right now to hold on. The pressure coming in from Endless. It's suicidal to a point, right? Endless, they just don't care about the others. They just don't care about themselves. All that they want is to destroy Team Enigma forever in double quotes.
Oh yeah, they certainly have started doing that already. Pushing out a decent amount of damage, two of their players knocked out, and this is where the rest needs to come back up. Daljit with this grenade could change things, could turn the tables into his favor, but no, Team Enigma Forever have to be a little bit proactive as Nova decided to do that, and eventually has to face the downside of things over here as another player has been knocked out. It all comes down to Rojo over here, who's already being barraged with all those grenades, and now I do not know if it's the best decision by Anuj to go out in the open, but still he has his eyes set on Rojo, takes that jump but does not really connect. Eventually it does though, but is getting shot from elsewhere from the backlines, but somehow managed to screen himself alive, and there you can see the pressure, the nerves, the sweat, everything coming into play as Team Enigma Forever, 4 finishes could be very instrumental for them to qualify into BMPS.
Oh my god, could have been devastating over there. Just surviving, barely surviving with a sliver of HP instead of a smoke, deploying that Molotov, but elsewhere it's Hyderabad Hydras who are actually taking down Team FS. Now for Team FS, their job is so much easier. They know they have qualified. It's all about spoiling the party for Hyderabad Hydras, but so far it hasn't really happened that way. And to be honest, Hyderabad Hydras, they hold compounds which are instrumental inside the circle. They also have that small little ridge to play around with, and nobody would dare to actually step in the vicinity of this team right now.
Now Hyderabad Hydras is one of those teams that still is in the race, right? But to do that, they have to ensure they have a really great game over here. As we take a look at the circle, DSM still just prying around on the edges. They've got Burnix officials right beside them. Another one of those teams that is in the mix of entering into the top 6. Now this is going to be really, really feisty, as in the next couple of minutes, the entire lobby is going to be echoing with all those bullets, with the screams of their players, the cries, all heard out loud as Naru, he might be pushed at. The players of Team Enigma Forever, a 3-man squad, but do they want to engage? And I think no is going to be the answer.
Oh yeah, for sure. The cries, of course, are like orchestra and pianos at this point. Players from Team TSM have actually pushed in once again. Oh my god, is it a systematic destruction yet again? Ninja John, all hopes lie on his shoulder, as I believe he's sort of done the job for him. Equinox going down. Ninja John coming in to save the day. But no! TSM wiped out of this game at the 13th position. The worst possible blunder they could have ever made. Going in, rushing towards the compound. No reason at all. Tried to pull off something like BTR and have been crashed out. And could spark the end of their journey. And this is it. This is where they kind of crumble. I do not know. I think we've got to ask Shadow that. But for now, Cells have gotten themselves into the mix. It's going to be Redemption Crew. Look at Baymax somehow surviving when the floor is all lava. As the grenades keep pouring in. Eventually, as Human Eye points that knock Toothless, completely capitalizing on Rocky. The Blitz is about to back those a little greedy and deceptive. But still, Cells somehow managed to survive. I'm still not recovered from that fight, the push. TSM, they had Everest for a point. They gone for that southern rotation. Coming in from the south of the circle itself, we thought that they are going to be safe for a while. But instead, once again, we've seen how many unsuccessful attempts they've had in trying to invade a compound. How many times they have been unsuccessful in trying to push into a squad. Their strength is defending, and they just try to play out of the box. Especially at a time when everything, the odds are stacked against them. As nades are being lobbed in, Anuj is not going to survive, ladies and gentlemen, as the Giants are starting to crash out.
Kinetic, right now they're being pushed at Team Solitude. They've got a lot to prove over here, right? And in those final few games, the guy is starting to step up. And so many big surprises that we want to see in the iQOO BMOC has led back the other teams to finally rise. The tyranny of the top fours, out of which only Team Exo and Team Soul have survived.
Oh yes.
But for now, Team Solitude, they're going to make their way inside the zone. Negma Galaxy though, they're also trying to enter inside the lobby, and this is where Solitude, are they going to go ham after those players, or are they going to respect the circle? But for now, Burnix officials have their players on really low HPs, but it should not be a problem, but could be a problem for Hyderabad Hydras, who are just driving around this compound in broad daylight, and this could spark murder.
They certainly could. Hyderabad Hydras, even their ticket is not confirmed. Anything might change, but look at this, the Team Solitude just completely showered with, not just from Nigma Galaxy, but also from our esports from 3 different directions. Artillery just comes flying in. And oh my god, elsewhere though, Team Kinetic has been knocked out and completely wiped off, but they're fine with it. But this is not certainly our esports. Have to be very wary of the surroundings. It's not easy qualifying. Top 6, they are in the mix. But certainly have to have a good game, as elsewhere it's openly Rising Falcon versus Team FS.
And they're being charged at FS somehow managing to defend the compound. Having no issues though, but still did out on a few of those players. As Maxi is being blown over. Burnix official decide to capitalize on the situation. Visit coming in, trying to spot out Ace Black. They dish him some substantial amount of damage, but for now he's gonna cook another grenade up, and this could spark Ace Black as he gets taken down from the backline. It's gonna be sent the run for Hyderabad Hydras, as Striker somehow relentlessly trying to keep his organization in contention of this battle.
Exactly right, Strike FTW just all by himself, resurrecting his fallen brother, Hyderabad Hydras. It's a really risky for them right now, especially with Burnix official. They have blood in their eyes and they are thirsty for it. Of course, there is still a chance that they can make it. Of course, the points difference is there. But elsewhere, it's Canary still trying to hold on. It's explosives. A defensive measure to prevent Solitude from coming in. 3 hungry wolves just chime in on this guy and feast upon as he has been overwhelmed with numbers, ladies and gentlemen, as Ari Sports bow out.
5 finish points to his name, not a lot of position points to really be happy and smiling about, right? And this is where our esports capitalizing that momentum did wipe out TSM, but their laugh was not long-lived as Humanoid has his attention on towards the players of ACBC. Both these teams in contention of that top 6. Whoever survives might have earned themselves the golden ticket. But for now, It's going to be a little bit of a stalemate over here as ACBC's Evil Sky, he did magic in the past. He certainly needs to pull off something really big to qualify today.
Look at that, 18 first aid kits to work with. Certainly going for those placement points right now. Of course, ACBC very, very close towards the top 6 as brazen bullets are get shattered in towards Hyderabad Hydra. Striker FTW just barely surviving. Burning's official, I told ya, this team just not stop and they are burning like Inama Terasu coming in from Sasuke. Of course, those black flames just never really stop until and unless it turns its target to ashes. And the same intent is in the eyes of Burning's official.
You've even got a spell like that, a Fiend Fire, but Grindelwald in Harry Potter. And now Nick Galaxy, one of those teams that has been looking really promising with the 8 finishes to their names, and the last game will just be the game that might help them in securing their berth as Ferocity out of nowhere gets a knock onto Witch Robert. Now Burnix official, they were starting to smile a little bit, you know, they were starting to feel positive about themselves, and this is where Hyderabad Hydras get their redemption down. One good grenade could spark the end for Burnix officials, but he's getting shot from the downline slopes from the players of Nigma Galaxy. What does he do about it?
Out of nowhere, Nigma Galaxy just find themselves with 8 finishes, dominating the circle and having their 4 players up and alive. Do they have a chance? They had one good game. We've established the fact that 2 good games might actually see you through. But so far, ACBC's Evil Sky is still trying to patch himself up. We knew that they are around that 7th and 8th position. Are those heals going to be enough? 8 first aid kits for Carry to work with. All of these players just waiting to survive a little bit longer.
Right now, Nigma Galaxy has the better of the circle, and they are getting a lot of players being knocked out. This is the game that they were looking out for, a little lousy start, but they certainly have moved from the long hibernation, from the long sleep, as now we've got them in the contention to get this chicken dinner at favorable position, as Carry might want to resort to the healing battles, which he is doing. Towards the very end, could go after Burnix officials.
Nigma Galaxy just holding on. They know this is their game, but they need those finishes. They can't actually let the others to resort to the healing battles as Carry, ladies and gentlemen, has been taken down as his heals have been exhausted. Burnix official are still trying to hold on. Don't really have all that much. They have some sort of cover to work with. Nice shot over there. Still looking to pave their way inside. Not going to be easy as even Evil Sky bows out. Have they done enough?
Final 3 teams remain. Salty, Burnix officials, they have their positions compromised. Nigma Galaxy would be hoping to look after the players of Team Solitude, as right now Max, he wants to get the better out of the players, but Flash is going to get that knock secured onto Wes Robert. If he can connect all those finish points over there, I think would be enough for them. But for now, Millen has to do the surviving job, as now he is also just waiting to meet his makers. The last first hits are going to come in, but it's going to be Nigma Galaxy who are going to get the party right in front of Team Solitude's face. Want to secure that chicken dinner to the name as the Molotovs keep on coming in, as Flash, he's been burning, those grenades coming out. It's Sonic who's the last player alive.
Exactly, as Nigma Galaxy, they are scavenging nades, Molotovs, everything, and through the smoke itself, Sonic is just paving his way forward. But for how long, ladies and gentlemen? Nigma Galaxy waiting to get all those finish points working for them, as everything has been written in their favor. Without this final few number crunches, Nigma Galaxy punching above their weight with 14 finishes and a chicken. But it's all about if their fate and their galaxies have the stars in the right venues.
I think they have aligned. I think it has aligned. Nigma Galaxy on behest of that beautiful chicken dinner, 29 points. They are definitely going to BMPS for sure. But Solitude, have they digged in deep enough? ACBC, as a matter of fact, 12 points already to their name, and even the players of Burnix officials. But how the mighty have fallen. TSM completely crashing out, but Hyderabad Hydras, is it gonna be enough for them, Salty? These 8 points, Have they gotten enough for themselves?
The grey area fixes the grey area. Even I have no clue. Hyderabad Hydras, our esports 7 points to work with. Cells for that fact 9 points to work with. Burnix official were also in the vicinity, 11 points to work with. And my biggest fear right now is the second page.
Yeah, of course it is, right? Because, you know, once we take a look at that, but for now, our esports, they're going to be doing all those calculations for themselves, right? At this point, they would have to be crunching. Were those 7 points enough? Was it enough to have them into the mix of top 6? Because now we've got teams like Nigma Galaxy, everyone coming in. But look at TSM, just 2 points. Just 2 points being earned for them. And I do not think it is enough. As Enigma Forever also, we're on the verges, we're on the bottom half of the top 6, and maybe could have also had their position replaced, as always, you know, he's had such an eventful journey which could come to an end today as well.
Which definitely might, but ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the iQOO MVP of the day, or the game itself. MJ from Nigma Galaxy, and how mighty have they shined. This entry inside the top 6, if they make it, will be one of the greatest comebacks ever written. 5 finishes to his name, 1232 points of damage, Apollo and MG as well as Dreams. They string together a performance of a lifetime.
No, always was MJ's teammates, so was Rox. Now everybody has walked their own ways, formed their own team, but Nigma Galaxy, the kind of a comeback, you know, they portrayed, especially the moment where they kind of dropped onto where the eastern edges, had to deal with chicken rushes, and that is where they had something inside of them. They started feeling themselves. As ladies and gentlemen, the match summary is in front of you. We did witness, you know, 2 or 3 teams resorting to that healing battle. ACBC, one of them over there, but the question comes down is that, have they also made it? Because there were the great rumors, had they had few early good games, we could have been certain that yes, their position is confirmed. But what a day it has been, you know, what an end to the iQOO BMOC so far we've had.
Exactly. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the FD graph for one final time in iQOO BMOC, and a tower that has been built. It's not a tower, it's an entire real estate for Nigma Galaxy, as they write their name all over the map of Erangel, and this time with 2,854 points of damage, 14 finishes, and a knockout punch to so many teams.
Oh yeah, sort of a sucker punch, I believe. Also,
yeah.
You know, because questions will be raised, right? Questions is going to be raised at TSM for doing that. I do not understand the mentality for going behind such a push, like without any knocks, and they've had to pay such an hefty price. But the smiles for our esports was not lived long enough though. But for smiles that this phone gives, of course, the iQOO Neo 6 is what I'm talking about, as our sponsors have a beautiful message for you guys just about.
Experience tranquility.
यहाँ पर 14 फिनिशेस निकालते हुए पार्टी। Are you freaking kidding me?
काफी मजा आया।
भी रेडी हो जाओ।
What a way to end the journey. What a way to end the day. Of course, every single day of round 4 has been exhilarating, but probably fixes. This day was the most intense in terms of the points. And I'm pretty sure our mathematicians, they're having such a hard time. They're just scratching their heads right now.
And if you had a device like this, the iQOO Neo 6, you could have done this way faster with all those AI, built inside of it. But of course, you can find that as an Amazon special. But not just that, huge shout out to Loco,
Yes.
India's biggest gaming and streaming platform. And you can find your biggest and favorite creators from the BGMI community. A lot of teams who have already crashed out will be visible there, of course. So you can also check them out while the BMPS action is also going to be live over there. And if you feel yourself to be a little bit of a streamer within you, you can start your journey from Loco, and well, you can start earning as well.
Yes, you certainly can. I'll try my hand. Of course, since this journey has ended, what a tournament has this been, Fixes. Like, iQOO BMOC did not disappoint. The main goal, the main intention was to find these rising stars. And I believe we've not just found the stars, we've groomed them to be superstars. And they are going to be the new generation of leaders, the ones who are going to take esports forward for BGMI in India.
What a revelation it has been, right? The iQOO BMOC, especially today, the last day, with the highest amount of competition, the point standings. It was so close. It hadn't ever been this intense, Salty.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't been. But of course, round 4 has been a moment of joy. I'm pretty sure for a lot of pain, right? A lot of fans out there must be crying to not witness their teams in the next tournament, because BMPS is where going to witness all these new names shine, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a grand affair, and it starts next week. 3 weeks and 24 teams. They're going to grind it out, and it's going to be huge, I must say.
I must definitely have to, because the way things have been going on, the stage has been set, right? We finally do have our top 24 teams. Of course, you're going to find who they are as the official announcements are going to be made. So do not forget to check us out on our socials, of course. That is where you're going to get all the results. Not us, if you can. It's going to be beneficial. But the officials, BGMI official esports channel, the Instagram, YouTube, have yourself subscribed to, because this time we're going to be having some new champions being crowned up.
Exactly, we might just have new champions. BGIS era is over, ladies and gentlemen, as BMPS is about to come. But of course, it has been a wonderful journey. My name is Salty. With me was Fixes. You can just go and follow us on our socials as well. Here's his Fixes cast. Mine is Salty. You've been watching iQOO BMOC Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge powered by Loco. We'll see you very, very soon. Good night and peace out.